to do critical thinking, to be able to visual ideas. It's a must in the world. The ability to do systems thinking. That's the next point I want to talk about. Systems thinking is a holistic approach that views complex problems as part of an interconnected system. It involves understanding the relationships, patterns, and feedback loops within the system, enabling the development of more effective and sustainable solutions. So the ability to look at holistically, the ability to take a problem and break it down to smaller problems, the ability to solve these problems and build a holistic solution. That is a very important skill in today's world. Finally, I want to talk about something very light and related, which is empathy. Given the advances in AI and the amount of time we spend on social media, I think empathy is even more important skill today than us. Empathy is the ability to understand and share feelings with others. It involves putting ourselves in their shoes, actively listening, being not judgmental, and showing genuine care and concern. Empathy fosters strong relationships, effective communication, and a supportive work environment where everyone feels valued and heard. So once again, ability to listen, ability to understand other points of view, build strong relationships, continue to be an important skill in the intelligence. So I talked about AI and data skills. I talked about the skill to learn and improve. Talked about the skill to be involved while understanding the local issues. I talked about the skill to be innovative, critical thinking, and I talked about the ability to do systems thinking, looking at while approaching the problem holistically, looking at solutions which can be put together to address the issue, and finally, being empathetic. So I believe by cultivating these essential skills, individuals and organizations can thrive in the dynamic and complex world of 21st century. Now, lastly, before I close, many people have been recently asking to tell one word, one thing needed for success, especially for students and young professionals. And my single word answer is curiosity. That is a single word answer I give when I'm asked. Being curious enables us to explore, discover, experience, and learn. So, being curious is a foundational skill which is required to acquire all the other skills which I talked about. With that, let me conclude. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have a small token of appreciation. I request Nidya, Program Manager, Cadis, to please hand him over our token of appreciation. And so thank you so much for touching empathy, something a lot of people don't talk about. Thank you so much for that amazing talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, I invite on stage Mr. Lai Zaki, Consular General Australia, for a keynote address.
Namaskaram, good morning. My name is Salai Zaki. I'm Australia's Consul General based in Chennai and responsible for deepening relationships with Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the distinguished guests and also the 7 Australian institution representatives who travelled to Kochi as part of the Australian delegation to the Kerala Skills Summit 2025. There has never been a better time for the Australia-India relationship. In the last 5 years, we've signed a comprehensive strategic partnership with India, and it's elevated our status and made Australia one of only two countries, the other being Japan, in which India has an annual leaders meeting, a 2+2 foreign and defence ministers meeting, and a trade agreement. We now have a relationship with India similar to that we have with our closest friends. But we are not stopping there. The landmark economic cooperation trade agreement has provided the momentum for negotiations towards an even more ambitious goal, a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement. We think India is already now our fourth largest export market, and Indian exports to Australia in the last 5 years have grown 76% compared to 32% for the rest of the world. Our economic relationship is poised for significant growth, driven by key sectors or superhighways growth outlined in the roadmap for Australia's economic engagement with India. We see education, agribusiness, clean energy, and tourism as the four superhighways in our economic relationship. Our Prime Ministers have emphasised the need for close cooperation between higher education and skilling sectors. They welcomed ongoing efforts to establish vocational education and training in both countries. They noted the importance of education and skills exchange as a means of enhancing opportunities to access higher education. In 2023, the Australian and Indian education ministers signed a framework mechanism for mutual recognition of qualifications. This will help improve the mobility of students and professionals between our two countries. We see Australia and India as having highly complementary needs. Our government launched the Australia-India Future Skills Initiative, which is delivered by Australia's Trade and Investment Commission, AUSTRO, to support India's skilling agendas by leveraging Australian vocational education and training. India's national education policy places a strong emphasis on vocational training and international collaboration. Recently, AUSTRO also launched this report detailing, it's titled India Skills Horizon, a guide for Australian educators. So this document analyses skilling initiatives under the central government of India's state governments and industry. It also does a deep dive into opportunities for Australian providers to explore priority sectors in India. In Kerala, they are identified as green economy, healthcare, infrastructure, and technology. The report identifies skills gaps in these sectors with a roadmap to prioritise sectors, regions, delivery models, and best practices when entering or expanding the Indian market. India's aspirations for economic growth hinge on equipping its workforce with 21st century skills. The Government of India's economic advisor commonly says India cannot take advantage of its demographic dividend if the youth are not trained in the skills that are needed. Kerala is known for its remarkable record in literacy and for providing human resources to the world. In Australia, in some states in rural parts of Australia, we have the handover in hospitals done fully in Malayalam because a lot of the nurses in our hospitals are from Kerala. However, like most economies, Kerala is facing challenges with respect to inadequate skills aligning with the modern job market. As India and Kerala stride towards its vision of becoming a global economic powerhouse, skilling must remain at the forefront. Australia offers a robust vocational education and training model deeply integrated with industry needs. The Australian approach emphasises three elements: work integrated learning. So apprenticeships, traineeships, and on-the-job training are integral to Australia's VET system. These models ensure that graduates transition seamlessly into the workforce, equipped with practical knowledge and experience that give them industry-ready skills. The second is the dynamic curriculum development. Training packages regularly evolve, reflecting industry advancements and technological shifts. This adaptability ensures that graduates are future ready. The third element is global recognition and aspirational skilling. Australian qualifications are globally recognised. This opens doors for international mobility and careers throughout the world. The opportunity for collaboration is huge. Australia and India are natural partners in skilling and workforce development. There is immense potential for Australia's vocational education and training providers to collaborate with Indian industry and institutions in areas such as capacity building. Through the Train the Trainer programs and integrating Australian curriculum into Indian skilling frameworks. Through knowledge exchange, sharing Australia's world-class apprenticeship models to enrich India's skilling systems. And thirdly, through developing globally recognised qualifications, supporting India and offering skilling programs that meet international standards, enhancing the global competitiveness of its workforce. Australia has already been partnering with Kerala's nodal agencies, like Kerala Academy for Skills Excellence, the Overseas and Employment Promotion Consultant, APEC and NORPA, and CAPES. Australian institutions like BSI Learning and the Migration and Agency are working in Kerala to provide skills qualifications and identify migration pathway programs. We have many more with us today, and I'd like to take this opportunity to invite the Australian representatives here to give a quick update on their strengths and what kind of collaborations they would like to see.
Hi, very humbled to be here. My name's Brad Chesham, and I am the founder and CEO of a company called Bundle of Rays. And Kerala has a piece of my heart because I've been nursing for 20 years. So I'm a registered nurse, and I've worked with, I dare say, a lot of Kerala nurses. I lived in London for 10 years, and here I find myself on the stage next to the Australian Consulate General, which is, as I say, very humbling. Currently, I'm the CEO of a startup company that uses extended realities and artificial intelligence. So we can do simulations in healthcare whereby nurses can use medicines, advanced life support. Where it becomes amazing is put a headset on here, and I can put a headset on Australia and collaborate immediately around hard skills. I'm in India because on Monday with Queensland Premier doing a signing ceremony in Delhi for quite a large contract in Northern India. We have multiple partnerships, including Terms Pro, doing K-12, secondary resources. So we're very excited to be coming into India, collaborating. I've already been here for a week and having a fantastic time. So if anybody's in the university sector, healthcare or education sector, we'd love to talk to you because we don't just want to look at mobility of workforce. We actually want to change the innovation of how that happens to save everybody money and save everybody time. So a really pleasure to be here, and I'm very companies. Thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Max McCullough. I'm a teaching program manager at Dynamic Learning Services. Dynamic Learning Services is a family-based company, so my father established our company 25 years ago, and throughout those 25 years, we've been delivering vocational education and training both overseas. One of our main areas of focus overseas is in aged care. Kerala presents a really good opportunity being the capital of healthcare in India. So we're looking to establish partnerships with existing educational institutions, hospitals, and government entities here in India to develop aged care workers for the domestic market and also overseas market. Our aged care program has global applicability, so we present pathways for employment to Europe, the Middle East, as well as Australia as a result of our program.
Thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. I present Facts India. We are an organization based in Melbourne, Australia, and we are here in the entire skilling space, right from school children to universities to corporates to teachers training. The focus these days is on skilling, and we are here to support the Indian ecosystem, the economy in this crucial area. We are in the entire space of skilling. Please feel free to contact us at matchingindia.com.au.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siddharth Verma. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thanks to Australia for inviting us to be part and to the government as well. I'll be on the panel later in the opportunity today about talent versus demand. And my work is in three specific areas. The first is around an organization that works in schools, in STEM mentoring programs, girls in STEM programs, a lot of design thinking, soft skill development. I'm at the RMIT University in the Activator program as a coach. I'm mentoring startup products. You are in the entrepreneurship space, mentoring and coaching. That's a space I specialize in. And the third part of my work is I work with corporates, with leaders in leadership and middle management who have skill and build the soft skills. We talk about people, we talk about skills, but very few talk about people skills. And I think that's what is important for the future. So I'm talking about that. Thank you.
Hello, myself Rishi Datta. I'm from United Education Group. We are based in Melbourne, Brisbane, Cairns, Hobart. We are a vocational education provider delivering skills and skilling of people in the sector of hospitality, aged care, healthcare, business, engineering, and trade. And it is looking to develop vocational qualification sector. I think it's a great opportunity. We are looking for education providers to join hands and develop this vocational education in India. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Nish Eastman. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President at RMIT University. We're a global university based originally out of Melbourne, Australia. We reach over 100,000 learners across our presence. About 20,000 of those are in our skills and vocational education area. This is my fourth visit to India this year because we're really interested in how we can partner in India for India to advance the inclusion and reimagining of skills as part of the crucial ecosystem. As RMIT, we also are really involved not only in India but in Southeast Asia and the ASEAN region in reshaping tertiary policy, tertiary systems, and in Australia itself, reimagining what post-secondary education looks like so that contemporary models, as referred to, such as earn and learn, higher apprenticeships, and ensuring others stackable skill experiences add real value to the communities where we work. So thank you for the opportunity.
Good afternoon. I have a question to Consul General. Here, I'm here. Madam,
Okay.
I have a question to you yourself. In your narration, you were talking of dynamic curriculum, and technology, knowledge exchange, disruptive technology, capturing the to strengthen the bilateral means, capturing the cross-border mechanism. How well even European Union is looking for, India is looking for, we can enter into a source of collaborative arrangement. What means what is the roadmap we can initiate
Yeah.
to formulate a framework for dynamic curriculum, capturing cross-border relations and bilateral means.
Yes, thank you for that question. As I mentioned, over the last 5 years, we're really deepening that relationship between Australia and India. We have representatives from our Trade Commission office today. They have been given a lot of resources to try and connect these people in the sectors that I mentioned before. But you can get in touch with us. We have 4 consulates in India. So the one in Chennai that I'm the head of that looks after relations in Kerala. But we have our High Commission in Delhi, an office in Bangalore and Mumbai and Kolkata. So get in touch with us and we can take your query to the relevant people in our network. That's across government, whether it's Department of Education, Industry, Austrade, or affairs related. So if there's one thing I want you to take away from this, is Team Australia involves not only government, but industry, education, everybody. We work as a team here, and our primary goal is to deepen our engagement in India. One statistic that we say all the time is now in Australia, there's over 1 million Australians that identify as having origins or a connection to India. And that 1 million doesn't mean much in India because it's such a small statistic. But in Australia, a population of 27 million people, that means 1 in 27 Australians has either origins or a familial connection to this country. And that is really, the diaspora is driving the knowledge because, you all know India is very diverse. I look after 3 states in the south, and each state speaks a different language. So you need to, we have been, as Austrade mentioned, this guide tries to identify the opportunity for Australia to do more here. That relationship in education and skilling needs to be enduring. We don't just want Indian students to come to Australia and study. We want Australian students to come here as well. We want Australian companies to think about how they can contribute to India's growth story. And, the opportunity is big, and we hope we can work together to realize the potential.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Oh, sure, sure. You can take a selfie. Yes, with everyone. They're taking a selfie with all of us. It's fine. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I invite on stage Mr. Santosh Mathew, Country Lead Public Policy and Finance, the Gates Foundation, for the keynote address on Can Kerala Converge as the Skill Capital of the World?
Good afternoon. Let me start by congratulating the government of Kerala for organizing this summit. The CEO Startup Mission talked of Guru Mukham. Guru Mukham is basically a Sanskrit word used also in Malayalam. It means learning from the face of the master. World over, the learning ecosystem is fundamentally changing. And so does the learning ecosystem in Kerala need to. I'm going to say the unorthodox here, go out on a limb, and I'm going to say that the so-called skilling will not do. We have to fix our school education system, we have to fix our higher education system before the icing on the cake can really make a difference. Why do I say that? I say that because, according to me, there are two sets of problems and two strategies to solve for this. One is to solve for access to knowledge. It's no longer Guru Mukham, it is access to knowledge. So, how do we help the people of Kerala to gain access to the best of science, to the best of humanities? Along with that is that how do you build the capacity of our education system to mentor people on the skill of learning, on the skill of learning? The second problem that I want to draw your attention to is to solve the information asymmetry in the labor market. I mean, I have a very simple word for this, and that is to know the difference between a donkey and a horse. A donkey and a horse. മലയാളത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു കുതിരയും കഴുതയും. And I will explain this as we come along. CEO Startup Mission Anup Ambika in the roundtable that they had here talked of learned skills. I want to add faculty development to this. Mr. Balagopal, chairman of KSIT, talked of the great research that is going on almost subterranean in the higher education institutions of Kerala. I think that is what we need to tap upon. And I have a very simple suggestion for this. And this is to enable from a sea of ordinariness to enable the people with the guts and the gumption and the talent and the ability to work hard to be able to surface and climb the ladder. How can that be done? This doesn't take much money. It is about making untied financial resources available to those who really excel in our faculties, in our schools of higher education. And that's, according to me, a very simple way to do. For 3 decades, I worked in the Indian Administrative Service. I worked in the Government of India and in the Government of Bihar. I used to be a professor at India Civil Service College in Missouri for 6 years, from 94 to 2000. I'm saying this because I know a little bit about the bureaucracy. We will actually have to make these financial resources available to the top class academic talent in the state by cutting out bureaucratic bottlenecks, by adopting an if this, then a if this, then approach. And why is this so simple to do in academia? Simply identify the top 3 journals in the subjects of choice where Kerala sees a future. We talk of knowledge economy. We heard whole morning we heard about knowledge economy and how we want our society to pivot. What are those 10 top academic institutions in which Kerala sees a future for itself? Identify the top 3 to 5 journals on impact factor globally, and all you need to set up is that the moment somebody submits the URL from any of these journals to a particular portal, then 50 lakhs of rupees of one-time fund will be automatically credited to that bank account of that faculty member, certified and rechecked using Aadhaar with no questions asked. How much money do we need to be able to credit 50 lakhs to the top academic faculty in the state to have this sort of an approach? However, our approach is to give 100 crores to another government organization. People will apply and then they will go through the entire file movement to be able to get this resource. It's not going to. The second is the problem of information asymmetry in the labor market, and I will talk about this to close my talk. George Akerlof, a Nobel Prize winner in economics in 2001, wrote, wrote a paper in 1970 titled The Market for Lemons. This was a paper about the second-hand car market. The problem we identified in the second-hand car market is that the buyer cannot make out the difference between a lemon, which basically means a bad car, and a good car. That, ladies and gentlemen, is my challenge to you. Today, the labor market cannot find out the difference between a donkey and a horse. I love donkeys. Why? Because they require no maintenance. They are very hardy and they can work for long hours. But the problem with a donkey is that if you want a horse and you get a donkey, you have a problem. You have also a converse problem. You want a donkey and you get a horse, you again have a problem. So the labor market today, not just in Kerala, not just in India, but in many parts of the world, have what I call the donkey horse problem. How can this be solved for? I think Kerala has a very good solving for this because you've solved all the basic problems of universal education. You're doing too bad a job on universal health care. I mean, I remember in the IAS section in Missouri in 95, we have these IAS professionals who have to come back after a year of training. And the ones from Kerala was carrying on saying God's own country, God's own country. Kerala's God's own country has really made a mark. Then the Tamil Nadu IAS officer said, now that you've heard God's own country, now listen to God's own name. They were so irritated by it. The point is that we have something very special going on in Kerala in which we can actually make a difference. What is that? It's a quality of but what is the strategy to solve for the doctor? Is to actually, I don't know, many of you heard of Malayalam പറഞ്ഞാല് ഒരു ജാറിനകത്ത് കുറെ മലയാളി crabs ഇട്ടാൽ crab ഞണ്ട്. If you put a lot of Malayali crabs inside a jar and you leave the lid open, you have no fear, no crab will be able to escape. You know why? One crab will pull the other down. It is the sea of ordinariness that we have to fight against. We have to make Kerala, as the title that I chose, the skill capital of the world. And how do you do that? You do this by following what was an IAS colleague of mine, Professor of Economics, 20 years, Anirudh Krishna. He wrote this beautiful book. If you have not read it, I urge you to read it. It's called The Broken Ladder. If you look at the Kerala's problem of the crabs, it is about inserting a ladder into this jar so that the better crab can begin to climb the ladder of progress by dint of hard work, talent, application. The broken ladder. Now, how do you fix the broken ladder for Kerala? According to me, fix the broken ladder for Kerala by setting up world-class certification centers, not certification centers, so that the labor market can solve its information asymmetry problem. Why am I telling you this? Along with the government of Bihar, we are doing an experiment. And what is this experiment? We are taking nurses and certifying them for different specializations. And for each of these specializations, we are going to certify them at grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. I don't know how many of you know that today a nurse in the Indian Army can actually rise up to become a general, a major general. In the NHS in the UK, a nurse can rise up to become Chief Executive Officer, CEO of the NHS Trust. So these are ladders that have been established for people to climb. How many nurses are there in Kerala who can aspire to become the CEO of a major hospital chain? The ladder doesn't exist. The ladder doesn't exist in teaching. The ladder doesn't exist in most of the professions. And may I dare say, probably the ladder doesn't even exist in politics in many parts of India. So, certification centers that help the labor market understand who have the skills. Now, let me tell you, this is not an insignificant problem to solve. You have attitude, you have skills, you have knowledge. Can you test for knowledge? Give a QR code to the person who's been certified, and can you hold this information in your service for the rest of the life of the person who's been certified? So that the person can share the QR code with the prospective employer. The prospective employer can see what were the subjects on which he was tested, what were the questions that were asked, what were the answers she has given, and how was the marking done. That is knowledge. Skills. In the Bihar experiment that we are running, there is no assessor who's going to assess the nurse's skills. You walk in, there are mannequins, you're given the drill, you do your exam question is given, you perform, and three video cameras to capture what you do. The marking is anonymous, and the video of that is maintained for life in the servers of the examining nursing regulator. Skills. Third, attitude. It's still an unsolved problem. Can we do research to set up actually testing centers for attitude? So it is when attitude, skill, and knowledge are credibly tested, certified, and this information is made available to the labor market. This is when I believe the problem that we are looking for can be solved. It takes two hands to clap, the left and the right. The left, in my chance to recapitulate for you, is to increase the availability of access to global centers of knowledge, and the internet and journal subscriptions are part of it. Building the skill of your faculty members and your students on learning skills, enabling the best of our faculty to get untied funds so that they can attend the conferences, travel globally, network with the centers of knowledge. The left hand, and the right hand is to solve the donkey horse problem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, I request you to please stay back. Santosh sir, please stay back on stage. I invite on stage Ms. Silai Zaki. Ma'am, can you please come on stage? We have a token of appreciation to both of you. I also invite on stage Mr. Jinraj PV, District Mission Coordinator, KDISC. Sir, I request you to please do the honors. Please present our token of appreciation to Ms. Silai Saki and Mr. Santosh Matthew. We have no energy as the entire crowd. We're not clapping, we're not cheering, we have no energy here. Please, let's have some energy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. We have another panel discussion now. New opportunities arising in employment and work. I invite on stage the moderator, Dilip Chinoy, Chairman, Bharat Veterinary Association, Mr. Fuxian Shong, Mr. Raymond Plain, Mr. Tom Bevick, and Ms. Dr. Christian Mueck. I request all the panelists to please come on stage, and I request the moderator, Dilip Shenoy, to please introduce the guests. On top, sir, the panel discussion on stage. We have 1 hour. After 45 minutes, if there are any questions, they'll be taking the questions. So the discussion will be for 45 minutes, and after that, we have a question and answer session. I request the moderator, Mr. Dilip Shenoy, to please introduce the panelists.
So good afternoon and welcome. I think we're waiting for Christiane. I don't know if she's here. So I think welcome to this session. We are running slightly late. So welcome to this session. New opportunities arising in employment and work here at the Kerala Global Skills Summit. It's a privilege to moderate this discussion. And we are gathered here at a time when world of work is being reshaped at unprecedented pace. You heard that in all the earlier sessions, and you also heard the great thing of a donkey and a horse by Santosh earlier. I think advances in digital, green digital, the growth of the gig economy, shifting global demographies are all redefining the meaning of employment. Kerala, with strong human development indices, vibrant startup ecosystem, and bold focus on digitization and sustainability, is uniquely placed to benefit from these changes. I think the traditional emphasis on academic qualifications is rapidly giving way to more practical and micro credits here. Our session outcome is clear. It's in the pack that all of you have. So I won't spend time on that. But I think to explore these themes, to learn from studies that work across regions, to understand the global trends, recognize emerging opportunities, and to identify specific actionable steps for Kerala going forward, which is the most important part of this summit. We have here a distinguished panel of speakers, each one a leader in their field. Mr. Fu Chong from the Asian Development Bank, they already heard in the other room, they're partnering the World Bank for specific programs. We have Mr. Raymond Clean, founder and CEO of CIT, the International Center for International Transformation. They are active in India with CII for their programs in India. He really works at Industry 4.0 and AI and that intersection. And of course, Professor Tom Duvick, an old friend. A lot of you may not know in the audience, but I got him into a room in 2013, 2014 with a colleague of mine sitting on the audience, Ranjan Chaudhary, um, NSDC, and we developed this competency frameworks. You heard sometimes you talk about knowledge, ask, attitude, skills, knowledge. That was actually developed level 1 to level 4. What is there was actually developed with a group under Tom. I don't know where Christia Nuke is here. If she is in, so, just to cut everything short and to go in here and really, to turn to you, Mr. Hookien Chong, right? I hope I got it right. From ADB's perspective, right? You're working in India, you work with different, parts in South Asia. So, what are the most significant employment shifts that you are seeing? And what South Asia must prepare for in the next decade, especially digitization, climate, and how is it impacting education and skills?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Perhaps I will just limit my comment, on India. I always think India, the economy is on a different paradigm, in terms of sheer size, as well as, a lot of advanced initiatives, be it in semiconductor, quantum that's being uh, um, invested in India. My short response to this question is I think the next 10 years, I think India should really focus on building workforce, a skill set for the advanced manufacturing, sector, right? I remember, way back in 2018 or 2019, there was this big talk about Industry 4.0, the light of smart manufacturing, as well as robotic, autonomous manufacturing system, so on and so forth, right? Back then, ADB, we actually commissioned a study on Industry 4.0. Is it going to lead to job loss? Is it going to lead to job hit? Right? And our report, cover 4 countries, Southeast Asia. That includes, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, and Cambodia. We didn't do India because back then, there wasn't strong interest on Industry 4.0, even though we have a number of projects running in India, particularly at the state level, with the Odisha World Skill Center, Madhya Pradesh, we had the Global Skill Park, as well as Kerala, we have the ASAP program running here. But strangely enough, fast forward 8 years, 7 years, 8 years, this year 2025. I think the talk about Industry 4.0 becomes really important. I hope we can hear. I know the sound system is a little bit odd, right? So fast forward, 2025, we see that there's a strong interest in Industry 4.0, and my colleague Raymond, will talk about later, and all the collaboration with CII. Why is there this sudden shift? I think, first of all, it's,
One, two, two.
I, I know it's lunch hour, the mic also went to sleep. The mic didn't go for lunch, right? So fast forward, 2025, there's this interest in, Industry 4.0 manufacturing, mainly because, of the diversification of the global supply chain. A lot of the manufacturing companies are, established now in India. And of course, the other, aspect of it is that, the government of India really want to promote, the small medium enterprise in the manufacturing sector to be able to become part of the global supply chain of all these big MNC manufacturing investment in India, right? So what it means then, the important, of the manufacturing sector, particularly advanced manufacturing, will be one of the key shifts. India has always been doing very well, like Bangalore, very good in software development, in programming, program developers, they are everywhere. But I think coupled with this strong interest in manufacturing, I think that will bring India to the next level, right? And one of the things that we see also, way back in 2022 is the uh, rather, interest in Gen AI, right? Where we see, a lot of large language model, being created, and uh, institutions beginning to introduce Gen AI into this curriculum. But I think one of the things we have to recognize these days, particularly I think over the last few months, I've been introduced to fight coding. I don't know whether any of you are familiar with that. What it means is that it's a natural language coding. I don't even need to have a programming background, and I can develop an apps or application that can help me to do my jobs. Right? It only take 1 to 2 days to develop an apps without a coding experience, without a programming experience. So that is also one area, I think will affect the skill, development in India, because if universities focus too much onto programming, coding, perhaps students may lose out in getting a job, whereas the manufacturing jobs are actually available, particularly in advanced manufacturing, advanced electronics, right? And then, we see from last year, 2024, there's a huge interest in semiconductor. I think it's one area that India government is pushing, with the semiconductor mission established, as well as many of the investment in semiconductor coming into pictures. And there are a lot of jobs available there. Based on our conservative estimate from ADB, on known that investment, and those that have started some initial scale production, there should be around 128,000 jobs, direct, indirect, immediately. But that is, if nothing changes, right? And if, the ecosystem pick up, I think there will be a lot more jobs created. In country like the Philippines, we are talking about just Philippines focusing on the downstream, the assembly, testing, packaging, downstream of semiconductor. There are 3 million jobs just in ATP in the semiconductor industry. So, I will just stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that perspective. Well, that actually leads really seamlessly into you, really, Mr. Crane. You're the founder and CEO of um, and I think the AI, Industry 4.0, industrial transformation, and if may add, right, blockchain and decentralization, um, are reshaping jobs rapidly. Of course, AI and smart manufacturing, as was mentioned, uh, creating new forms of employment. What is changing in education and skills? How do we prepare a workforce for that?
Okay, I start with I worked 8 years in Taiwan, and a Taiwanese once told me, Raymond, don't talk about the clouds in the sky, give me a raindrop in my hand to hit on it. Now, looking at the current curriculum, we focus on the current technologies in the factories, which means students leaving the universities with old education. The technology drivers of the future, for example, for pharma industry, for chemical industry, for semiconductor, aerospace, automotive, are more or less here because you need to have international database to define what are technology drivers for job shop connectivity, job shop automation, or for job shop intelligence. Now, let's segment a little bit what's happening. Worldwide, the productivity is declining, and what we heard at the opening speech is the Kerala has a factor in driving the productivity. Now, let's segment the markets. You have micro SMEs. Micro SMEs, when we measure them with our tools, are on the bottom of understanding how to drive productivity. They have not education programs. They have less guidance in how to do it. The biggest problem is everybody knows what needs to be done. Nobody can give guidance how to do. Here, what we have an app, which is, we are non-for-profit organization, I need to say, which we adapt to local capita by GDP prices, that micro SMEs, you have 63 million here in India, can adapt, and number one, drive productivity. So how do I approach human machine connection on order management, on operation, and on distribution? The second one is then digital literacy. How do I start? And here productivity, when we talk about, it's not new jobs. The micro SMEs, the black belt is already when they use programming logical controller. Now let's move in the second segment, SMEs, multinationals. We go to SMEs and multinationals, here we have completely different technologies driving their digital transformation. If you're looking very much into how do I enable a digital twin software, then do in theory what is the layout of my production site, calculate the productivity, and then with a soft PLC interface, then enforce what in the real world need to be programmed to achieve the productivity I simulated in the virtual twin. Now comes the biggest problem in education. Our data pattern shows one thing, leadership. The efficiency in most leaders is defined as cost reduction, not as invest in smart technologies to drive productivity. I will give you an example in my speech at 3 o'clock where one country lost their export capabilities because they were not able to enable technologies. Now we're coming to what's at the moment the hottest topic, AI. Now, everybody is now focused on AI. People drive with AI productivity. But the topic is we miss to drive with digital transformation productivity, and now everybody put its hope on AI. If you demystify AI, the dimension AI consists of, it's the most complex technology to drive, more complex than digital transformation. Now we're coming to AI, what's happened? The segment most advanced in AI worldwide is the semiconductor. But what they do is they use that to have full autonomous operation on the production. Now comes the biggest problem. They have fire drills. You know what they do? They switch off AI and see what's happening. If AI doesn't work anymore, what do I need to do? Now comes the funny part. They laid off all the people. There is no one anymore to drive the production out of the sun. And now I'm coming to answer in a different way your question. You need to define a customized approach how to drive a productivity from a country perspective. Because what I'm doing with all the people. And now what we see in the market is a return from AI and autonomous operation to humans using AI to do their job better. So this is a little bit where we see where the trend is going. So we missed, unfortunately, digital transformation. Everybody hopes for AI. And the 60% who really drive the productivity, micro SMEs, SMEs, are very much left behind. There are programs, and even the training centers, I tell you, when I go with them to training centers, they say, "Raymond, this is a nice showcase, but it doesn't help me." So what you need to do, you need to profile the micro SMEs according to the industry segment and see for this industry segment, what are the technology drivers? Then you can elaborate a taxonomy that you move them up the ladder, the broken ladder, so to say. So here I stop, and if you're interested, listen to my presentation, only 15 minutes, but I will give you a full injection of data analytics and what we found out worldwide. Thank you.
Can I just add one point here?
Sure.
I visit many institutions, not only in India, but in many Southeast Asian countries, the ITI and the equivalent. I also visited many small, medium enterprises. I don't even want to talk about the micro enterprise, but the small, medium enterprises, many of them, in the manufacturing sector, are working on using legacy machine, right? So I think, but the institution doesn't teach the student how, to convert the legacy machine, how to digitalize them, how to put the data, without buying the equipment, because all these small, medium enterprises, they just simply don't dare to take the first leap, they don't dare to borrow from bank to go into I 4.0. So that's an important point.
So it's very interesting. That means for a state like Kerala, and it's very interesting because in the inaugural session, we had both the Minister for Industries and we had the Minister for Higher Education and Social Justice. So, instead of focusing only on skills, you got to also see how you transform your existing industries and take the legacies and transform that and not just focus on innovation and the new things. So you have to do both at the same time. Otherwise, you'll end up with disruption. So, thank you for that perspective.
You need to customize your innovation to the base, given places where the people are.
Yeah. Okay. So, both of them, Tom, both of them are practicing on their foot, manufacturing and AI and innovation, right? And if from your standpoint, in the UK and in OECD, right, and Europe, uh, lessons countries stand out as effective models for preparing workers for the future of work, whether it be in advanced manufacturing or gig economy and platform work, And what is the role of standards, qualifications, and skills in all of this? Big question.
It is a big question, and I'm going to take a macro view before I home in on the answer, hopefully, to your questions. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be in God's own country. My grandmother was born in India, and my youngest daughter is called India. So it was great to wake up yesterday to a lovely little, before I flew here, a post-it note from my daughter to say, safe travels to India, love India. So I've never had that kind of note before. Look, it's just over 50 years since Daniel Bell, sociologist, published a book called The Coming of Post-Industrial Society. And really that book was important for what then unfolded in terms of the shift to a service economy in the West, particularly in Britain. I mean, 2 million manufacturing jobs were lost in the space of 5 years in the 1980s. And of course, the rise of great countries like India and China that became the workshop of the world and the back office of the world. But of course, many of those certainties around the post-industrial society, I think, raise a question about, well, what comes after the post-industrial society? What is the new economy? AI, automation, all the things that both speakers, distinguished speakers on the panel have been talking about. And I think that's important because when we look around the world geopolitically, we see President Trump's tariffs, which in many ways are bringing to an end a period of what's been called hyper-globalization. So what's the new globalization in a world of relative trade protection? What does that mean for countries like India that currently now face 50% tariff on many of your goods? So this raises a question which of course is the theme of this whole event, is how do we prepare our people for more uncertain times for this new economy, for an economy shaped by net zero, military expansion in parts of the world, and biotechnology. And I call this the new human capital because, as the name suggests, it's a term that's different from the old human capital. And many of you in this room will be familiar with the old human capital because it's what we've been talking about for that 50 years. And it's the idea that the knowledge economy is a good thing, globalization has generally been a good thing, and that labor migration across borders is both a good thing and a necessary thing in an age of changing demographics. And in the West in particular, an aging population. But what I would like to just put in front of you is, when you look closely, this consensus is starting to fall apart. And it's to do with the fact that when you look at the knowledge economy, increasingly we're seeing people acquiring knowledge, but not necessarily being able to convert that in the labor market. You've got AI tools that can write a PhD level essay in just a few seconds. So how has globalization therefore worked for everyone? What do we do about those post-industrial communities that, and they're in all countries, developed and developing? And to come to your question, what does all this mean for the new work, for so-called platform capitalism and digital nomads? Will AI, for example, result in a future world without work, as the economist Daniel Susskind in a book of the same title predicted? I think the challenge for education skills policymakers, like those here in Kelleher, who we've heard from this morning, is that there isn't even a consensus, unfortunately, amongst labour market experts about what the impact of these new trends will have on the future of work. And I think that's a really important observation, because going back to Daniel Bell's book, as I say, economists really had a consensus about the knowledge economy and the shift to services and the role of global trade. As I say, that is starting to come apart. So I think there are really now three competing perspectives in this debate. And I describe them as the utopians who've always been around, the technology pessimists who've always been around, and the group that I'm most associated with is the rational optimists. The utopians seem to think that technology can develop at such a pace that we can completely eradicate work from our societies. Well, good luck with that, because I think all of us in this room who have jobs, who've done jobs, who have roles, know that work has a meaning and a dignity that goes far beyond just the commodity exchange in the labour market. So I don't think particularly the utopians will win out in this debate. Technology pessimists, you go back to the 16th century in England, and there was a guy called Ned Ludd who used to smash the stocking frame because he was afraid, along with his followers, of technology stealing people's jobs. We see this narrative a lot. And thirdly, there's the rational optimists. And I think they're people who really say that as human societies, we can shape technology. And I think you were talking about this, to our own ends. And it starts with really understanding what your comparative advantage is as a nation, as an economy. And it's about ruthlessly focusing on those comparative advantages in the service of your people. And that's why when you look around in Europe and other countries, you asked the question about, well, what's Europe doing about this economy and platform work? What I see really are three approaches. One approach is around very strong regulation and trying to bring gig work back into employment. Spain is a good example of that. There are some upsides of that if it gives people those basic work protections. I think the challenge is that for some people, they enjoy working in the gig economy and they don't want to be classified as an employee. We see a second approach, and I guess the UK and Canada would fit this bill, of lighter regulation, where essentially it works with protecting independent contractors, but the state is also concerned about losing tax revenues, so it has a distinction between an independent contractor and dependent contractor. And then finally, we see those countries like UAE and South Africa who have very little regulation at all around the gig economy, but in fact are using that to their advantage by drawing in, for example, through digital nomad visas, through very progressive, or certainly for those people who don't have to pay these taxes, essentially zero income tax, zero corporation tax. UAE is particularly attractive to young people. I mean, there are 240,000 Brits now living in UAE. Many of them are attracted by that low tax environment. I think these are all considerations for Kerala.
Thank you, Tom, for that. And it's very interesting that we have kind of convinced on the panel that one, you don't need to look at manufacturing also, and you don't need to look at automation and advanced skills and productivity. And you need to also find that it has to suit the idea and thoughts of Gen Z who don't normally think of long hours of study or long hours of work, right? Which we need to look at. So let's now take the second part of this session and focus a little deep down into Kerala. What could Kerala do? How could our systems actually help Kerala going forward? So, again, going back to ADB, you talked about your work in Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, so in Kerala that you talked about it. But if I were to see in this transition, and to Tom's point about nobody knows, no one has mapped the skills ecosystem, and nobody knows what it is. How could what role could multilateral agencies like the Asian Development Bank tap into global talent mobility? And that has two. One is the mobility aspect, and second, preparing them, and also green jobs and strengthening, rather than having a migratory approach, but strengthening Kerala as an industrial and a service center in the world, not only the skills capital of India, but as a major center in the world.
Yeah, thank you for this question. I somehow have a different perspective. When we talk about global mobility, my thinking and fear is, many countries end up, exporting labor overseas. If you are exporting skilled labor, that actually is a brain drain. The country actually spend a lot of money, train up somebody, but you don't benefit except for the remittance, which is waste, for an economy, that is focused so much, on many new technology, be it semiconductor, quantum, renewable energy. So, my wish, for Kerala is really to be able to, keep the talent here. But in order to keep the talent, you need to have, the jobs, the right, investment coming into Kerala. I think this morning, one of the minister talk about, or one of the speaker talk about, uh, there are a lot of investment in semiconductor, but Kerala is not attracting any at all. So there's something to really think about. Considering Kerala is also number one in terms of investment, regulation, attracting investment, right? Something to really think about. But what ADB, typically do, in terms of developing human capital, in the past, of course, provide financing, but we also provide finance plus, right? Finance plus means, bringing in the right partner, introducing something innovative, which actually we did in the Kerala project that we did, the ASAP, additional skill acquisition program that we did, between 2016 to 2021-22, where 16 multi-skilling centers were established across the state of Kerala in different communities. And the private sector are the one that actually operate the different community skill park. I think that was probably the first in India and quite successful. And then, the other aspect of it is, of course, these days, what we really want to do is to look into the value chain of a particular priority industry, be it, pan-India or be it, related to a state. And I think that is important because there are many priority industry in India, as you see, in the different missions set up, at the central level. So how is the state aligned, to the priority industry that's promoted by central government? I think that is very important. And more importantly, how is how are the institutions, be it the ITI, the Polytechnic, be it the College of Engineering, the colleges, as well as the universities, how are they aligning, their curriculum, their offering of training program to the different aspect of the value chain in the power industry? You'll be surprised, we visited so many colleges, universities, as well as ITI, when we ask them, in terms of your research and development, how does your research contribute to this particular industry? And they cannot even tell us which part of the value chain are they contributing, right? Then how do you commercialize the research, right? And when we ask about the curriculum, the training program, is the same thing. There have been many of the institutions have been running the same content for ages, right? Without considering, how you train, whether your students that you train are able to plug into, the growing part of the value chain of the industry. I think these are some things that we try to sort of instill now in all the projects that we do, not only just India, but also across our other member countries. So, by the way, I didn't really talk about, green jobs. I think, that aspect of it is really coming, in India, particularly, the renewable energy. We know that there are already, these solar PV, cell manufacturing companies established in India. But I think what is coming next, is actually the BESS, the battery energy storage solution company. So that one is still fairly nascent, but I think that will grow very well in view that, there's a lot of manufacturing plant that's been set up. And of course, energy storage is one area, and it's not only limited to BESS, but also potential green hydrogen. So, in terms of, ADB sort of intervention, we try to work, across the current, meaning skill development or human capital development is just not only looking and working with higher education institution or the ITI ecosystem or the polytechnic, but linking them to the relevant industry, right? Particularly, I think somewhere in the near future, I think energy transition will become really important in India, and that transition needs a lot of skill and power. So I stop here. Dilip, over back to you.
No, thank you for that perspective. So, that actually ties in very good because this is what needs to be done. I'd like to hear from you how can a
We work with CII together and at the moment we discuss how to do the measurement of microassemblies and manufacturing companies in India. So what we will localize is a train-trainer program that we have local assessors who then enter the data in the measurement which stage the different manufacturing companies are in a software platform, and then we have a data analytics behind it that we then do a profile on industry segment, and based on the profile we define innovation hubs, but industry segment specific. I give an example. There are industry segments which have a similarity, by example, automotive and aerospace, from a process quality point of view. The same as food and beverage and pharma. They can be combined. For example, or oil and gas and chemical. But what you cannot do is that you put one innovation hub where all industry segments are presented, because this is when the micro SMEs or the SMEs are lost in space because they don't know what to do with these education programs. So you need to have somehow, say, a process designed where they can reflect and see themselves in the education process. These are innovation hubs. Second, with the system we have, with Boolean logic, I will show at 350, we can elaborate education policies. So compared to the international community, where is Kerala and which policies, future-proof policies, should be instated for education, investment, transformation, and in macro policies. What we also do, and here we are in discussion with CII, we give an interface for raw data that you simulate, let's say, economical shock models. For example, an energy price go up, which industry segment is impacted most? Before it happen, what are the countermeasures? So this is how we roll out. And we here in Kerala specific, we discuss at the moment how could we measure 1.3 million micro SMEs, collect the data. We collect the data and it's also remotely, so offline for areas where the micro SMEs don't have the infrastructure for mobile phones. In certain areas it exists. And then based on this data, we can elaborate insights. What are incentive programs? Which digital tools they need per industry segment to drive the next level of productivity? And this comes back to my initial, don't talk about the clouds in the sky, give me a rate of my annual decline and survive. And here I stop because time is already nearly.
Yeah, so thank you for that. It's very interesting because if state you want to progress, right, and you're looking at getting new entrepreneurs, you need to build in the capability of future technologies and future, productivity issues and methodologies when they're becoming entrepreneurs. You can't do that after they're becoming entrepreneurs. So I think the innovation hub. Uh, so, now we're all taking back to India. Kerala wants to become globally competitive without large-scale upward migration. Brain, right? You need to focus here. What workforce policies should Kerala prioritize?
I think Kerala's on genuine demand-driven skills ecosystem. Because I work all over the world, as you know, Dilip, and I sit down with policymakers and with governments, and they all say we want a demand-driven ecosystem. And what they mean by that is they want to stop funding a purely bums on seats education strategy. It's what I call the pay and pray model of education skills, where you pay for the education and you pray that you get a job outcome, decent employment skills outcome at the end of it. And what states and countries are looking to do is move and shift that model to a genuine earn and learn approach. But the institutions that are in place are the same parallel, same across the world, aren't necessarily as responsive as they need to be. So I think, coming back to your question about the how, and what I was really encouraged by listening to the speeches this morning following the inauguration, is the different portfolios of ministers and policymakers that were here on the stage. Because what that suggests to me is that there's already a commitment here that it can't be just the role of the higher education department, the schools department, the finance ministry, it's the law department. It's all of these different parts of government that need to join up around creating this demand-driven skills system. And not just here in Canada, but around the world, it's the first country to say, actually, we're not going to fund bums seats anymore. We're only going to fund two stakeholders in the skills ecosystem, and that's individuals and employers. Because I think if there was a better system of purchasing power for post-compulsory education and training, which would include vouchers for wage subsidies for young people to find an employer to give them an apprenticeship, or for employers through their workforce skills accounts to invest in demand-driven education and skills, I think we might start getting somewhere. Germany, of course, famously has this model with the mandatory membership chambers and vocational schools. Switzerland has 2/3 of its young people who go on to high-quality work-based apprenticeship. Why do those countries have to be the outliers when it comes to giving young people opportunities? I think we know what works. No one country's model is transportable to another country. I think we already know what the key tenets of a demand-driven skills system are, but we just need to get on and deliver it.
Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. Last 5 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm fully aware of the time. I was going to open it up to the floor for questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for
We're
that.
very clear. I promised you I'll do the session in 45 minutes. We do it in 45 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So any questions from the floor?
Lunch is waiting.
No, we have one more presentation. I think Megan is going to make her presentation for lunch.
Yes, she is, but before that, we would like to give you our token of appreciation.
Any questions? Any questions? Ask any questions to the students? Anyone? Yeah, then
We have
yeah.
someone with a
Yes,
question.
Question.
Can we have a mic, please?
A prize for the shortest question, right?
It's going to be good.
Just to whom you're asking the question and what's the question?
Yeah, hi, I'm Deepthi, and I'm an engineering student. So my actual question is to Mr. Chong. I agree with what you said earlier about how our curriculums stick to the same for ages. Yeah. So what I want to ask is, um, as someone who has seen how global education system evolve, if you were given one chance to redesign one part of Kerala's curriculum today, how are you going to change it? And what kind of changes would bring actual help to our students? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. I think NEP 2020 should have addressed the question of flexibility. Your curriculum need to be really flexible. but I understand not every state in India, sort of adopt it. Some states are debating, or even pushing for state education policy, 2025, something like that. But in a way, the colleges, hopefully the one you attend, they are more innovative. They need to, they, if they adopt, NEP 2020, the curriculum should be flexible enough to incorporate all the new technology, the new things that are being implemented in the industry with the employer side. Uh, the other thing is a very strong faculty development program and also empowering the faculty member. I think that needs to change as well. Meaning faculty members should be allowed to collaborate, actively encouraged, incentivized to work with the practitioner from the industry to incorporate what is missing in the learning content. And of course, the other more important uh, financing. It's about everything is about financing. I've been to so many colleges of engineering, and also the colleges that run this art science commerce program. The facility are also outdated. Be it the biological lab, chemistry lab, physics lab, be it the workshop for CNC training, for machining training, or all sort of training. They are all outdated, mainly because of the lack of financing. The other aspect of it is the school infrastructure is poorly maintained in many colleges that I've been to. I'm not referring to Kerala because I've not been to that many colleges of engineering or the universities in Kerala. But without a place where it is attractive to the students, how would you be able to attract the employers to come and collaborate? So that's my question. Back to
Thank
the
you,
audience.
thank you for that, and thanks to the esteemed panelists for sharing very insightful perspectives. I think what we've heard today is that the future of employment will define how effectively we combine global presence, the cloud, with local strengths, the drop of water, and from ADB's vision to preparing South Asia for digitalization and climate change, flexible education, to OECD's insights on gig workforce competitiveness, and of course, insights 4.0 lessons and the focus on MSMEs and micro MSMEs to actually help that transition. Kerala can position itself at the forefront of these transformations. You need a plan, you need to execute that plan, and the path forward is about building strong collaboration. Government, industry, and academia must act together. The amount of time you spend in a classroom is limited. The knowledge doubles overnight. What of that knowledge to teach? What of that knowledge not to teach? Making it flexible, as mentioned, and create pathways for global opportunities. I think Kerala's aspiration is not just to respond to change, but to shape it. And if we can combine our human capital with these emerging opportunities, Kerala can become a truly global hub for talent and innovation. With that, I would like to thank our panelists once again and for all of you for being such a patient audience. I hope the idea shared today will translate into concrete action that Kerala and India can take forward, enable, empower the youth of today to become global citizens and leaders of tomorrow. So thank you very much. And
Thank you, gentlemen. We would like to present you with a token of appreciation. Mr. Anup Kishore, SRG member, Planning Board, will now present everyone with mementos as a token of appreciation from our part. Please accept our gift, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. It was an amazing discussion. Now a picture to remember this day by. Now we have another session about job opportunities and skill requirements Australia. But Megan Lilly, Deputy Commissioner Jobs and Skills Australia, she couldn't make it personally, but she has sent her regards and a video. Let's hear it from Megan.
Hello, my name's Megan Bailey, and I'm Deputy Commissioner at Jobs and Skills Australia, and it's my great privilege to be invited to present to you today at your Skills Kerala Global Summit, focusing on empowering skills for a global future. And I really couldn't think of anything more important for all of us to be talking about. And I also think and believe that the more we share, the better we'll all be for that experience. And I also wish apologies that I wasn't able to get to India. I was very much looking forward to doing that, and particularly catching up with colleagues that I've worked with in India over many years, but unfortunately it was not possible this time. But I would like to share with you what we're doing here at Jobs and Skills Australia, focusing on some of the critical challenges that we have and how we're facing them, but also that others do as well. But before I start, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm on the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. They're our First Nation peak population, and I acknowledge their elders past and present. And this is a tradition that we do in Australia and consider it very important. In sharing today how we're tackling some of these issues around skills and actually meeting the needs of the future, I just want to share with you, first of all, a little bit about Jobs and Skills Australia, and then a little bit about Jobs and Skills Councils and some of the work that we're all collectively focusing on. First of all, Jobs and Skills Australia was established almost 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, and it was established by our Commonwealth Parliament, and it has legislative functions. And you can see those legislative functions there today. I don't propose to read them all to you, but I think you can see upon looking that it is about focusing on our current, emerging and future labour markets. Very, very important. Also looking at our skills and how well that's functioning and what's working and what's not. Looking at regional and remote Australia, rural, regional and remote Australia, we're a very big landmass, as are you, and it's important that we look at the needs of the both population across all of the geography. Also looking at pathways into and out of VET, we call it VET, I know you call it VET, and into higher education, and how those pathways are working, looking at other forms of disadvantage and how barriers can potentially be removed, including barrier and gender, and identifying that supply and demand and where the imbalances occur. And we've all had very significant skill shortages in Australia, particularly since COVID. And so, there's quite a challenge in terms of, making sure we've got the right skills in the right place in a very tight labour market. So we're looking at all of those issues, plus more, but they're the main things. That's what our legislation asks us to do. We also then have what we call the Commission of Outcomes. So these are 5 theming things that frame our work. And from here we develop our work and our projects and some of the bits and pieces that I'll take you through. But they are really about fostering inclusive participation, clearly understanding today's workforce, shaping Australia's future workforce, and I'll spend a bit more time on that. Optimising pathways and systems architecture, so looking at how we actually get the system working effectively and how it's contemporary and fit for purpose. And then activating an informed dialogue is really having a good and deep conversation around very, very important and often tricky issues around skilling in Australia. And actually, I would consider what this is today as part of that dialogue. That conversation between Australia and India, in my mind, is equally important and valuable, and the possibility to learn from each other. Part of the architecture that we also have is we have 10 Jobs and Skills Councils in Australia, and these Jobs and Skills Councils have been going for about 3 years, but they have some overlap with previous entities with our sector skills councils or industry skills councils. So we've had a few versions along the way, as I know you have. And in fact, when I was in India about a decade ago, we're looking at the establishment of your skills councils. So, you know, there's a lot of common ground in this. But our jobs and skills councils now actually have a bigger remit. They obviously develop training product, but they also look at sectoral issues, career information, workforce planning for the industry areas, and actually working with the system to make sure that blockages are removed. So much bigger remit. And they're really doing some terrific work and being very impactful in the process. So you can see the names of all of them there. The purple boxes for your benefit is really just a bit of a description about which industry sectors they cover at that more macro aggregate level. There's obviously many sectors within that, and you know that's sort of the vision that's been settled upon in Australia in terms of moving that forward. So Jobs and Skills Australia and Jobs and Skills Council do work together, and we work really closely together. But the actual Jobs and Skills Councils are independent companies. They are funded by the Commonwealth Government and report to the government. But we have very clear delineation of what we do and who does what. So Jobs and Skills Australia, you can see on that slide there, you know, data analysis, independent advice. We provide independent advice to our minister, and we provide independent advice across government to various portfolios on critical issues. We also look at labour market data. We use the data in CVR, so that's the National Centre for Vocational Education Research, that records our enrolments and other data around our training system, and particularly around apprenticeships and life completions, all those sorts of issues. And so we work with that data as well. And we also do major projects. The Jobs and Skills Council also do projects and use all of the data, but they only use it in their industry areas. So we do a whole of the company work, whereas they do work around their particular industry sector. What they also do, which is incredibly important, is have deep industry intelligence. They engage deeply with their sectors and their stakeholders within the sector. And importantly, that they like us, are established on a tripartite basis. So we have on our board, and we have engagement with employers, with unions, and with government for the training system. So that three-way relationship is a fundamental underpinning of how we go about our work and what we do. So moving along now, what I wanted to focus on is a little bit about the work of Jobs and Skills Australia and how it's contributing, and thinking about it in terms of, you know, empowering skills for a global future, which is obviously the title of your presentation today. So we do a lot of work around the labour market as it exists. And we have a number of indices that we either use the data and aggregate the data, or we collect some data ourselves, not much. Most of it we get from the various data agencies, and what we just integrate it. So, for instance, we have the Internet Vacancy Index, we have occupational shortage list, we have REOS, recruitment experience as an outlook survey, we have regional labour market indicators. We actually have much more than that, but that's just a snapshot of some of the monthly or quarterly labour market we collect, publish, and it informs decisions around the system. We also have some system level data, and by that we have what we call our national data asset. That really looks at our training system, and it looks at where enrolments occur, where employment occurs as a relation of enrolments, what type of qualifications, what type of income people earn after qualifications, whether they leave some form of income support pre and post qualification. So all of the benefits of undertaking a vocational program. Very, very powerful data set. This is all freely available on our website. You're very welcome to look. We also have skills, which we look at in terms of higher education data, but that one's less developed. That will grow and we'll expand that, and we'll have the full tertiary sector to look at. We also have Atlas, and Atlas looks at the labour market per statistical region for every region in this country, and that includes employment participation rates, unemployment rates, gender divide, qualification levels, all of that sort of thing around both lives and labour markets. So really important information for local providers and governments to do a lot of planning and to look at where challenges or barriers can be addressed, or if we get big national initiatives, what we might need to do in particular areas where they are occurring. What I want to focus on now is really some of the other bit of our work. So it's in our legislation to do what we call capacity or cohort studies, and this is the new piece of work, and it really does focus in on skills for a global future. So when we talk about a capacity study, you can see the pictures of the reports or the covers of the reports that we've done that have been released, some of them really quite recently. So for instance, the most recent report released is actually the one in the very bottom right-hand corner, and it's really about our Gen AI transition. So, you know, how generative AI is transforming work. It's augmenting jobs, and it is very uneven in its adoption, and that, what it's going to mean for skills and work, the workforce at large. It makes a number of recommendations about how the skilling system can be focused to help individuals grapple with the AI world that's really coming down upon all of us quite quickly. But it isn't just about the skilling system, it's actually looking at AI adoption in the workplace, how that's going, and what it's actually going to do to the future of jobs. And so it's not only about whether jobs will, get taken away by AI, or whether people will have the right skills to actually become part of the AI journey. We landed very much on the side that this is going to be largely an augmentation story, so that jobs will be augmented by AI as opposed to automated out, although there clearly will be some of that, and that's sort of the nature of some of those transitions. But we have an optimistic view on the future of AI, our workforce, and actually being able to sort of tackle that great challenge, but also that great opportunity around AI. So it's a really important focus for the future for us. And of course, we need very significant underpinning and capability uplift around all of those things. So that will become quite a priority we're focusing on. We also recently released work on gender, looking at the gender occupational analysis of the Australian workforce and pay gap in relation to that. So that was a really deep look at how that plays out in our workforce, what it means, and perhaps where some strategies can occur. But you can see from what's on your slide in front of you that, we've also looked at the early childhood education profession. We've got a growing early education care sector in this country and need many more people in it. How can we best grow that workforce so that we can have a quality care sector? But we're also looking at essential ingredient. That one's about the supply chain, and I think we're all aware of how important food supply is in keeping that robust and in good flow. There's also the clean energy generation report. That's a couple of years old now, but that really is really about the shift to renewables and what it does and what it does for the workforce in terms of that transition from largely fossil fuel industries into renewable-based energy generation, and the redistribution that occurs around that in terms of the jobs being spread geographically, but also having to rewire the nation as a process. And one thing that that report identified for us, that we are very short of electrical workers, and that we need to do a lot of work to train up a lot more electricians or electrotechnologists, just really to meet that demand, even by 2030, which is 5 years away. So we have a huge amount of work to do in that space. So these reports not only look at the future and build scenarios and projections out, but they also quantify need and demand and actually help us grapple with those really, really important things in terms of managing the skills for the future. The next area that I want to talk about, this is the project that I have responsibility for at Skills Australia, and I'm really delighted to be doing this. And we're developing a national skills taxonomy, and we're leaning very heavily into a skills-first approach, both underpinning the taxonomy but also the application of it. And there is a number of initiatives around the world, in fact, a growing number of countries that are really either developing their own taxonomies or embracing pre-existing taxonomies, but also really doing a lot of work around a skills approach. And it's not to suggest that qualifications don't matter, because qualifications always matter. But this is the post, this is beyond qualifications, but people are gathering all of that experience. How can we actually understand what that is and how we keep describing it and giving it a value in terms of the workplace, but also how does that integrate qualifications in a more meaningful way? So in developing taxonomy, the first thing that we're doing may sound fairly self-obvious, actually coming up with a definition of skill. And there has been a number of definitions over time, but not one that's been universally adopted. They have particular purposes. And we have worked on developing a new definition that will apply to our tertiary sector. So the big focus in Australia now is tertiary sector, and that is vocational and higher education, and a more joined up, connected, coherent system. And that's a major priority. They've just released and established a council to actually work to create this more connected coherence. So a lot of work around that. And in developing the taxonomy and the definition is a really critical one. We need a definition that is broad enough to embrace all of it. And so that really fundamentally gets us moving beyond tasks. And so that's a piece of work that we're really looking at the moment, and then looking at how we design this taxonomy. There are a number of reasons for a new skills infrastructure. You can see it actually, what we're developing is a language, it's not a metric, it's a language for skills. And it will really give a common language for both the education sector, the employment sector, and indeed the individual. It will also be a language that can be used across lifelong learning and actually cross-sectoral. And it will enable or support labour mobility, give business recognition points. And so a common language that skills connections is really what we're focusing on. And it will underpin a lot of our tertiary harmonisation, but also a lot of our Gen AI and all these sorts of things that will actually create a new framing for a lot of the things that we need to tackle into the future. Here's just a quick example of what a skills-first approach can look like in terms of if you take a skill-based view of what a senior account manager actually does, what sort of skills they have. And if you actually look at it, really is identifying the skills they have, skills they bring to it, skills they've obtained elsewhere. You can obtain skills from that learning environment. It can be in work, it can also be in the community or daily life. And also helps identify skills people like to develop. So that's an important sort of where I am now, where can I go with this, and what can it look like for me? And it is in the language of skills, it's not in the language of curriculum or courseware. And that's a really important thing because it actually makes it more accessible to employers, to individuals, and indeed reaching into the education system. And so I think you can see that some of those skills that underpin the role of being a senior account manager are clearly identifiable. They make sense. They're understood, and we can use them to translate that person's life and working experience. In terms of the actual skills taxonomy, we are taking the view that skills are both visible and portable. It really underpins and supports upskilling and reskilling. It does support better job matching, and that's really, really important in the tight market when our labour market is as efficient as possible, and also workforce planning clearly role there. It would also hopefully reduce training duplication where people get channeled into things because it's just a pre-existing qualification rather than recognising where the skills are at and where they could be developed more. And it also looks at innovation and other forms of inclusion. So we're quite hopeful that this will actually be really significant underpinning for many of the other reforms that we're embarking upon at the moment. We are in a dialogue with a number of countries internationally that have either developed a taxonomy or are developing their taxonomy or have a skills-first approach. So that growing movement is really quite significant. I think my time's up. That was just a very quick snapshot of some of the things that are happening in Skills Australia, and indeed, indeed in Australia, and where we're putting our energy and our focus to tackle the challenges that we face and you face. I'll be delighted to keep this conversation going. Everything I've shared with you today is available on our webpage. I really encourage you to have a look. and have a look at the data and have a look at how we're doing a really strong evidence base to support the reforms so that we can establish our system, our labour market and our workforce to be as best prepared for the future as possible. Thank you so much for inviting me. It was my pleasure and I hope to be there in person before too long. Thank you.
Well, thus we come to an end session. Now we break for lunch. Please be back for the next session at 2 o'clock. We start the next session at 2 o'clock. Please have your lunch and come back for the next session. It's about talent mobility and global skill partnership. I request everyone to please take a break for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock so that we can start the next session on time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We break for lunch now.
and all the brilliant minds gathered here today. I'm Kira Ben Paul, and it is my absolute privilege to welcome you all to the Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025. This summit is more than just a platform. It is a meeting ground of visionaries, change makers, and trailblazers who are redefining what it means to succeed in a world powered by skills. Here, at the Opportunity Day, we will be exploring new opportunities that are reshaping employment and work, from the rise of the gig economy and freelancing to the power of skills over degrees, the entrepreneurial spirit that is transforming learning and careers. Over the next few hours, we'll hear from leaders who have transformed industries, entrepreneurs who dare to dream, and thinkers who are bridging the future with the present. We are actually supposed to start with a keynote address by the minister, but he will be arriving shortly. So we are directly moving ahead with the panel discussions. In today's interconnected world, talent is everywhere, but opportunities are not always evenly distributed. This session explores the global skill gap. The demand is high, supply is limited, and how education industry and innovation can bridge this gap. We are joined by a distinguished panel of leaders who bring global perspectives to this challenge. For this session, we're privileged to have with us an esteemed panel of leaders. Dr. Ajaya Kumar, COO, Emercom, Prashasti Rastogi, Senior Director, Education and Government, Coursera, Saurabh Garg, co-founder and chief business officer, No Broker Jodhpur, Siddharth Verma, founder and executive director, Brainstem Limited, and Sunil Dahia, executive vice president, Vatwani Foundation. And to moderate this session, we have with us Dr. Arun Surendran, principal and strategic director, Trinity College of Engineering. I invite all the dignitaries onto the dais, and I'm handing over the session to Dr. Arun and the panel. Please join me in welcoming all the dignitaries onto the dais.
A very good afternoon. I hope everybody had a sumptuous lunch. This is the first session. We are always waiting for Honorable Minister Kelu sir to come. So in case he arrives, we'll have this as interval session. So this is the first half or otherwise of the session. Okay, I'm very, very happy to have here four distinguished experts in the area of skilling. They have already been introduced. So I'll start from Sid because he has come, I think, the farthest to attend the skilling program. So brainstem is your business. And I'm assuming, since you have done research on me as well, you must have done quite a bit of research on Kerala. What do you see as the unique advantages of skilling?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And yes, I have a couple. So in terms of if there's a prize for who's the longest to come here, maybe on the panel, I win that prize. I think so I've been in Australia for 25 years now, and when you stay away from India for you start to have a different perspective of what is happening in India. Uh, when you leave the country, you still have a lot of India in your heart. Still miss home. I still miss home. As you start to look at what's happening in the local economy, which is in Australia, and what's happening in the Indian economy. And I think the last 10 years, if you see, India has accelerated on the global scale. And if you narrow down even further to what's happening in Kerala, you know, the ministers were talking about opening address about the knowledge economy. Uh, and it's no surprise when our consul general was talking about when you look at the healthcare workers in Melbourne, most of them come from this part of it. So I think the state is 100% literacy, and all those sort of numbers talk proudly about the achievements of Kerala as a state and the people. I think the challenge that lies ahead, I'm sure we'll talk about it, is the way the industry is moving so quickly. How does the state continue to keep that advantage, not only within India, but on a global scale?
Sunilji, you're familiar with Madhwani Foundation's work and you have connected with colleges as well as leading agencies at scale. So, what do you see as Kerala's big advantage?
Sure. Thank you. And good afternoon. Actually, if we look at it from, uh, of course, we work across the states, working on the space where we are providing jobs. Let's get the jobs. And the other space is creating. And why I touched upon both the sides because Kerala is very important from this perspective. So if I break this into two parts, when we look at it in terms of student fulfilling the job and the industry 4.0 unfolding, Kerala, maybe I include the southern part of India as well, however, very specific to Kerala. Key aspect which we are seeing is on the industry side, AI is changing many job roles. So industry and application of that. Kerala is it's one of the front in this part, in the industry side. Now come talents in the state. So we work with the state in, whether it's ASAP or some great private, some examples in the state. One aspect which comes out is the language is a strength here in terms of English and picking that up. The whole hunger to start something in terms of startup, in terms of working on an idea, and that piece we are seeing great traction in the state. So from that perspective, one aspect, industry who is driving both the forces, because even the ideas in the startup world is that, as well as the people who are going to join them. So we see that as a good movement in terms of adapting those changes and moving fast. It's said, industry is changing almost every 6 months. In fact, earlier we thought that industries which will not get impacted are getting impacted, but it's giving birth to new job roles. As if a talent adopts this faster, and that's the key. state, and I think that's going to be front runner in that space. Thank you.
Ajay sir is somebody who's based out Middle East. You're quite familiar with the Kerala diaspora and how things are changing. And I think as a frequent visitor, we're changing things in Kerala. So what are the advantages? You're meeting many nationalities as well.
Good afternoon. Actually, having spent 3 decades in the Middle East, I never miss home hometown, because I keep coming here, and I have very strong roots, contacts. I maintain my relationship hometown, and also various activities that we conduct. And how Kerala can build the advantage in the global scenario. We always have a tendency to compare ourselves with the global standards. Instead, I would say that how can we be world leaders in education, innovation, and also skill. Yeah, we need to set standards, and we are not very far from there, because we have a very strong system. The CBSE, and there are a lot of state institutions have a very strong schooling system in our country across. When poor, they can afford basic education system based on knowledge based. Whereas in the West, children have been, like, they have gone to CBSE, and they have also gone to the UK syllabus. So I've compared both, and one is practical based, the other one is mostly the knowledge based. So we find that the only problem I see is there is not one single regulatory in our country. It's CBSE and boards. I prefer having one regulatory controlling the education system, at least the basic education system in the country. And number two is that when we go to universities, that problem, the complexity multiplies, because there are deemed universities, there are statewide universities, and I'm not forgetting the fact that we have NITs and NIT. So take the example of chartered accountants, instead of chartered accountants of India. They are the leaders. The chartered accountants educated coming from India, other accountants, finance managers, CFOs all over the world. If chartered accountants in create this kind of a set, why IITs are there? I'm not forgetting that fact also. IITs, NITs. So if we want to have that, we can be the center in the industry. I work for an IT, which is the system integrator. We have around 1,500 employees, out of which 80 to 90% are Indians, and 60% of them come from India. The only problem that we face is whenever we recruit fresh graduates, they are not updated, or they are not upskilling themselves. The traditional engineering course is not enough for them to secure a job. I think that is something that we need to prioritize, and that is not with the government fund. This can be done by the corporates, it can be done by even local bodies, and there's funds available. Even at individual levels, people should skill themselves to compete with the world.
Thank you. Saurabh, probably relationship with Kerala started meeting me, which was 30 years ago. We stayed in the hostel back in Bombay. And then, of course, you have previous businesses also, you had in Kerala, so not somebody. And I think no broker also, the most customers might be Malayalis in Bangalore when you start. So you're quite familiar with the situation. So how do you see Kerala's unique advantage?
I think like Arun said that I keep visiting Kerala often. It's always a great experience whenever I'm. So look, I think what Ajay and Sid mentioned, one biggest thing which I see is that go anywhere in the world, you'll find people from Kerala are in that place. That made me think about, okay, what is it that is unique about people from Kerala that they're present across the world? And I really think, of course, one is the language education, but more than that, adaptability. I think the biggest thing which you find in Malayalis is that they can adapt themselves. In my previous business, also, a lot of people who are from Kerala. The person who heads up efforts, he's from Kerala. He didn't start as a he started as a data science guy. Over a period of time, he kept on adapting himself, and now he's probably one of the best AI guys in the country. So I think I see that adaptability, that ability to learn, improve. I think that's the biggest asset which Malayalis have, which gives them a unique advantage.
Do you see that quality or characteristics is it as we go by, or are less acceptable with the generation after generation?
I'm not that old, so I don't know that. But I, I think it is improving. I see that the technology is something really difficult to adapt as you become older. But I'm seeing that even that people are adapting themselves. I mean, I'm sure if you just check in this room itself, chat GPT or GPT. So I think people are adapting to things very, very fast. And that is something that is increasing with time.
The reason I brought that up is because the previous that I was more Saraj is the started in Palakkad, they quickly fit it women. So there is a trend of reverse migration also, and people preferring to work in their home in many companies. So skill is also necessary.
Of course, a lot of our folks now, for example, work from home. We have around 4,000 people. 30% of that work from home, managing the entire thing from home.
Sid, I'll come back to you with a very unique question. Brainstem. We had a recent report that said 60% of take up STEM, whereas 60 to 70% in Northern India, they prefer commerce in the subjects. Globally, you see, I think as we get to a more and more tech world, we important for everybody to have a solid STEM. So, would you consider STEM to be basic? You're in accountancy. You should have basic STEM and start working in what world.
So, I mean, I could talk all day about this. Like we don't have all day, but when we so brainstem for the audience, it's a not-for-profit organization that I've been running for 10 years, and it runs mentoring programs for high school students. We take students who are in 9th standard, 10th standard, and we have them scientists in universities, and they go through a 12-week mentoring program. So we present to them the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the World Economic Forum skills. They go to the university labs, they learn. But we don't enforce that they have to learn how to do a chemistry. It's more about understanding problem solving critical. And the other thing also, which is different from Australia global point of view, is there's a lot of single sex schools. This is all boys. When you go talk to all girls schools, everyone is there is no gender difference between boys do more, girls do more things. Understand? We go to co-education represent what you're seeing in many parts of the world. So the gender equity or gender equality, two very different conversations, are there in every part of the world. To go back to your question about STEM is an important skill to have, I think I ran a workshop about school students and we asked them, can you pick one job that does not require STEM skills? And they'll say, newspaper delivery boy. I was like, okay, newspaper delivery boy, if you're on a bicycle, that requires STEM skills, angle of throw, speed. You're a janitor, you're cleaning, you're cleaning floors, chemicals, water, composition of that. So STEM is not just about becoming an engineer or a doctor. It's there in every single job that we're doing. And if you go and look at most successful companies around the world, they might not have done a STEM degree. If you look at CEOs of big companies, not all of them are engineers, but they're running big tech.
So it's a basic skill to have. Everybody has it. I mean, and whether you do chemistry or maths, everyone should do in school. It's important. But besides that, it's pretty open. It's pretty good. It's a important skill to have.
Visit colleges, you find the same great adaptability. Are colleges ready to adapt to the changes in this environment? Or do you find the inertia among the faculty?
Yeah. So let me. Okay. See, when it comes to education and the higher education, specifically picked up on the higher education side. One aspect which is opening up for higher education, or I should say higher education, should catch up. Industry is going to change, and roles are going to go, and roles are going to come. Now, in general, when we say AI, the answer starts with ChatGPT, maybe goes slightly higher. But take an example. There's BTech science. Now time has come when there are certain universities talking about BTech science, AI, BTech computer science, AI in healthcare. So now, if that is forward-looking direction, honestly, the answer of because if this is going to affect any mind, especially any of these, from that perspective, if you look at this, which is getting prepared, they need to adapt. So I think one of the key aspects which I see for the students in higher education is to now get to creative and adaptability. And I think Sir said about adaptability. Creative thinking is big, irrespective you are in. Because I think this it is something, ask any of our college students, can you write a prompt of 18 pages? And they'll say 18 pages talking. So prompt is that is the next way forward. But in any of the retail, beauty, wellness, doesn't matter. So that's the way I see it. And the students are at a stage where they started off using ChatGPT for some other things, projects, that, all that stuff is happening. But slowly it will change to what can AI do to fit the industry. So certainly, fly. Start, rallying.
So I think more hackathons, ideathons, that would be the way to go to actually discover areas. Ajay, if you look at the traditional Kerala education, something that exists 100 years, you can see that everybody was taught a little bit of Ayurveda at the school. Everybody was taught music. Everybody was taught poetry. Everybody, because there was no television, could learn astronomy, and then that transformed into astrology. So you could see that skills were given towards leading a very healthy, fulfilling life rather than going for a job. And art was a very important part of it. And somebody with a curation background like yours, when you see AI coming so strongly, how do you perceive the next 5 to 10 years of arts and artist skills that you should acquire?
No matter how much our AI advances, I'm pretty sure that humans are much more creative. So art is one such area I believe that AI can never, ever compete beat. Because if you take example of I don't think even any AI machine today can conceive or come up with a better mudra or with a better play. So especially the classical arts, something no technology can beat ever. And as you rightly mentioned, before we had why don't we watch classical art? Because it takes 3 hours, 5 hours, even Bengali performance takes 12 hours to watch. Do we have time? That's one thing. But what it taught us that the life at a slow pace also needs to be appreciated. So we used to enjoy Kathakali for 2 hours. Today it has come up to a level of 3 or 4 hours, but still it's 3 to 4 hours. It's not that bad compared to other art forms. So art is one area, and just answering Mr. Sid said question answer. I don't believe that a particular skill set. To have knowledge, the basic knowledge of everything, then you need to figure out what you like the most, what you like to do the most. That's what is going to be your career. And once you appreciate, once you start enjoying it, you don't like working, right? You take my example. I was working, my profession is business, and I was working for a FMCG company, and I happened to, by chance, I happened to go to an IT company, and today I'm CEO without knowing anything about IT. I really don't know anything about IT. I don't even know the technological terms, but still I managed to. So it's all about, it's not about skill. There are people who are skilled to do the skill job. At a certain age, it's the human touch, the empathy, the human value, the things I think take someone to higher levels.
When we were doing our meetup, the word startup had just begun to percolate in 1996, and skill wasn't there in the vocabulary till the last 10 years ago. I think we have done fairly okay in life without being highly skilled. Technically skills that as achievers, what fundamental characteristics that every student in India must ensure that they have for success in today's world.
Yeah. So I think I'll speak more from startup and entrepreneurship perspective. I think there are some things which are very important. First, I think it's about solving a problem, breaking the problem into fundamentals and then solving that problem. Uh, because if you look at the young people today, they are digitally native, right? So they are smarter than what we were when we were that age. I mean, just to give an example, my son, who is 4 years old, my phone did a Google Lens, ordered something on Amazon. 4-year-old kid, just so I think those guys come very naturally to them. But what doesn't naturally is uh, problem solving, understanding customer problem. Writing the code is easy, but it is not the solution. It is the problem which is important, and find a solution for it. I mean, when I was starting my broker, 11 years back, uh, there was another company which raised $100 million, and beautiful product. UI was amazing, and the product was out of the world. They were not solving any problem. The problem was that there is 1,80,000 crores in brokerage. Nobody was solving that. So that solution is not important. So focus on the customer, focus on the problem. That is one. Second, uh, I think communication is very important. You know, when you're building something, when you're creating something, you have to sell it to your customers, you have to sell it to your investors, present it in the right. I think that's a very important skill. Typically, people from engineering background suffer from it. You know, so we typically figure out that we're not great communicators. We struggle with that. So I think that's a skill which has to be developed. Uh, Thirdly, I would say resilience, at least in the startup. Uh, we come to me and say, India's first easy for you. It's never been easy. We have seen almost any time when we were close to just getting shut down. So I think resilience, I always say that you have to be irrationally optimistic as a startup guy. You make sure that you believe in your idea, you keep working on it, sometimes to the extent of being irrational. So I think that is again something which is important. And lastly, I think in this world of quick commerce and Instagram reels, our attention span has come down. Everything we want quickly. We want the result to come quickly. So I think
that ability to focus, spend time without any distractions on a problem. Maybe it takes 4 hours, maybe it takes 8 hours. I mean, just work on that. That is something which is very underrated, but I think it's extremely important to have something like that. Uninterrupted, focusing, deep work, solving.
La- Last month, I had the opportunity to sit down with Dr. Somnath, the previous Saro. So I asked him how he was such an excellent communicator because the first time we had a chairman who explained to people, even to school kids, and then and success as well. He said he looked at it as skills. Very good at it, being a typical engineer, but then he realized 3 days superiors, those who work for you. Three different types of communication. So I'll take that and come to you. What you say. One of the great things which I think ChatGPT and all the other AI is bringing is the art of image. So if you look in Indian educational system again, Prashna was always important. The student could raise the question and the guru was supposed to give the answer, not the current system. Teacher will ask the question. Asking the right question. How do you think we can get better with that skill and how important is that in modern world?
Were you reading my mind? Because when you were talking about something that I talk to, when I talk to startups, I mentor and coach startup founders, and most startup founders make the mistake of asking themselves easy questions. They like to give answers to themselves and feel happy about it. And then, as a coach, I come in and ask the hard questions, which they don't have answers to. Then they have to go and find the answers. The magic in this is that most people underestimate the power of a question, overestimate the value of an answer. It should be the other way around. You should deeply appreciate the power of a question. And if the question is good enough, the answer is fine. Right. To go back to the idea of the art of how do you ask? I think it, Laura was saying that you have to get comfortable feeling uncomfortable and knowing. The biggest example, and I know Melbourne was the most locked down city when COVID was. Out of 365 days, we had 175 days of lockdown. Right? The world had completely changed. And when the world around you is changing so quickly, you're looking for answers and you don't know how to get them. And it taught us resilience. It taught us how to find our way through it. It taught us to think. We had to draw these 5 kilometer circles to find means in which to meet our friends. We were finding answers to problems that were just normal for a long time. And many people became better at finding answers to the two challenges. That's the best example of critical thinking and problem solving with the whole behavioral. So I think getting uncomfortable with discomfort gives you the opportunity to get imperfect answers. And I think everyone in this room is want to learn a new skill, whatever it might be. You want to paint, or you want to dance, or you want to sing, or whatever. If you start doing it for the first time and you are really, really, really bad at it, that's because you're stepping out of your comfort. If you don't suck at it, you're not doing good. You should be terrible at it at the beginning. It's like when you learn how to ride a bike, you fall down 100 times, and then you ride a bike. You're terrible at the beginning. So it's something that you want to do. Ready to be horrible at it, and then soon you'll get better. And then find the next thing to be horrible at it. And then
Keep yourself always at the bottom of the ladder of some learning curve.
be humble, be humble.
Sort of remember the backlash when you guys were in Bangalore and then they ended up gold flexing their company. Still want brokers to find broker work. So we have a world teacher.com. Careful and diplomatic.
See, when we look at the birth cycle of a child, or let's say age of 18 to 25, or even post-job, the trend which is going towards is personalization. So the everything is getting personalized. Now, is it possible that I say in my class to my teacher, I want to answer everything in voice. I don't want you to written answers. Another child says, I'll prepare a video and give you. I can talk in front of people, but don't ask me to fill up my choice questions. So individualized learning is the way forward. In terms of where is technology heading, is that aspect which is getting prominent. If we can recognize the learning pattern of an individual, then for him or her, learning your way makes a hell lot of difference. People learn differently, but we still are in a system where, assuming there's a class and there's a role of a learner, a role of a trainer. No doubt, I think we still have time when, trainer can fully become a global facilitator. If so the moment you look at a teacher standpoint, mapping these 5 or 10 different ways of learning is the future from there. Let me share with you something which we did as a pilot, and now it's scaled up now. 200,000 students are using it. We created this AI My Tutor. It's called My Tutor. It's on the mobile. And now they don't have a fear that what if I ask a wrong question in class? What will teacher say? Will my friends laugh? Now he just have to put a earphone and then say, no, I did like this example. Give this your example. And it is easy. I still didn't understand. Give me some quiz. It makes 2 questions. So now what? Those students who are, shy of talking, they started learning. There, what happened is if you guardrail the learning properly, you do not let them go out of it, and let them speak whatever they want to ask. Maybe even it could be, I don't feel like studying anymore. No problem. There's a way to handle that. From that perspective, I think from but no doubt at this point, trainers have to be, get into a different mode of facilitation. And if that can become the reality, we are still a long way from there. But if that can happen, I must share this with you. When we go to colleges and we say there's a AI agent way of learning, and along with yourself, it's hybrid learning. Students will come out very, very charged. Sorry to say, teachers fight the battle. So it's like that. But yes, it is getting better and better. But those who catch it, then they realize how good it is to create in the class. You can create a quiz. You can give 7 different kind of examples. One right from the local team, global example, different languages. So that is making the whole thing different. But yes, both these are good to the game. Thank you.
Ajay Kumar, I think we touched upon this in your comments here about professional bodies setting the standards and then making sure. If you look at the coloring system, the colorified system that we have, for example, you are at your own pace learn. Then the coloring decides if you have become good enough. If you are learning, Assign is only a few years more structure than you are. Now, if we are bringing something like highly personalized learning system, what do we do for, because in India quality control is a big issue. So we need a regulatory body. So how can we leverage the to ensure people who come at different fields can also succeed? What's your take on that?
I think quality control, they are put to test on a job, quality control, right? So I don't actually believe in a quality control system universities, because having seen majority of the fresh graduates from all over the world, I really don't see much difference between the graduates or the outside graduates. So quality control is something which I think maybe not the right way of putting it. How many of you have heard about book club? You have heard. So volatile, certain complex and ambiguous words. This is how American soldiers have been trained. Right? So prepare your children to take the right decisions, to do what they like the most. A recent Harvard study says that how do you decide? How do you know that this is good for me? So you need to first think about like in the next 10 years, whether this decision I would regret or not. So that's something that you need to think first before choosing something. And how do you know that? So for that, now today there are two important decisions like whether it is marriage or career is always decided by the community, by the society, parents or the teachers. It's all decided by the societal pressures. So how do you overcome that part? So I would say that there are four kind of sites that everyone has. One is insight. What is insight? That comes from the knowledge, I mean, from the past, what you have come across, what others have experienced. So you can so insight, and others insight. You can take opinion. Then there is plain sight. That is the present. Okay, the plain sight means you get to know what's happening today. Then you have insight. Insight mostly comes from knowledge, your understanding of the subject, the way you read things. So this is insight. From insight, you get foresight. So that foresight helps you to take the right decisions. So these are the four methods everyone, even including us, that we should be using before taking a decision. Keep doing what you like the most. Believe me, if you do anything for 10 hours a day for the next 3 years, you have done 10,000 hours. Robin Sharma says, you will be a master of that. Even if you don't sing, you don't know how to act, you will be a master of that.
Probably showing us how he is such a successful author as well. Who are multiple management and so thank you for beautifully putting it, insight. Uh, sort of, you mentioned colleague, Mallu colleague, Malayali colleague who mastered AI, despite data science, but I'm thinking he is able to do that in the context, right? Despite what's the what do you see as the next few skills that should be highly contextualized? It doesn't matter which field you belong to, but something that you should pick up and then use in.
Sure. I think before coming to that, this very interesting question which you asked, Sid, and I want to just remembered something. Just put on that. One of our professors at IIM Ahmedabad used to do a lot of consulting for companies. He realized that he was giving them presentations after consulting, and nobody uses it. So I'll flip it. So I will do all the work. You have to come and ask me questions. For each question, I will charge. So he just changed the entire thing. And I think it became coming to the question which you asked. I do think there are three, four things which are very important. One, uh, being curious. I think that's extremely important. If you're curious, if you are willing to uh, I mean, whatever happens in the future, you can adapt to, you can do things, and you can keep on working on that. So this is very very important context where AI will change a lot of things. For example, just look at coding. You don't really need to sit and code them. You probably just use a cloud or you use a chat. Again, a lot of coding will happen with that. But what is more important is what is the problem and how you are defining the problem. I think that's
again will be very important. It's thinking from first principles and starting from there and making sure that you do something which is useful and solving somebody's problem. Because you can build something which is grand, but it doesn't solve any problem. It doesn't make sense. So I think taking something with the first principles, being curious, and I think what is going to become more important is understanding behavior, especially how the humans interact with various technologies in the future, what are the things, because nobody would have assumed 20 years back that everybody would be just doing everything through the interaction has just changed. And we don't know what it's going to be 10 years later. Already, Meta is talking about smart glasses. So the entire what is going to be the product which will has evolved so much. So I think it's important to just be curious, learning and reading yourself. That is going to be very, very important.
Curiosity and learning mentioned. What are the things you'd like to add to that?
So there's a couple of examples I want to share with you. First one is, so whenever I'm mentoring corporate executives or middle managers, uh, I talk about the circle of five, which is you are the average of the five people you spend most of your time with, right? So if you want to become a good artist, and if you don't know anything about art, look up five amazing artists. They, see what they're talking about. Who are they? Who are they reading? Who are they talking about? Go to the exhibit, and you will start to build and become a better artist. Whatever you want to become better at, find five other people who are amazing at that, and you should be the stupidest or the dumbest person in that circle of five. And if you spend be physical people next to you, could be as you spend more time with them, you will soon become more skilled at that space. So being curious. At some point in time, you will become the smartest person in that circle. And that's when you start giving back. By that time, you build the skill of giving back to people. And find the next circle of so that you keep on growing in your life. So that's important. The second thing I think, which is also important from being is, we always talk about being aware of our surroundings. If we walk in the road and there's a pothole, or there's a traffic jam, or there's something that's not right, we can either complain about it and say, "Oh, that's horrible. That's somebody else's job. Should have fixed it," or you find a way or think how that can be done. You might not have the ability or the power to fix it, but in your mind, you'll be able to solve a problem. And when you start observing things like these places, while you might not land up going and solving problems, you become the kind of person who builds the skills to become a problem solver. Because I'll tell you, every single employer, if their employers in this room who are looking for a job, when you go apply for a job, the employer does not want to know what degree you got. They want to find out how soon can you start working and start being effective at the job. Because after the degree will only get you to the door. They will not keep you there. If you are not solving problems of working, they'll throw you out. And that engineering degree or whatever degree is going to be no use. And the last one is when someone asks you, tell me about yourself, and you say your first answer is, I'm the director of, I'm the manager at, I'm the CEO of, you already failed because your identity, because when you start young, you don't have your identity. You are building value for yourself based on where you work, what your title is. After a few years, you stop talking about this, or either you get fired from your job, then you're not spend more time trying to build your identity about who you are as a person. The titles will come in.
Reminds me that I'm the moderator. I pick the watch. That's my role. I think we have to one question for all of you experts, and that is at the government level, what kind of policy changes are absolutely almost immediate can be bridged? That's for everybody. We'll start with Smriti.
Okay. See, from the policy level, it's very important from one is the good talent India, whether it's states, whether it is center, or even if you go to a local level, it's important that we start training students equally for jobs, joining jobs, and creating jobs. This has now become almost like a mandatory thing. Without naming a state, I visited one very small state. Message written on the top was one family, one entrepreneur. This starts from class 6 in the school. So when I met some students who heard from there, I was amazed. Somebody doing, care business after doing ITI and now doing care business. So this aspect of entrepreneurship, or maybe I don't mean entrepreneurship, maybe self-employment, micro entrepreneurship, and moving that area. If that is instilled from policy perspective, right from beginning, and nowadays, if it's also true that any of the education institution, if you look at take ITI, take polytechnics, take college, at the end of it, when you look at it, there are 30 students in a batch. How many of them got into a job? How many of them got into a job and now moved on their own? And how many of them can be facilitated there only to move on their own? But this requires policy intervention, resources being available, uh, let's say, where do they get funds from, and various things. Because it's a system to be created at a policy level which motivates this. And from that perspective, I think this could be a big way forward.
I think some data-driven accountability, educational and training institutions.
Yeah, I would briefly say 2 points. One, I think, as Sunil sir mentioned, instead of job seekers, they should be job providers, whatever entrepreneur, self-employment, whatever it is. So I think that mindset has to be changed, not just for the students, even for the teachers and the parents, the society. So that is where government can actually come up with the necessary policies and necessary, say for example, to educate our society so that more and more of the entrepreneurs will come. That's one. Number two is the the internship that we need to have for our colleges. Forget about the school. Schools need to have knowledge-based system, but for the college, irrespective of the course, if somebody is taking journalism, he should be having an internship at least for 6 months with the newspaper agency or PR or whatever relevant to his course. So I think these two are
Uh, I think two places where things have to change. Then teaching them in schools, we should teach them problem solving. How it can be done is when it could be internship, it could be live projects. Right? So you're working on a real problem and you're solving that. You don't need to learn anything. For example, if you're learning physics or if you're learning coding, you don't need to learn it through being on the blackboard, right? You can learn it solving a real life problem. So that gives you a better context. So I think clearly all the education should be more focused towards problem solving and not teaching them tools. Second, I think there has to be a way that encourages risk taking, so that people can actually not be afraid of what if I fail. I think that needs to be important because we as a society are very risk averse society. We always think about kind of from a middle class. What if I fail? I will not be able to feed my family and all those things. Take away that, give them freedom to go and take risks. Some of us are that we went to an institute that gave us that advantage that even if we fail, we can still get a good job, right? So we could do that. Not everybody has that privilege. How do you
provide that. I think that is something which is very, very important. If we really need to make this nation have more entrepreneurship and more enterprises to come.
Uh, the previous, before I come to you, say, the previous question in had one about inclusive skilling. So Anand Lakshmi was talking about how, as a blind person, 1990 she could not pursue her PhD because binocular lenses speed was 3 words per minute. By 2010, she had technology so that she was the fastest in the 300 words per minute. So, the risk taking that she wants to do PhD, and that's quite important. And she was talking about how disabled people automatically have the risk taking because just getting across from the room itself involves a risk that we can take. And the, one of the frequent things that I remind my students in my college is that the opposite of risk is not safety. Opposite of risk in modern India is regret. If you don't take it now, 20 years from now, you will become that uncle who keeps telling, I would have done this, we would have had. Okay, so now,
Mark Zuckerberg says exactly the same thing. Not taking risk is the biggest risk.
so what are the fundamental things that they look for in terms of curiosity, risk taking? What else? Do you have?
Yeah, I mean, I think go back to what you say. There's only two options anyone should have. Sorry, two questions you should ask before doing anything. Is it risky or is it dangerous? If it's dangerous, don't do it. If it's risky, do it. Because if they say it's not worth doing, right? Those are the only two options. That's how you should think about it. No, I think go back to the point you're talking about how the visually impaired person was able to progress forward. I think the narrative that a lot of people have is about when people have certain handicaps that, oh my God, something is missing, something is wrong, something more, or something special needs to be done, something special needs something different needs to be done. I think what we forget is that the most amount of innovation and the significant benefit to our society comes from designing solutions for people that have got less access to resources. Because we are able to build a society that is able to help people with little, then the ones who have more resources can do significantly more amount of work with it. So by doing more for people who have got less, has a exponential benefit to the overall society. If you look at, for example, I'm a big Formula One fan, right? I watch Formula One. Unfortunately, in Australia, all the Formula One races at 1 o'clock in the morning. They go to bed, eat my dinner, then wake up and watch the race. The point being, they are the cars at the top of the game. You know, few engines, nothing else. But that has led to the design of so many cars after that. Now, cars on the road are not Formula cars. I might feel like I'm a Formula driver, but the technology in those has come from that. So I think that's where the value comes from. That you find people who have got less, solve their problems, for every single one in this room. Find people who got problems, solve them, is significantly better person in your personal and professional.
Similar with space technology. I mean, that solves so many problems for a very particular niche, but it trickles down to all of us having better technology. So, I think we have spent 1 hour, did not feel like an hour, it was a wonderful conversation. Any closing remarks with you?
I think, as I said in the beginning, creative thinking, adaptability, with problem solving in the mind. This is the way forward. And I think another aspect is it's not AI alone, it's AI and HI which is going to be success mantra.
Very glad that this did not end up with learn Python and not Java.
I would say two things. One, eliminate distraction and embrace boredom. Because we have too many distractions and this era of information overloaded. We are not bored. We don't know how to enjoy boredom. So I think these two we need to teach our younger generation.
Uh, I would just say that this is the best time to actually take risks. We should think of we can use so many technologies
more if you have to start something to do that. So take risk and also says who's the most logical person who says that with logic you can go from A to B, but with imagination you can go anywhere. So I think just imagine the most logical person saying that.
So I'll say something controversial. Okay, so maybe I saved it to the
Yeah.
last, not by design. So first of all this story about find your passion, find your purpose, it's all rubbish. Okay, because ultimately everybody wants to earn a decent wage and live a good life. When you are in your 20s, you have no idea what you're passionate about. You have no idea what your purpose in life is. People in their 70s also don't know what their purpose is. So when you are in the early years of your life, work hard, get and start to play along the way, passion and your purpose. You will show up at the when you are ready for it. Start your life thinking about this is what I'm passionate about because then you think if it's controversial, but
True, because this is a generation they have access to all the expert in every field. They have access to all the spaces they can imagine. They can be with the five people in any field and learn from them. So sky is indeed the limit. I think all of you, we will bridge the gap once we realize that we ourselves are going to be the bridge, which will create the next technology, the next which will thrive. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of this very wonderful discussion. We thoroughly enjoyed. Hope you also enjoyed. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the thought-provoking panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, as a mark of respect and gratitude, we now move on to the presentation of the mementos. I invite a moderator of the session, Dr. Arun Sunithan, Principal and Strategic Director, Trinity College of Engineering, to do the honors of presenting the mementos. Thank you once again. Work is no longer confined to offices or 9 to 5 jobs. The gig economy and freelancing are rewriting the rules of employment, creating both opportunities and challenges. This session dives into the rise of independent work and how skills, flexibility, and digital platforms are driving this revolution. We are privileged to welcome a panel of thought leaders to guide this conversation. Joining us for this exciting conversation are Andrew Bateman, VP of Product and Enterprise, Freelancer.com, Dr. Christian Buek, Advisory Partner, Pivots, Ganesh Gopal, Co-founder, CDI, Neeti Sharma, CEO, Team Lease Digital, Sonia Swarup Choksky, founder and CEO, Match My Talent, As Vandana Vasudevan, author and visiting fellow, Center for Social and Economic Progress. Moderating this panel discussion is Mr. Santosh Kurup, TBET Specialist. I request all the dignitaries to join us on stage.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. I know people are moving around, coming in, a lot of action happening there, and it is I guess it was a good lunch, so some of us may be feeling a little lazy, sitting comfortable at our chairs. But first and foremost, there is some echo coming in. Yeah, I can understand. Uh, would there be someone who can help? Some echo is coming in. Are you guys getting the echo there? You guys are okay? Oh, on the stage there is someone needs to mute this perhaps. Anyway, so my friend Arun is saying it is a problem on the mic, so on the stage we will have to manage it. We had a pretty big panel. Unfortunately, we have two members who are missing in action. I think Mr. Andrew and Dr. Christian is not available for the session. But we have, as Ms. Niti was saying, we have a very diverse panel. We have perhaps a little more favoring the women's side, which is very good. Which is very good. In fact, we are sitting where the women population is slightly higher than the men's population. Apart from a lot of other HPA parameters, we lead the pack when it comes to diversity. I am indeed honored, and it is a pleasure to host this wonderful panel of real great experts. We have who have worked in government, to industry, to academia, to policy, to socio-economic, to talent management, author. I mean, I don't want to take a lot of time in explaining all those things. As we go, I will probably introduce each one of you with their specialty a little bit more. But for now, we will start off with this panel. Before that, I also wanted to thank the Skill Kerala Global Summit for organizing this part of a big Kerala initiative. In fact, that was in a very, very small way associated with economy when the strategy for Kerala knowledge economy was drawn. Ganesh was part of it as well, in which we did talk about multiple domains and areas of making Kerala knowledge society. Let's grow what we call as a knowledge economy. So that was fundamental behind this concept of knowledge economy mission. And subsequently, a lot of initiatives for enhancing that. In fact, that strategy paper itself, the strategy paper drawn up years ago now. Even there, we had an interesting topic around this. So the concept was that if Kerala were to become a knowledge society driven through a knowledge economy, uh, one of the things was that Kerala has to have, or traditionally Kerala has always been exporting. Okay, we have a joke that when the first person landed in moon, there was a person who was standing behind and saying, "Hey, chai veno," which was a Malayali, right? So we everywhere. So we survived because of the talent, right? In the 60s 60s, we had a huge output to the Middle East countries, electricians, and so forth. Even now, our nurses are considered to be one of the best in the world. These are all alluding to the kind of knowledge and technical activity that was already there, even before it was formalized. As part of this knowledge mission, when we formalized it, and that was the time when the country was also coming out of COVID. It was during like 2020, 2021. And there was a slogan that said was, if 60s is when Kerala exported manpower or exported talent, now we wanted to export not necessarily people. So that is the definition that we gave for the concept of gig economy that time. In fact, a lot of water has flown down the bridge, and when we look at how the knowledge economy or gig economy has fared, I was checking at the some of the statistics. It has done reasonably well in that we are right around 12 million knowledge workers out there in the country. Uh, we are we are actually, when it comes to online-based gig economy, where we export work, we are standing number 7 in the world. Not sure whether it is scientifically approved, but this is something that we get when we research now, which is phenomenal in itself. And we are trying to double this number in the next 5 years. Maybe the members of the panel can give more insights into it. But when we conducted the study, we projected this as that's the kind of statistics that we are looking at. Around around 23 million people working in the gig space by 2030. Now, I remembered my friend who was moderating the previous session used to give a beautiful example. This gig economy was not something new. It always existed, and we used to always ask the audience a question: whom do you think is the best earning gig economist in our state? And the interesting answer is it was either Mammootty or Mohanlal during our time, because they are actually freelancers. They work on projects and then they earn and go. That's a freelancing. Or that's, so there are terminologies that may sound new. The concept was always the same. So with that as the context, I was just doing a bit of a context setting for this. We today have some of the fantastic people around us here. So let me quickly do a round of introduction. We have my immediate left is Miss Vandana Vasudevan. I think she's a PhD in management, if I understand it right. PhD in urban development. She's a IIM Ahmedabad alumnus, and she showed me a book that she authored, which sounded very interesting. It is called OTP, please. Okay, so it is indeed an honor, Ms. Vandana, to be a part of it. She hails from Hyderabad. She grew up in North, but she is a Chamalian, a truly Indian in that way. Very interesting. So, on behalf of all of you, let us warmly welcome Ms. Then we have Ms. Sonia, who is the founder and CEO of Match My Talent. In fact, while we were sitting there, uh, since we don't know each other, we just put in the I'm sitting in this corner of the world or in the uh, hall, and after some time, Sonia walks in and say hello, and we get introduced. And then first that see everybody but at the end of it, they talk about arts, science, social, and things like that. Because she does that. Her passion is about science, arts, and art forms. She travels a lot. In the process, she also has created something very unique called Match My Talent in the space of publications and arts. We will hear performing arts. In fact, hear a lot about it. I do have my friend Ria sitting there. Performing arts is one of the first gig economy thing that we wanted to pick it up. This was one thing we wanted to pick it up. So it is so nice of meeting you. So, on behalf of all, let us welcome Ms. Sonia. Ms. Niti Sharma, she is the CEO of Lee. I don't think you need much of an introduction. It has grown as a very powerful brand in the when it comes to bridging the gap between academia and industry. As I understand from your overall experience working in government, in social sphere, academia, and industry, which it is not that high. I do have some small pieces of my connects in academia, industry, and government. So, I think she is also very passionate about working with the young talent. That is why Team Lease has grown so substantially under her leadership. So, on behalf of all of you, let us welcome Ms. Neeti. And we have, last but not least, when I heard the name Mr. Uh, Ganesh Gopal, I thought he was very old. And the title also, he has worked as a specialist in the cooperative industry. He's a feeling of a reasonably old person. But when I saw him, hi, I'm Gopal, I'm Ganesh Gopal. I am a part of your father. Oh, okay. A very dynamic man who is also the co-founder of I. They have worked extensively with workers cooperative, which is something which is very close to Kerala. Again, if you look at the history of Kerala, Kerala has created one of the finest workers cooperatives, starting from the Indian Coffee House, which is based on Trishul, one of the biggest momentum during those times, started in the 50s or 50s, 20 one of the largest workers cooperative corporate, which is I think you will have talk about some of those working models. So, again, on behalf of all of you, may I kindly welcome Mr. Ganesh Gopal. Uh, all right, now that we have done the, I take this job very often, and that's why friends like Riaz call me to be the moderator. I think I might have done hundreds of moderation. I call myself as a moderator. Tolali means laborer. Uh, uh, Another gig job, yeah. The interesting thing is, I like it because people like Riaz know my capabilities. I can't be put in the subject matter expert, so I will put on the moderator side asking questions and I'm looking at the time and things like that. So, yeah, to be fair, I think these kind of sessions, working closely with the leads like gives a lot of insights for people like us, which we try to into the system. So that way, I am also honored and privileged to be here. Now, we all talk about when we ask what do you want to do after your studies, we keep hearing about okay, I wanted a job or I wanted to be an entrepreneur. To be fair, I have in my last 10 years of my interactions with the academy, I have never heard of any student coming up and saying, I want to do gig, I wanted to be a freelancer. Okay. So that's the state of affairs at the source level. Okay. Now, I wanted to open up, perhaps Neeti, you may want to start off since you are doing this work in the connected to academia and industry. Uh, how is it looking like from a standpoint of industry as well as from an academia perspective? How is freelance looking like as a prospective opportunity for the upcoming, what do you call, freelancers? How do you make it, or are there things that are very attractive for people to get into such opportunities? I know slightly outside of things that we discussed. We have some questions, but I would love to ask out of syllabus questions also. Okay. If you are,
Sure. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I think very pertinent question because the definition of gig does not fall under the ambit of those as well. So if you say what are the prospects, unless and until it's legalized, compliance and governance under it, the prospect will always be. As an artist, she'll probably find many people willing to do jobs, but I'm sure the job is sometimes stability. gig is actually giving them the passion. Many engineers kind of work for about 10, 12 years, then they have their core job. Now they're following the passion in a gig format. But that's because they have financial stability. Unless and until we have governance and laws around the gig workforce, this is going to be as sporadic as it is. Having said that, government of India is, and lots of states are actually calling out gig policies. I think giving them social security is the first step, and if the state of takes that lead, they'll be able to convert a lot of informal employment into formal. So it's key. It's exciting actually. And who are the people who are taking gig work right now? I think a lot of digital marketing folks, white collar jobs, those are actually taking gig options. Okay, so one, they don't have to worry about means they come from families like us saying, hey, you know what? I am not worried about where my next meal is going to come from. So I can do budget what I want to do. I think great way to learn on the job and then decide your future roadmap. For youngsters, I think the new education policy calls out integration of learning on the job along with the core curriculum. If every option can give them that headway, I think it's going to be great. But like I told her, unless legalized, it's going to be all.
Very, very interesting perspective. Uh, this is an interesting, what do you call, paradox, I think, because when we meet with youngsters for now, having, like we are older generations, we used to have this loyalty factor, working for brands, which stands for value. The young generation don't really bother that much about it. They bother about what is it for me, is the kind of thing. But in thought that, okay, at the back of the mind, we always talk about this, especially when we ask for what type of job. Many of them still prefer government jobs, maybe because of the point of what you mentioned about stability and things like that. So, okay, I'll park that point there. Come around. Hopefully, a couple of rounds we may get. One thing you mentioned in your discussion internally, you mentioned that you may be able to take a point um, uh, about the challenges and risks that you see because you work across policymakers and things like that. We talk from the policy side a little bit, but what do you see as the practical challenges and issues type of work, both from the workers as well as for the work producers or work providers? Can you elaborate a
Right.
little bit?
So I must start by stepping back a little and understanding what gig is because I come from the academic side. So this guy Reid Hoffman, who invented LinkedIn, he said in 1997 that we are going to have social media. So his predictions are bankable. So he has looked at the crystal ball of work and said that by 2034, the 9 to 5 job will vanish, and everybody is going to be working across industries and across companies. So gig, therefore, is here to stay. That's the first thing. Now, although it provides a fair amount of flexibility, but there is also equal amount of equal or more amount of uncertainty that we have. So, therefore, there are two kinds of gig jobs. We all saying gig in a generic, but there are two kinds of gig jobs as yellow defines. One is the the location-based gig job where you see people running around delivering goods and services. That's the visible gig job of the Swiggy worker and the Uber driver and all. The other is the online gig job where people are doing graphic designing or other kinds of work which is performed at home, right? So both these kind of jobs, we obviously don't want to be a state of delivery boys. So the attempt will be to try and Kerala to do, I guess, the organized jobs. So, however, even in that, there is there are several risks that are being studied. So, minimum wage is one, paid leave is one, and the number of hours to work to deliver something, is something which is the employee has very little flexibility. Shown so it is a flexible job, but all research reveals that he is working under a fair amount of constraints to deliver that online, whatever assignment there is. So the important part is that there is no growth. So you are hired by a tech platform, which is the mediator, which could be Upwork or Fiverr or whatever it is. But what do you do after that? Your salary remains fixed. You, as the company grows, it's not going to say, hey, you contribute to my growth, so here is what is for you. That's not happening either. So at a point, there is the worker hits the wall, and feels nothing about belonging to a particular organization. So a good job is goes beyond paycheck, goes beyond schedule, and things like that. Good job is one where you are seen and valued for who you are. That the invisibility of the online work makes that a huge challenge. So really, our challenge is to how to give that flexibility while reducing uncertainty, reducing that unstable feeling that the worker has. Like Nidhi said, this is not something we have thought through too much. The government needs to think policies. We have to do a lot more debating on this to draw the contours of what is the job and what is online.
Thank you. We are really having a problem in this, but I think I got a lot of things that you mentioned, ma'am, about the minimum wages, paid number of hours, uh, the kind of non-team work, and interestingly, yeah, there is no belonging uh, for both the side as well as the work providers side about, okay, I belong to this entity, nor the work providers will say, okay, they belong to me as an extended organization. That is also missing in many cases. Okay, let me come to Sonia. I think you work in the field is also we, this is an area which is long ago it's reified, if I may say, even though it is in the very informal setup. Um, but what is your experience about the kind of gig jobs that are in the specific sector of arts, performing arts, or in general arts and associated areas? And what do you see as the kind of prospect of that? Uh, since you travel a bit to the Kerala side also, uh, do you see a good prospect of that for Kerala compared to from a government side? As I was mentioning, from a government side, trying to encourage gig economy. So I think that performing art is one area which government should support. So from that context, do you see a prospect for government, and if so, what are the couple of advices that you may have?
Right. Thank you. When it comes to any form of art and performing arts, we have always been freelancers. This is one most oldest traditional uh, profession, so to say, which never had stability ever. It is also the oldest profession. So now what we call as gig economy is new, right? So, we saying that the laws have to be laid is well in time, but art culture, performing arts, is as old as all of us, the mankind, and no rules have been laid so far, right? So, it's great that we're talking about, but I'll also like to bring in here to say that we're talking about labor laws, policies, and stuff, but somewhere as government and as um, people in position of authority, we always take care of societies and communities which have a very predictable, and some of these professions, let's say a would be constructed, would be delivered in time, and doctors will be out churning, you know. But how many performing arts colleges exist? And the question would be, thank you, the audio is great now. Uh, the problem could be if there are not too many performing artists, then fair enough. You don't invest into that. But each of us would know one performing artist around us, you know, and more would become if that would be a source of revenue. Like like rightly said, that most performing artists have a day job and then they do the gig to make the passion meet. Is it an ideal situation? Not at all. It's a make in between because artists are driven by passion, cannot cut it off. So you work evening nights to make that passion come true. You have a day job to run the house. I wonder how many people do two jobs in any other profession, right? And these are both jobs. You know, somebody needs to be happy to pay you the money, right? So even if it's passion, you do it for an audience which is very subjective, very contextual. If they don't like it, you're not called on the next time. So I also like to bring in an aspect that this space, the artist space, the artist is in the job market every next day. You know, talking about stability, none whatsoever. So if I'm here performing, I don't have a gig or a job tomorrow. I need to figure it out as raw and um, as procrastinately as possible, right? So it's that right? And no platform, no state government, no central government has been able to do this. Right? Nice that I'm a freelancer since 25 years as a filmmaker. You know, I graduated in the year 2000 and uh, not as a film person, there were no jobs. It was only about one channel to another channel, productions to production. So in 2025, it's 25 years of freelancing, and at some point of time, I chose to not remain a freelancer, but create and solve for the other freelancers, which is the performing artists. The problem that uh, Kerala could definitely solve uh, in this space because art culture heritage has been the strongest. It's one of the states that has always respected it, has it in their family tradition. Everybody practices something. So it's we don't need to make YouTubers and influencers, but it's real art that forms here. But what hasn't been happening even in the government level, and I've been talking to the Kerala skill global the skill commission here closely. But what's happening neither with Kerala nor with any other state is to look at this that the artist may belong to the state, but their work would actually come from rest of the world, rest of the country. What we are as a government body, what is constantly happening is that we want to build our own website. We want to build our own database, build it, stops, but hasn't gotten built. Secondly, the job market, the artists are here, but the people who want those artists and the ones who will really appreciate it are the ones who are sitting in a Jammu or a Delhi or a who actually do not know many Mohiniyattam artists, you know, who don't know Kameru associations. They are the ones who really respect this connection. But because we are thinking very, very locally, we are not looking at where does the revenue really come from. So that's something that needs to be at the decision makers' purview more closely.
Very well said, Sonia. In fact, we add a bit. We come from one of the temple towns. Many of the performance artists, if you see, at least in Kerala, it's in temples there are performing arts. And unfortunately, when you come to performance in temple, again, the artist won't be paid. Many a times it's an offering to God and things like that. So there is also a fulfillment of such wonderful love that comes in. Many of them, even after that, they spend a lot of time performing in those. So very big, I think.
And also the thing to be seen in that is that even if they're praying to the deity, and even if the prayer, isn't there an audience otherwise?
Absolutely.
You have seen it. You're neither the god nor the
Yeah, yeah.
artist, right? You've enjoyed that art, right? So all of us as a society enjoy that, but we don't contribute to responsibility for that community.
Okay, that's it. Okay, Ganesh, going to you. I think that's the next area that we felt again from a Kerala perspective can be some in worker cooperatives. To this of challenges, we already discussed about building some safety nets for the community beyond the security and so forth. You have worked extensively in the cooperative sector. Uh, what are your learnings from that sector, and are there any lessons that you wanted to highlight in this audience?
Thank you, Santoshi, for bringing about the appropriate setting and the connection between the emerging freelance global gig economy and the context of skilling in Kerala. I think I might not be the most popular person in the room because I might be saying a lot of contrarian opinions to most of our colleagues here in the freelance gig space. I also feel that I'm a misfit here, not because I'm in the presence of distinguished, experienced women, but rather very senior colleagues who worked in the or rather researching and further working on mobilizing, connecting people. This is a space that I'm very critical of. And ironically, this is a space that has very low representation of women in STEM. And my co-founder from Tinker Hub, Meher, is here. So last year we did a STEM, women in tech workshop. It's awful how, despite what Santoshi mentioned, the tax ratio is favorable in Kerala, but the participation is so low in terms of women in STEM. Anyway, coming back to the point, um, so a few unpopular opinions on this front. Vandana already mentioned that the gig according to ILO platform-based and location-based, and you also mentioned Mohanlal Mammootty, maybe a neuro. All of this falls in. But for the purpose of our discussion here, I think today we are looking at mostly knowledge workers and predominantly that area. So if we look at this space, and take away this entire group of blue collar, grey collar workers who we already know are being exploited and marginalized to the core. So unfortunately, from the waking moment, morning, we are dependent on the Ubers or the Swiggies of the world for each and every need of our daily life. But we neglect the gig workers who are involved in this whole aspect until the moment somebody in Hyderabad decides to switch off the AC for a no AC campaign, or protesting against Uber, and or we read the newspapers saying the Competition Commission order has come out saying that, hey, Uber and Ola are cheating you guys based on whether you're using Android or iOS. So keeping all of this aside, looking only at knowledge economy, I think a lot of systemic vulnerabilities need to be addressed. And like esteemed colleague earlier mentioned, the law is still silent on this. And in this vacuum, gig platform, freelance platforms thrive. There are a lot of fair platforms, there are a lot of fair principles out there, and I'm sure you guys are promoters of that, and which is why you are vocal proponents and speaking about it here. But majority, if you look at the number, we speak about 7.7 million gig workers today in India, according to Niti Aayog, which is also a conservative estimate, and we expect that to go three or fourfold to 3.5 million by the end of the decade. So even today, when we look at 11 major platforms in the country, we're looking at 30 people working there. How many of these people have any kind of social nets, any kind of insurance, any kind of, forget pensions, even a contingency fund? So I just finished a discussion and a consultation with Niti Aayog, a few of these people, where a gig worker and a representative was crying because this,
Day before that, somebody had committed suicide because of extreme pressure and harassment from the gig platform. Who's going to answer this? So, in the absence of a unorganized or organized collective bargaining mechanism, especially for a platform-based work, which you have workers across the board, across the place, not in a particular constituency, not good enough or organized enough to form a vote bank. Who's going to care about it? So, like I said, I'm going to say a few unpopular opinions, and I'm also going to introduce one specific thing to answer the question. There is an emerging movement in the world called platform cooperatives. So, this is a new and emerging area. It's successful, but well proliferated across the global south and the global north. So when restaurant workers, taxi drivers, or home care, blue collar workers come together and own their own version of Uber or Swiggy, they have ownership and the proceeds and accruals come back to them. They together sit and decide what should be the commission charge, what should be the fair work principles apply, what should be net there. I think that is the only way forward. So this is just one. On the other hand, in the specific context of Kerala, there's not much more to speak about because we are also, like you said, we export people rather than commodities and products in a state that is starved of industry and manufacturing. We are highly dependent on what we are good at, whether it be banana chips or talking in English or coding in IT. So let's work on mobilizing these skills into platform cooperatives. It's one appeal that we have made in front of the government of Kerala, the Knowledge Mission, and like you already know, in the strategy paper, it's rightly mentioned that the target of nearly 4,000 people, 10% of the total target, should ideally be mobilized into platform. That would be the way forward, especially in a socialist, humanity prioritizing economy like Kerala. And I think that should be spoken a lot more about. This model is not without its own limitations, it is not without its own problems, but towards that utopia, we should look into normative framework so that at least halfway, we can create fairer platforms, fairer methodologies, which do not depend solely on the exploitation of people, legal vacuums, and probably lost in the nuances of international law. Sorry for the
No, that's fine. But I really have to apologize. I couldn't hear properly. Uh, uh, for the coming speakers also, it may help.
Could you ask somebody to from the technical team to probably?
We can't hear that is fair enough. But as a model, I would like to summarize some of the points also. We couldn't. Yeah, but I was literally looking at your lip movement and trying to figure out Ganesh. But I think a couple of points I got it. I think the platform collective is an initiative that seems to be interesting. And collective bargaining power is something that may help address some of the vulnerabilities that we have. I have a common question. Maybe each one of you being in the field, I'm just asking this. Are there any successful examples how it is working? Are there any successful examples of how it is working, which could perhaps be adopted by the Kerala government while we are trying to build a gig economy platform and the gig economy policies and processes around maybe in order to start?
Before I came here, I reread the international cases where people have tried to, where each country has tried to solve the issue of is the gig worker an independent person or is the gig worker an employee? So there are arguments for and against that. So uh, independent, some countries have ruled that the gig worker is an independent service provider because he's not really controlled by the company. He doesn't really have any I mean, if the company does well, he's not going to get some profit out of it. So he functions and he's free to
work for many companies and many industries. So it's Canada, UK have ruled in this manner. Certain other countries like Brazil, Spain, etc., have said that no, the gig worker is indeed an employee because although you are saying that he's flexible, he's governed by the algorithm. So the Uber driver doesn't have a choice in which customer he accepts. He has very limited choice. He, he cannot keep canceling because then the company will question him. So he cannot decide whom he is serving and at what rate he is serving. He's not fixing the price. So on all these accounts, the gig worker is actually very much an employee. So there is no international consensus on this. However, the what stand you take determines the social security, the protection that the gig worker uh, get. And since this panel is pretty much focused on the knowledge worker rather than the delivery worker, even within that, in fact, the delivery worker has some representation. There are some unions, at least out there on the road, is more visible. The knowledge worker who's online, in fact, is far more isolated. They have no connection each other. One graphic designer working in the darkness of a room doesn't know the other who's working somewhere else. So it's a disconnected community that has no representation, no leadership, no one knows each other. In fact, their situation is more complicated. In that context, I think um, one recommendation I read somewhere was that, there should be work inspections. What is it that we do? And there are also some safeguards that states like Kerala, which are interested in moving ahead with this kind of work structure, should look at. For example, in Africa, it was found that some of the workers do the worst kind of online jobs. So, for example, weeding out all the stuff that children shouldn't see. So there are a bunch of people in Africa who are being paid to see the worst kind of offensive videos and weed them out. So those are jobs that we should guard against, right? And the way the work is distributed internationally is that this kind of job invariably comes to the poorer country, of course. So to guard against those kind of things, behind the dazzle of gig work and global work, there are many things that need to take care of before we jump into it and complicate our already complex structure.
Any successful example?
Yeah, UK has. So UK in my space, performing arts, always had public and private partnership. So back much earlier when internet started, we created one website which had the system of artists registering themselves. On the other side, the business. So there they have a good system of managers, which we just don't have in India. But they have the system where every artist has to sign up with a manager, and the work will only come to the manager, and then the manager takes it to the artist. You know, in India we have this in a very messy way, definitely not regulated. But there, from time immemorial, they've had the structure one website. Who owns it? Definitely not the government. But some tech companies started the website. Government plugged and played in. Okay, what did they plug in and play in? That all the policies, all the rules and regulations flew through that website. So the money is paid to the website, is channelized to the artist. The discovery happens from there, and they have control that there is no other one doing it. And I have been investigating, of course, been in great with them. There's no other narrative there. There's nothing else. It's not like some minister owns that plant. Hence, no, it's not. It is just that something got created. The intent was communicated. It was given time to nurture and grow. They also took it from us and has kept it. There are other services which have come up. And now, of course, like with internet, of course, some things are coming up, but now they have 20 years behind them. So the kind of community, talk about community today, community is the strength, community is the strength. But communities take years to form because it's all about trust. And trust, I believe, is really broken in all sectors. So anybody, government or platform, the first and foremost that we have to do is build trust. We cannot expect the workers to give in anything or the industry to give in anything unless we have created the channels of bringing. So I mean, of all places, UK, I believe, is scale. The other example I'll give is Rio. Rio as a cultural capital. Okay, it's a very small place, very very small. Like the one festival, the Rio Festival, employs all the artists for the year as a form of the social security. Okay, so they assume that apart from the Rio Festival, there will be no other source of earning, but they want to make sure that the artists don't give up on that. So a basic minimum wage is given to the artists. They have certain rules, of course. You need to be in the business for a while. There is a certain kind of a quality measure that also played out of integrity, not out of who knows. So that's another thing. In India and in many other countries, these channels get sustained because it boils down to who knows as your average income. So the transparency is that artists are artists throughout.
About a decade ago, I would be sitting in a skills conference like this. My rant was that as general public, we were refusing to pay for higher skills, right? Whether it is blue collar, the service providers that come, college workers. I think the last decade has changed that in India, at least for the entry level blue collar workforce, by a platform called Urban Company. They're all willing to pay each plumber 5 times more than what a local plumber would do, only because we are recognizing he or she has the skill. I think that platform has brought a large part of gig workers together, not just blue collar. They have white collar, tutors on the platform. There are guitar teachers, there are musicians, there are language tutors on the platform. I think it's a great way to recognize skill and ensure that they get the urban company specifically is also tied up to, let's say, ASAP in Kerala, the skills corporation, right? Where they ensure that people get certain skills and then they get jobs. It's a good start for us because it's one platform. Having said that, there are many other platforms. Let's say there's a content writing platform. Like she said, the manager gets the role and then it goes to five other people. There are smaller platforms, but it's not resolving a scale problem. I think we have to do much more than what is like her platform. I'm sure it's a great platform to get the right kind of performing arts talent. But we wouldn't have heard of it if we weren't talking to people. So how do we take that at the national level, at the state level, and ensure that as many people that we need in terms of skills, there are those many gig options available. I come from Bangalore, tech startup capital. Monday to Sunday, all cafes are full with individual people sitting in front of the laptops, all MacBooks. 5 times I've gone and asked them, what do you do? They're all gig workers. So they've got a project, very happy. They're out of the small rooms and they're coming out and doing work. Right? I think there is enough and more talent. Right? People are wanting flexibility. So even though there are challenges, and as an employer, I would say, oh, I don't get collaboration. I don't see their faces. I think a large part of our younger population actually is okay without seeing somebody's face. So can we actually recognize their talent and give them the potential? We'll need a lot more platforms like this. But I would say urban companies are many more.
All right. Ganesh.
Again, not to pile on to what colleagues had already mentioned, but bringing another perspective.
All of these platforms, including urban company, thrive in this vacuum and continue to exploit. And the systemic issues are not addressed. Like you said, what are the good examples? There are several good examples across the world. Andra already mentioned about the various perspectives and the enduring trauma that people go through. I mean, African content producers or content reviewers have now, just last year, have formed a platform called. Because the trauma that they have to go through just sitting and watching these horrible videos behalf of somebody sitting on some other part of the world. So just to bring about few examples, this, ice block photo, when we look at free photos online, um, let's see farther. Uh, so ice block photo originated, a couple of photographers in came together and formed something called Stocksky. The exact stock photo probably they'll be charged $10 for a photo, and $8 will go to the platform. $2 might go to the platform. $2 will go to the actual photographer or the artist. Second, for example, for one of our world's problems in Kerala, in a very socialistic format, smart co-op or smart co-op. It's a platform that's been around for a while, operates out of 9 European countries. And what they do is gig workers sign up with them. The contracts on the invoice is done through Smart to the client. Let's say I am working for Santosh, but Sonia is the platform for Smart. I sign up with Sonia. Sonia is invoicing to you. I pay Sonia 6% annually of my I make out of the platform. But the benefit they offer is if Santosh doesn't pay tomorrow, Sonia will pay. So there's an insurance or a sure mechanism that payment is done. And within 9 to 11 days, regardless of what the legal issues are between Sonia and Santosh or Santosh and Ganesh, all of these nuances. So basically, it's not going to get lost in the nuances of redress, lack of redress, and nuances of international law. That is the other way. The platform is sitting somewhere in the US, gig workers sitting somewhere in Africa, and the client is probably. So all of those issues are ameliorated. Nearly 75,000 workers in these 9 countries work through this. And another feeling this thing is social security is ensured very streamlined. I cannot easily say that it's a plug-in thing in India or Kerala because all those countries, including Scandinavia, already have a very robust, well-flowing social security mechanism. So that's coming to the arts. Doc Service is another platform that came up in the 1990s. And I think artists, earlier we had Maharajas and patronage. Nowadays, this matchmaking happens very specifically through this platform. I'm sure this will be of interest to you also. But in the absence of such patronage, they themselves look at money. They look at outlets. You know, because like you said, artists are fundamentally driven by passion, and in the absence of patronage and other things, where do you look at? So these people come together and we look at common issues that they face. Even filmmakers nowadays, when we say newspaper is a print media is a dying breed, so even the filmmaking is also a dying breed. Aman filmmakers cooperate, New York filmmakers, people come together and they're using this model. But at the same time, Santosh, a disclaimer that I say, in a state like Kerala, in a country like India, cooperatives like the first hello that I gave you, I have a perception bias from your end or from everybody's end. Cooperatives is an old man's game and probably a corrupt, politicized game. So let's forget about cooperatives in the legal form. Let's look at the values of cooperation. There are 7 values that cooperatives are governed by. If we can just apply few values, let's say 4, 5, forget 3 of them, let's say 4 or 5 are applied to any of these forms or any of these platforms, and I'm sure we'll have a better, fairer workplace. We will be aligned with the ILO's decent work guidelines and also address all the challenges that we have in future of work in Revolution 5.0, 6.0, wherever that we agree that we are currently at. So I think these are my few examples that I personally experience interacting with, and why I've known these things I've had the opportunity or pleasure to be associated with something called Platform Construction, New School University in New York. And this PCC is part of the New School Institute for Cooperative Digital Economy. And they are doing a lot of work to improve the lives of people through platform cooperatives. In fact, KDIST, saying this specifically because KDIST was partners who organized the last to last year, I think 2023 PCC conference in Koval. So a lot of beautiful conversations happened. Isaac sir, sir, they together built the Trivandrum Declaration for a fairer future through the platform economy, through models such as platform cooperatives. And I would encourage all colleagues to actually check that out because that is sort of a magna carta, at least for people in this area, that says what is your normative framework. I'm not saying that everything is adaptable or easily copyable, but if we aspire towards that, models like Smart or Dog Servicey or any stocks keys like where claim to be 100% digital.
Okay, thank you, Ganesh. I think flipping the model where you give more weightage to the artists or the gig workers and lesser commission into the platform was one thing I could. The other one is the contractual arrangement itself is get flipped and assuring a kind of social security is another thing that I heard. Because the sound is really bad, so I'm trying to repeat so that whether I got it right is what the objective is. By the way, when I said I thought you are a elderly person, or from a cooperative as a corrupt practice, I meant a wiser person like gray hair. Yeah, yeah. Uh, 1 minute question. I've got rapid. Um, we always have this debate about where do you call somebody as a gray collar or a white collar. Small example to trigger your thought. Driver, you call him or her as a perhaps a blue or a gray collar. Pilot, do you call him or her as a blue collar or a white collar? It started. Okay. So, according to you, I mean, on a serious note, according to you, the reason why I thought asking this is according to you, two questions. Is this categorization based on types of jobs also evolving? Uh, Second is that going to be helpful for the boosting of this economy? Okay, we start with that is.
Mm, I'm not sure that is really evolving because, for example, even if a consumer, I'm thinking as I speak, so I've not thought about this earlier, your question, but I'm saying that even if a plumber or carpenter or beautician comes through urban platform, I have that person through an app which represents for us technological advancement and modernity. That person is still a plumber and a carpenter. So I think that, and Indian society being as frugal as it is, people's treatment of that person doesn't really change. I mean, it's how you would treat that gig worker plumber too, though they would pay the higher wages which you pointed out. They were, and that is something that urban companies have helped to raise the bar. Yeah, but I not sure. I'll tell you one example. I've written a book, OTP Please It, released in July. So there was one reader who really loved it, and she put a long LinkedIn post. And the reason she loved it is because whatever I had said about the exploitation of such workers, she saw in a personal experience. So she said, for example, called an urban company person, and and that lady told her pretty much most of the things that I had written in my book, which is about how suddenly their ID can get blocked because the customer can say that no, no, she didn't do her job well, and immediately her ID will be blocked. And there is no appeal, no grievance redressal, etc. Then, strangely, uh, a lot of times somebody books an urban company beautician as for example, and if that when that person appears at the doorstep, she finds that the client is the man, the husband of the person who booked, and then she gets all that I expect this, so I'm obviously not going to do this. So and then that client, that order is lost. And then, so there were, and then many people wrote, after that saying, I offered an urban company person, and she was really scared of accepting it because she said, don't get the app kind of thing. So there is a sense of constantly being watched. I absolutely disagree that our attitude towards them has changed at all just because we are calling them from through and blue collar workers are blue collar workers, and the people who are doing in the knowledge economy, supposedly doing other kinds of work which involves laptop, are definitely white collar workers, and that it'll be a while before that changes.
I was asking what category, as you said, category, YouTubers and influencers in. We haven't put a color to it. Achha, they are entrepreneurs. They're not workers, they're entrepreneurs. Right. So they're self-made. They're doing things on their own. Perception part, I believe the professionals create their own perception. So the whole influencer has to be influencing enough, otherwise they aren't an influencer if they're not able to position themselves as premium, right? But also the audience makes a huge thing here. That most doctors are not airy about themselves, but we give them a lot more respect admiration as a doctor, but we don't do the same to the nurses as much. While it's a very similar work there, right? So these categories, some categories like what Vanna said, our perception hasn't changes because their give is not different. It's just the channel. But there are new categories definitely emerging, like YouTubers and influencers to say a few, who are clearly entrepreneurs and they're crafting a niche for themselves and demanding a respect, but they are not making money. So it's a perception game. The money is still being made by the platform way more than the creator.
By sheer definition, it's about the role they play and not the skills they bring to the table. That's how the blue, gray, and the white collared are actually defined even today. Because if I'm calling out a blue collar, let's say an electrician, that person has to be much more skilled than probably a gray collar. Today, everyone needs digital, and they're not pure play, just use an Excel or a Word or whatever. Even your Uber driver knows how to operate the app. Even your delivery executive knows how to operate an app, as well as a AI ML coder. Right? So I think it's not about the skills you bring. Perception about a blue collar versus a white collar. I think traditionally it was if you're a graduate, you're better off here. Right now, I think that boundaries are clearly going. Even a 12th standard, like she said, a YouTuber or a social media influencer, I think some of them make very good money. Yeah, some. The postgraduate or an engineering graduate only makes 4 to 5 years starting salary. Right? So it's not about the money or the skill you're bringing, it's about the type of job that you're doing. My sense is over a period of time, we will have to evolve as a society and give respect to the talent that you bring, not at the job that you do, which happens in a lot of developed countries, not in this.
Very interesting perspectives. But I'll just stick to the answer. I think it is basically skill level. So, blue collar, what is the task that is in front of you? And I mean, income level does not really matter because I know a lot of drivers doing blue collar jobs earning much better than a fresher engineer, probably 6 or 7 times. So 90
1,20,000, when a fresher is still, looking at 15,000 to 25,000. So that is the irony of it all. And I'm sure definitions, formal definitions would be different. And in a state like Kerala, I think I echo the sentiments of colleagues here who said perceptions matter a lot. And one good thing about the gig economy, whatever bad things we say, we also need to acknowledge the good things. Flexibility, lack of choice because of algorithmic task management being there, but still a certain sense or an illusion of choice whether, hey, do you want to pick up a ride or a job or not? That choice is there. So that distinction. So somebody going as a clerk or a lower tier job in Kerala, a place like Kerala might be looked down upon. But at the same time, if you go through an anonymous platform, it might not be as problematic. So that way, that's a good thing.
All right, thank you. I was looking more not from a money earning capacity, I was looking more from a perspective of how technology or other enablement has uplifted their ability to perform high-end jobs. So I feel that way, I think it is improving, right? But the interesting point is perception still holds that back to a great extent. I fondly remember some 20.
I don't think we'll get daughters married to a plumber, electrician, fitter even today. And till we get there, I think the perception is a problem.
Yeah, I understand. I know it is time for us to wind up and move into the next session. I really wanted to take the opportunity to thank each one of you. There are a few more questions that I have, but if they permit 30 seconds, can you just give me or give the audience a perspective? Is gig economy going to stay and grow for India?
It is going to stay and grow for India because I think that ship has sailed. Technology has, moved ahead by leaps and bounds, and that's not going to change. Our challenge is how to manage that flexibility which it gives with the uncertainty.
The gig economy is definitely going to stay because the flexibility is addictive. So that's for sure. The only problem is the shelf life of a gig worker is very small. So, and we're on the first branch of that. So the next 10 years will show how the current gig workers survive and what happens to the retirement plans.
Okay, that's it.
As employers, we always struggle to get the right set of talent. But if the gig workforce can give us that talent and the skills, why not just ensure that they have a safety net and they grow along with the company? That's what I would say.
Okay, that's it.
Gig economy is going to stay, and it's going to create a lot more questions and problems that we have to solve, and we should all come together and figure it out. And in specific context of Kerala or any socialist leaning, normative economy, I think move away from the wage employment model and somehow create a channel for upskilling. Without upskilling, Gita, very poetically puts it, "ആയുധമില്ലാത്തവനോട് ഒരാടുന്നത് എങ്ങനെ?" But without the weapon in your hand, you are just going to be, overtaken, replaced, either for a better, younger individual or a faster machine. So I think we need to probably address how to upskill and create a channel for that.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, even though it is a small audience, thank you all for a very patient listening. The crux of the message is, yeah, this is a new stream of economic activity, new stream of job. It is going to stay, it is going to grow, but I think we are a long way from making it a stable stream like the regular employment. That's the most popular voting, if I were to look at here. Thanks once again, and thank you, organizers.
Thank you. It was a insightful discussion. Clearly, the gig economy is reshaping opportunities. And now it's time to honor our panelists. I request Mr. Sandosh Kurup, our moderator of the session, to present them with the mementos. We now have Ms. Arya representing the K Disc, presenting the memento to Mr. Santosh Kurup. So please receive it as a token of our love and gratitude. Thank you. The world of recruitment is changing. Increasingly, employers are asking, what can you do rather than what degree do you hold? This session examines how skills are taking precedence over formal qualifications and what it means for both job seekers and organizations. Our expert panel will share insights on how this shift is reshaping the talent landscape. The distinguished speakers for this session are Balaji Bharatwar, CEO, Crystal Delta and SkillsMax.ai, TN Hari, Executive Chairman, Steer World, Ruchi Anand, Senior Director, Talent, Learning and Engagement Solutions, LinkedIn, Shivam Sharma, Founder and CEO, Trans Neuron Technologies Private Limited, and Mr. Muralidharan Maningal, CEO, ICT Academy. Moderating this conversation is Mr. Prakash P. Nair, Vice President and Global Head, Sun Tech Business Solutions. I invite all the dignitaries warmly onto the stage. I request Mr. Prakash to take over. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for joining us for this session. Thanks to the audience as well. So the session that we have today, skills over degrees, the new hiring game. So we know that gone are the days where companies start recruiting purely based on the academic scores. Companies are not going to spend so much of time in the initial induction or integration in the beginning of their job. So we ask Kerala how we can prepare for this paradigm shift in our recruitment and how we can enable the talent for tomorrow to skill ready workforce. Yeah. Start quickly with maybe to your side. So based on your understanding, and I'm sure you have a lot of data from LinkedIn, maybe you could start with a quick introduction. How
It's a great opportunity to work on real world problems under the governmental sector. Then they gave, I mean, first level, we gave an aptitude test. The objective was to. So, second approach was the shortlisted one to a 100 people were taken and had to give problems. And, each a short coding online AI-based assessment. Subsequently, they have to build an end-to-end application. It's I won't say it's a completely automated, semi-automated assessment with a manual overseeing it. Okay. So that's the approach adopted by the government sector. Okay. So in the corporate sector, probably it is getting more and more implemented, more and more adoption of AI technologies happening. So in this era, these tools are playing a pivotal role in assessment. Then the tool will be looking at what input are we giving to the tool, right? So one is about your interaction, and second is probably your profile. The profile, the stronger the richer profile you have, with more badges, more credentials. So that will give you weightage, due consideration in the overall evaluations. So that's one of the reasons why we're having a lot of emphasis within the companies or even within the global tech companies, at Google, Amazon, or any companies. They give a lot of badges. Most of them are giving free badges. You can take those courses, and those badges you can add to your profile. And we have further links here. And a lot of people are hiring looking at their profile as well, and how rich are the profile, what kind of qualifications, credentials they have it, and that will carry a good weightage in the hire, especially for the experienced professionals. Freshers, yes, that would give an edge over the others, but for experienced professionals, that will carry a heavy weightage.
Thank you. So you all agree that yes, there is a shift happening from academic performance to primarily to skills. That means organizations also has to support academic institutions to bridge this expectation gaps. Right? How can an employer or companies can support academic institutions in bridging this gap? Like, of course, we know there are internship programs running. Apart from that, is there any other suggestions you have to the community or the so,
So see, very important. Industry has to play. One is the content because industry does not bring what they just go and they want to hire without giving them. Second area, the case studies and the use cases, projects coming from industry for the students so that they are better prepared. Third, I feel is mentorship. So if industry can come and do some sort of mentoring in colleges or the universities, that will play a very important role. So these three things.
thank you. Maybe the answer. Yes, this requires some level of policy changes as well. So, any advice to the policymakers, like this is the kind of shift required, this is what employers, companies expect, this is what educational institutions do. Of course, there's support required from the policymakers state as well. So, any suggestions on that front?
I think skills summit here today is a testament of, how the entire partnership and the role of policymakers, plays such a big role. So I think it's about combining skills, making sure that there's recognition of skills, portfolios, certifications, apart from degrees as well. And that requires a bit of a policy push. I think that's what platforms like these today actually. The other thing is for employers, there has to be more mechanisms that they can create. And like we're already seeing, there is a skills first approach to hiring that's happening, but more of that. And of course, I think, Shibam, you pointed it out that for certain industries is more where there is a skills first, but more regulated industries, you cannot have just, it has to be based on degrees, right? But how do we still kind of make sure that for the adjacent skills, transcript skills, uh, a lot of that skilling is happening, and those organizations are incentivized even to be able to create more avenues for apprenticeships, for giving people, students, a lot of real time something example that you just gave, professional. How do you make sure students work on real life projects and problems, because that will make a big difference. And of course, public-private partnerships play a big key role because it's a joint. Everyone has to do this together to solve it. For example, how LinkedIn Learning is able to partner with KDs and with all organizations. Those kinds of partnerships can play a big role. And of course, I think it's also a cultural shift that's required. How do we kind of think about really moving away from a templatized way of hiring to what we are solving for. Right? And that requires actually a shift across. So definitely, I would say what you said, like the policy push, academic is happening, public and private partnership, as well as like a partnership. I think all of these would make a difference. And I think Kerala is making a big leap in that.
I could also add because I was part of some discussions from in Kerala as part of a discussion happened between state and vice chancellors and the college deans, where especially in the discussion regarding this 4 years degree, right? And as you know, Kerala has, especially for engineering students, it's only 6 months of internship, where in many other universities has 1 year internship even for graduate. And 6 months how we can change that course. So I was part of some discussions, and state government as well as the vice chancellors were very keen to change the policy. Of course, there are a little bit of procedural restrictions, but they were open to change for the industry, and they give that autonomous freedom to even to the colleges, provided there is no major shift in the quality dilution happening in the academic. So state is very open for that. Maybe Murali, I know you very much associate with state and policy making at all. Any further suggestions on that?
I think when we move, when we live in this highly transformative technological world, and the expectations are changing, and probably we are designing the way we want to see the world tomorrow. The technology is playing a pivotal role. So it's important to have the right support collaboration between the industry and the academia. I think that's what we do at City Academy is that we are the bridge between academia and industry. So our objective or mandate is to bridge the skill gap between what the industry is expecting and what is being coming out from the academia. So I'll always believe that our success is when we don't see an organization like City Academy. This kind of skills are getting imparted in the academy directly without the intervention of any other third party. I think that's what we want to create. That can be achieved only if the industry directly get involved, engage with the academia in sharing what they want, in them, empowering them with the right set of the skills, expertise to build the knowledge ecosystem.
Okay, maybe a final question. We heard that Kerala students are ahead in terms of learning. How much time it may take for us, especially I'm talking from a Kerala perspective, how much time it may take for us to reach to a mindset shift, both from an employee perspective or from an institution perspective, reach a stage where more than the academic performance, it what matters is the skills. Maybe or is it a continuous journey? We can't define a timeline like that. Any thoughts?
I think it's difficult to say how fast we can reach there. So you can always say that I want to run the 100 meters in 5 seconds, but requires so Neeraj Chopra want to what you call he threw over 90 meters, but last one he was second. Okay, in the last third row he what you call just crossed 85 meters. Okay, I think we need to keep the tenacity, the passion, and the rigor continuously, and work effectively to effective collaboration to strengthen the ecosystem. That's a only option I think everyone, be it the academia, be the policymakers, and be the industry, all need to play their role effectively to make that a successful one.
So maybe we conclude from that. So in nutshell, what we are all saying is yes, there is a shift happening from a academic performance-based hiring to a skill-based hiring, and of course there is changes happening in the industry and also in the academic phase for bridging this gap. And also in the state level for policies, and we are on the right track. What we can say. Any final words? Amit? further add?
But I'll just repeat what I said earlier, like clearly degrees will open doors, skills will win jobs. So that's the way ahead. Yes.
So thank you. Thank you all for joining us. Thanks for the listening. Thank you. Any questions? I think definitely, yeah.
Good evening. After listening to the session, I understood that future is skill based and employers value practical abilities. Then why vocational higher secondary education, which focuses on skill development, still not considered equal or preferred over the regular plus two in higher education?
I will take my perspective. As we discussed, we, we are yet not at this stage where it is only the skill that organizations or the recruitment community is looking at. It's a journey. Definitely, as we rightly discussed, there is a mindset change has to happen, and there should be a mechanism to assess a skill in its right sense. I would say we have to, it's a journey we need to reach there. And after some time, yes, definitely we will purely based on the skills and the will of the candidate, organizations and employers.
Thank you.
I have one, if I may add to that, compared to the normal arts and science or normal other courses, vocational courses are preferred by many organizations. Yes, in fact, I mean, I have, as part of the four-year UG program, I happen to be able to discuss with multiple universities, including MP University. They are offering a lot of vocational skill programs, and the placement opportunities there. Uh, Engagement with the industry is much stronger compared to the other arts and sciences.
Sir, I had a question. Maybe it is already discussed. That is, already we are discussing private companies and government collaboration, right? So why don't LinkedIn or any other platform? They are students are doing certification courses, but it's not added into their credits or credit system. So is it already discussing or what is the scope of it? Because as a member of this Skill Kerala mission, we can encourage students, right? You will get such credits into your academics and it values to your degree. So what is the thought on that?
Totally, I mean, the process of getting accreditation is there are two types. One is the university side, so that we go through the academic route, to the board of studies, academic council, vice chancellor, senate, that route to get it accredited. Second option is through NCVET. So the awarding body or assessment agencies, when they are giving the award, the NSPF, a particular level of qualified courses, they give the award the degree for that. So those are the ones the universities consider as a recognizable degree or credit. Okay. So what we are offering is, I mean, there is an opportunity to creditize the courses. In order to creditize that, so in program, as part of the 4-year UG program or ITPE, 30 hours of student engagement activities is treated as one credit. So there are steps taken by many organizations to creditize some of these industry courses in the university curriculum. Instead of offering it as an add-on curriculum, so we are embedding it as part of the academic curriculum so that the students will get the skill-oriented program along with they will get the credits. It's happening it.
I just add that
and to always say this is a process. At the same time, as a you should also think about not just the credit, but by learning these courses and putting it up on LinkedIn, for example, that you've completed these courses, you're actually, it's not just about gaining a certification, but showing your capability that you can apply some of what you have learned in the flow of work or in the projects that you do, right? So I think that's why I just believe as a learner, it should not stop you from, picking up your learning curve because it will never go waste in any case. It will always add value.
Good evening. We all talk about soft skills, importance of soft skills, and this opportunity for the students to have these skills or practice these skills in classroom and from these teachers. My question is, are the teachers capable to practice these soft skills? Probably your answer, maybe not everyone. My question, how to address this?
So your question is
How do we address the um, e-
Then your question.
not every teachers are capable to practice these soft skills to the students.
May I
How do we
take
address?
this? I think it's a combination of teachers, industry partners, and also the platforms like us, like having it's going to be combined effort to bring the institution at the grade level, including the faculty. It's not fair to go to the teachers to make them to be a great soft skills and other things because they are teaching the regular job. So it's going to be combined effort of academic and industry and the platforms together. I think it's going to be a great win.
So I'm noting a few things what's happening. This is a regular faculty development program is one of the aspects what we call to empower or skill or strengthen what we call skill part of the teachers. Second is we are in discussion to have reverse internship. So typically the students go for internship in the industry. Right? We're also discussing with industry and academia to have an internship for the teachers because sometimes what you see is the teachers they are really good at their subject, but they lack on the industry relevant experience. We are exploring options that we can take the teachers and enable them and have an immersion program in the industry for a short duration. So those are things we are looking at because we also need to empower the teachers. You're right. Okay. So I think it's collective.
just to add to that, even we were discussing with some of the institutions, like when we go to the institutions to give lectures to the students on practical things. Same way, we were inviting the faculties also come and do some kind of work, project or something, so that they will also gain the practical application knowledge of the theory that they are doing. So there are different interactions and integrations happening between industry and academia. It's that. Any- we are taking too much time.
Thank you for giving us that fresh perspective on how skills are redefining the landscape of employment. And now it's time for the presentation of the mementos. I request our moderator, Mr. Prakash P. Nair, to hand over the mementos to the panelists. So please. I also request Prakash sir to receive the memento from our KDISC representative as a token of our love and gratitude. Next, we have a panel discussion on the theme Young Entrepreneurs in Skilling. However, as the panelist has not arrived yet, so I request the audience to kindly be patient and wait until they arrive. We'll be starting shortly.
and 5 states because Telugu is 2 states,
Okay.
Telangana and Andhra.
Okay.
So 4 languages and 5 states.
Great, great. So Akshay, coming to you. അക്ഷയുടെ ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് നെയിം പോലെ തന്നെ ദ സ്കൂൾ ഓഫ് ഫ്യൂച്ചർ അല്ലേ, യു ആർ ബിൽഡിംഗ് കിഡ്സ് ഫോർ ദ ഫ്യൂച്ചർ. ഒരു ഫ്യൂച്ചർ സ്കിൽസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സ്കിൽ സെറ്റ്സ് കുട്ടികളിലേക്ക് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ള ആ ഒരു തോട്ട് പ്രോസസ്, ഹൗ ഡിഡ് ഇറ്റ് കം ടു യു ആൻഡ് വാട്ട് ഈസ് ദ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഓൾ അബൌട്ട്?
First of all, thank you for this opportunity. ഇപ്പം ഹിസാം പറഞ്ഞതിൻ്റെ കുറച്ചൊരു കൗണ്ടർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ആർഗ്യുമെൻ്റ് ആണ്, ലൈക്ക് ഇൻ ടേംസ് ഓഫ് വാട്ട് ഈസ് ഹാപ്പനിങ് ഇൻ ദ ഫ്യൂച്ചർ, റൈറ്റ്? Like he said, lakhs of people applying for jobs, point some percentage get in. What about the rest? ഞാൻ ഈ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യുന്ന തൊട്ട് മുമ്പ് I used to be the CEO of this platform called EduPort. We had around 6.5 lakh students online and 3,000 offline. So day one, when they take admissions, my academic team would come to me and say, hey, ee 10 perato IIT karan ponu. What about the rest? So we have a huge demographic advantage in terms of our youth. What are we doing with it? So avideyaanu what does jobs of the future look like, right? Engineering, MBA, ഇതിനൊക്കെ മാറിയിട്ട് what is AI doing? So I was in Singapore last month. അവിടെ ഒരു എൻറ്റയർ 300 പേര് ഓപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരുന്ന ഒരു BPO കംപ്ലീറ്റ്ലി മാറിയിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ ബോട്ട്സ് ആണ് ആ കോൾസ് ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഈ ആൾക്കാർക്കൊക്കെ എന്ത് സംഭവിക്കും? അപ്പം ഇങ്ങനത്തെ കുറേ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് വന്നപ്പോഴാണ് ഐ തോട്ട് വീൽ ബിൽഡ് എ സ്കൂൾ വെയർ ഔട്ട്കം ഇസ് ഗ്യാരണ്ടീഡ്. അഡ്മിഷൻ കിട്ടാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്, പക്ഷെ അഡ്മിഷൻ കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ആർ അക്കൗണ്ടബിലിറ്റി ടു എൻഷുർ ഔട്ട്കംസ്. ആൻഡ് AI ഈസ് എ റെവല്യൂഷണറി ടെക്നോളജി. അത് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പോകുന്ന ചേഞ്ച് ഇപ്പോഴും പല ആൾക്കാരും മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നില്ല. പല സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലും നമുക്ക് അതിനനുസരിച്ച് ഗ്രോ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റാത്തൊരു പോയിന്റ് ആണ്. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് വെയർ ആൻഡ് ഹോപ്പ്ഫുള്ളി ലൈക്ക് ഓൾ ഓഫ് us, right? Even I think at some point entry will also start AI and things around it. So that's a brief history of School of Future. We are just getting started. We are on day 0 now, but hopefully we'll grow better.
Yeah, we are expecting this soft launch soon at Akshay. Okay, and coming to Ramesh Ali. Ramesh, interval എന്നുള്ളത് ഐ മീൻ ഇപ്പം എല്ലാവർക്കും അറിയാം, യു ആർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഫേമസ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ട് പല ന്യൂസുകളിലൂടെയൊക്കെ. ഐ നോ ദാറ്റ്. എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇന്റർവൽ എന്നുള്ള ഒരു കോൺസെപ്റ്റിലേക്ക് വന്നു?
ഒരു കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ബിസിനസ് അല്ല ബേസിക്കലി ഇന്റർവെല്. അത് എൻ്റെ പേഴ്സണൽ ലൈഫുമായിട്ടും ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഓരോ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സിൻ്റെ പേഴ്സണൽ ലൈഫുമായിട്ടും ഭയങ്കര റിലേറ്റഡ് ആണ്. അപ്പം നോർമലി എല്ലാ മലയാളി സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെയും പോലെ ഒരു റോളർ കോസ്റ്റർ ലൈഫായിരുന്നു എൻ്റെയും എൻ്റെ കോ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ. ഞാൻ 10th വരെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു +2 വരെ ഒരു ഡോക്ടർ ആവണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിച്ചിരുന്ന വ്യക്തിയായിരുന്നു. മീൻസ് ബോധം വെച്ച കാലത്ത് ഒരു 12th വരെയൊക്കെ ഞാൻ അതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്തു. അപ്പം +1 +2 ഞാൻ എൻട്രൻസിന് പഠിക്കാനും വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്, അതായത് +1 +2ൻ്റെ കൂടെ തന്നെ എൻട്രൻസ് പഠിക്കാനും വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് PC തോമസിൽ പോയി. അന്ന് PC തോമസ് ആയിരുന്നു ടോപ്പ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്. അങ്ങനെ തൃശ്ശൂർ +1 +2 കഴിഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെ 2 വർഷം ഡെഡിക്കേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് അതിന് പഠിച്ചപ്പോഴാണ് മനസ്സിലായത് എനിക്കൊരിക്കലും ഒരു നല്ല ഡോക്ടർ ആവാൻ പറ്റില്ല എന്നുള്ളത്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു എഞ്ചിനീയർ ആവാന്നുള്ള ആഗ്രഹത്തോടു കൂടി ഞാൻ കാലിക്കറ്റ് വന്നു. അങ്ങനെ കാലിക്കറ്റിലുള്ള ഒരു ടോപ്പ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തു എൻട്രൻസ് കോച്ചിങ്ങിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്. 1 ഇയർ പഠിച്ചപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് എഞ്ചിനീയർ ആവാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളത് മനസ്സിലായി. പക്ഷേ എഞ്ചിനീയർ ആയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ ഒരു കരിയർ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യൽ എങ്ങനെയാണെന്നൊക്കെയുള്ള കൺഫ്യൂഷൻസ് കാരണം എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ഞാൻ ഡ്രോപ്പ് ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് റിപ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്ത കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഉണ്ടാവുന്ന ഒരു പ്രഷർ ഉണ്ട്, എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു കോഴ്സിന് ചേരണം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരുപാട് പേരോട് ആൻസറബിൾ ആണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ മുന്നിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാ എൻട്രൻസ് എക്സാംസും എഴുതി, മെഡിക്കൽ എഴുതി, പിന്നെ ഈ നിഫ്റ്റ് പോലുള്ള അക്കാഡമികൾ, ഫാഷൻ ടെക്നോളജി, ഡിസൈനിങ് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള എൻട്രൻസുകൾ എഴുതി. അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് വരുന്ന എൻട്രൻസ് ആണ് ലോ എൻട്രൻസുകൾ. ഈ ക്ലാറ്റ് അതുപോലെ ക്ലീ എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള എക്സാംസ് അതെല്ലാം എഴുതി. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ റിസൾട്ട്സ് വന്നു. മെഡിസിൻ എനിക്ക് BDSന് സീറ്റ് കിട്ടിയിരുന്നു ഗവൺമെന്റ് കോളേജിൽ. ബട്ട് അഗെയിൻ അത് ഞാൻ ആദ്യം തന്നെ ഡ്രോപ്പ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ആ സൈഡിൽ നോക്കിയില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു പ്ലാൻ ബി എന്നുള്ള എനിക്ക് JEEക്ക് നല്ല സ്കോർ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിൽ പോവാം, ഒന്നും കിട്ടിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചു. പക്ഷെ ആ സമയത്തേക്ക് റിസൾട്ട് വന്നത് ലോ ആയിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ലോക്ക് എനിക്ക് ഓൾ കേരള 100ന് അടുത്ത് റാങ്ക് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പം ഗവൺമെന്റ് കോളേജിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള കോളേജിൽ ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള കോഴ്സിന് ചേരാന്നുള്ള പ്രിവിലേജ് ഉണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിൻ്റെ അടുത്തും എൻ്റെ പാരൻസിൻ്റെ അടുത്തൊക്കെ സംസാരിച്ചപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ കുടുംബത്തിൽ എൻ്റെ നാട്ടിലൊന്നും ഇല്ലാത്തൊരു പ്രൊഫഷൻ ആയിരുന്നു ലോ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും ഭയങ്കര ക്യൂരിയസ് ആയി, എല്ലാവരും എന്നെ ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്ത് അങ്ങനെയാണ് ലോ കോളേജിൽ എത്തുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ബേസിക്കലി എൻ്റെ ബൈ ഡിഗ്രി ഞാൻ ഒരു ലോയർ ആണ്. 5 ഇയർ ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റഡ് VBA/LLB കോഴ്സ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ലോ കോളേജ് കാലിക്കറ്റ്, അതാണ് എൻ്റെ ബിരുദം. അപ്പോൾ കോളേജിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്ത് 1 ഇയറിനെ കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി ഭയങ്കര സ്റ്റുഡിയസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ചുകൂടി അക്കാഡമിക് ആയിട്ട് എനിക്ക് പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു അന്തരീക്ഷമല്ല സർക്കാർ വക നിയമ കലാലയം എന്നുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ എനിക്ക് കോർ അക്കാഡമിക്സ് ആയതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഞാൻ കുട്ടികളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഒരു പോക്കറ്റ് ഇൻകം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പോക്കറ്റ് മണി, ടു ബി ഹോണസ്റ്റ് പോക്കറ്റ് മണിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ടീച്ചിങ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്തത്. പക്ഷേ വളരെ പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ ടീച്ചിങ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇറ്റ്സ് ബിയോണ്ട് മണി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ബിയോണ്ട് മണി മേക്കിംഗ് എന്നുള്ള ആ ഒരു തിയറിയിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ പോവുകയായിരുന്നു. കാരണം സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് നമ്മൾ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഇമ്പാക്ട്, അവരുമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കണക്ഷൻ, ആ കണക്ഷൻ ത്രൂ അവരുടെ ലൈഫിൽ വരുന്ന ചേഞ്ചസ് ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ ഒരുപാട് ഇൻഫ്ലുവൻസ് ചെയ്തു, നമ്മുടെ ഫിലോസഫീസിനെ ഒരുപാട് മാറ്റി. അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ 10th കുട്ടികളെ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് വരെ ആ സമയത്ത് പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പം അവരുടെ പേഴ്സണലി അവരുമായിട്ട് സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയം, ഒരു 40 സ്റ്റുഡൻസിൽ ഒരു സെഷൻ 1 hour എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് 2 hours 3 hours ഒക്കെ ചിലപ്പം ഡൗട്ട് ക്ലാരിഫൈ ചെയ്യാൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരുടെ ഒരു കരിയർ പാത്ത് വേയിൽ നമുക്ക് ഗൈഡൻസ് കൊടുക്കാനൊക്കെ ഞാൻ അവരുമായിട്ട് പേഴ്സണലി സമയം സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുമായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ പേഴ്സണലി സമയം സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്ത കുട്ടികളിലെല്ലാം ഒരുപാട് ഇമ്പാക്ട് എനിക്ക് കാണാൻ പറ്റും. അങ്ങനെയാണ് 1-on-1 അക്കാഡമിക് ട്യൂഷൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 1-on-1 മെന്റർഷിപ്പിന് അതിൻ്റെതായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇമ്പാക്ട് ഉണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളത് മനസ്സിലാവുന്നത്. അതൊരു ബിസിനസ് ആണെന്നുള്ളത് അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ റിയലൈസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. അതിന് എന്റെ കോഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് രണ്ടുപേരും സൈക്കോളജി ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ഉള്ളവരാണ്. അപ്പൊ അവർ ഓൾറെഡി എഴുത്തിലും വായനയിലൊക്കെ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് അനുഭവിച്ചിരുന്ന ഡിസ്ലെക്സിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കുട്ടികൾക്ക് 1-on-1 ഫിസിക്കൽ സെന്റേഴ്സിൽ ട്രെയിനിങ് കൊടുക്കുമായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഇവരുമായിട്ട് ഒരുമിച്ച് നമ്മൾ 2018-19 സമയത്താണ് ഈ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ അന്നൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിൽ ഒരുപാട് കുട്ടികൾ വരും, അവർക്കൊക്കെ എന്തെങ്കിലും പ്രോബ്ലംസ് ഉണ്ടാവും. 10th ക്ലാസ് പരീക്ഷയുടെ 2 ആഴ്ച മുന്നേ വന്നിട്ട് എനിക്ക് ഗുണനം അറിയില്ല, എനിക്ക് മൾട്ടിപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ അറിയില്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കുട്ടികളുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് എ ഡിഫറെന്റ് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് പ്രോബ്ലം. അത് ആ കുട്ടി സ്കൂളിലെ മാത്തമാറ്റിക്സ് ടീച്ചർ, ഹൈസ്കൂളിൽ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഒരു മാത്തമാറ്റിക്സ് ടീച്ചർക്ക് ഒരിക്കലും അത് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ട്യൂഷൻ സെന്ററിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പേപ്പറുകൾ എണ്ണുന്ന ഒരു ട്യൂഷൻ സെന്റർ സംബന്ധിച്ച് അവിടുത്തെ ടീച്ചർക്ക് ഒരിക്കലും ആ കുട്ടിക്ക് മൾട്ടിപ്ലിക്കേഷൻ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റത്തില്ല. അപ്പം എപ്പോഴും 1-on-1 അതിൻ്റെതായിട്ടുള്ള സ്പേസ് ഉണ്ട്. അതിനി അബോ ആവറേജ് കുട്ടികളാണെങ്കിൽ ബിലോ ആവറേജ് കുട്ടികളാണെങ്കിൽ അപ്പൊ ആ സ്പേസിൽ കുട്ടികളുടെ ഇമ്പാക്ട് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ള ആഗ്രഹത്തിൽ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള കോൺസെപ്റ്റാണ് ഇൻട്രോവൽ. പിന്നെ ഒരു സമയം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഈ ഇമ്പാക്ട് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ ഈ ബിസിനസ് പ്രോഫിറ്റ് വേണമെന്ന് തോന്നിയിട്ടാണ് ആക്ച്വലി നമ്മൾ ഇതിന്റെ ബിസിനസ് എലമെന്റ്സിന്റെയും ഇതിന്റെ ബിസിനസിന്റെ ഫണ്ടമെന്റൽസ് ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ പഠിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ ഒരുപാട് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഉള്ള ഒരു ഏരിയ ആണെന്ന് തോന്നി. അങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ കേരളത്തിൽ, നമ്മൾ ആക്ച്വലി മലബാർ സൈഡിൽ നിന്നാണ്, മലപ്പുറം ജില്ലയിൽ നിന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ റവന്യൂ 100% മലപ്പുറം കോഴിക്കോട് ജില്ലകളായിരുന്നു. മലപ്പുറം, കോഴിക്കോട്, കണ്ണൂർ ഒരു 2022 വരെയൊക്കെ. അവിടുന്ന് നമ്മൾ മലബാർ ആയതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് GCC എക്സ്പാൻഷൻ ഭയങ്കര ഈസി ആയി. പിന്നെ നമ്മൾ ബിസിനസിന്റെ ഫണ്ടമെന്റൽസ് പഠിച്ചു, ഒരുപാട് മെന്റേഴ്സിനെ കണ്ടു. ഒരുപാട് മെന്റേഴ്സ്, ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ഒരു സമയത്തൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ സ്കേലബിൾ അല്ല എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മൾ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ് വേണ്ടി ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ ഒരുവിധം എല്ലാ ഏഞ്ചൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റേഴ്സും നമ്മുടെ അടുത്ത് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് ഇതൊരു സ്കേലബിൾ ബിസിനസ് അല്ല എന്നുള്ളത്. പക്ഷെ ആ സമയമൊക്കെ ആയപ്പോഴേക്കും നമുക്ക് ഏകദേശം 100-ൽ കൂടുതൽ എംപ്ലോയീസ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, 1500 ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഈവൻ നമ്മുടെ കടങ്ങൾ പോലും നമുക്കിത് ഒരിക്കലും കമ്പനി കൂട്ടാൻ പറ്റാത്ത രീതിയിൽ ഇൻക്രീസ് ആയിരുന്നു. ആ ഒരു സമയത്ത് നമുക്ക് ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് ആണ് നമ്മുടെ അധികം മെന്റേഴ്സ്, ഇൻവെസ്റ്റേഴ്സിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതൽ. ഹോണസ്റ്റ്ലി സ്പീക്കിംഗ് ഇത് നമുക്ക് ഇരുത്തിയിട്ട് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. പക്ഷെ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് എന്റെ മുഖത്ത് നോക്കിയിട്ട് ആ ബിസിനസ് കൊള്ളാലോ, ഇത് അടിപൊളിയോ, നീ ഇത് ചെയ്തോ എന്ന് എന്നിട്ട് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞ വ്യക്തി നമുക്കാണ്. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് മെന്റേഴ്സിന്റെ ഗൈഡൻസ് ഒക്കെ കിട്ടി, നമ്മൾ ഫണ്ടമെന്റൽസ് പഠിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ആക്ച്വലി നമ്മൾ ബിസിനസ് സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇന്ന് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ 60+ കൺട്രീസിൽ നമുക്ക് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. 3 കൺട്രീസിൽ നമുക്ക് ടീം മെമ്പേഴ്സ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഏകദേശം 50,000+ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് പ്രീമിയം കോഴ്സസ് പഠിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതല്ലാതെ പ്രീമിയം ആയിട്ടുള്ള കോഴ്സസ് പഠിക്കുന്ന സ്റ്റുഡൻസും ഉണ്ട്. ഏകദേശം കേരളത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് 12,000 ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. എന്റെ വീടിന്റെ തൊട്ടടുത്ത് തന്നെയാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഓഫീസ്, അരീക്കോട് എന്ന് പറയും. അരീക്കോട് നമ്മുടെ ഓഫീസിൽ ഏകദേശം 410 പേര് ഇപ്പോൾ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ആ രീതിയിലേക്കൊക്കെ പിന്നെ നമുക്ക് സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റി. ബട്ട് ഫണ്ടമെന്റലി നമ്മുടെ ബിസിനസ് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം ഉണ്ട്, ആ പ്രോബ്ലത്തിന് ഒരു സൊല്യൂഷൻ കൊടുക്കണം എന്നുള്ളൊരു ഇതിന്റെ പുറത്ത് നമ്മൾ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പൊ ബേസിക്കലി ആക്സിഡന്റൽ ഓണ്ടർപ്രണേഴ്സ് ആണ്, ബട്ട് ഇപ്പം കോർ ബിസിനസ്മാൻ ആയിട്ട് മാറി എന്നുള്ളതാണ് സത്യം.
ഓക്കെ, ഹിസാം ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ 100
mentors he got it right that it's not work out എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. But sometimes he found that interval is a good model. That's the wow factor you have അല്ലേ. Being a founder, as a founder, നമുക്കറിയാം idea never fails. But when it comes to the execution part, when it comes to the practical side of startups, being a founder, there are certain criteria to be followed അല്ലേ. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു 7 വർഷമായിട്ടും ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഫൗണ്ടർ എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ ഇപ്പം സ്കില്ലിംഗ് സെക്ടറിലാവട്ടെ അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം ആവട്ടെ ഒരു മാനേജ്മെന്റ് പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവിലാകട്ടെ വാട്ട് ഇസ് മെയിൻ തിങ് ബിഹൈൻഡ് റണ്ണിംഗ് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ്?
Yeah, so Ramesh പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ what I saw in interval at that point of time was obviously our execution capability. At that point of time, 100 employees, and like I think they were doing pretty good revenue as well. I would say one of the primary factors of success is the underlying market. Idea is important, but idea ഏത് underlying മാർക്കറ്റിലാണ് ഉള്ളത് എന്നുള്ളത് വളരെ വളരെ important ആണ്, because that kind of defines your സക്സസ്. കാരണം ഇപ്പോൾ എൻട്രിയുടെ കേസ് എടുക്കുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എൻട്രി ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ തുടങ്ങിയത് ഒരു B2B കോച്ചിങ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടിന് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള ഒരു ഡാഷ്ബോർഡ് ആയിരുന്നു. That idea did not take off. But because we were in the education market, the underlying market was education, which is huge. I would say it's more than a 150 billion or $200 billion market across India. Right? Underlying market strong ആയതുകൊണ്ടാണ് we were able to pivot from that initial idea to another idea and grow fast. So I would say one of the primary enablers of startup success is to identify the market that you're chasing. More than the idea, ഒരു ഐഡിയ ഉണ്ടാവും, പക്ഷേ ആ ഐഡിയ സക്സസ് ആവണമെന്നില്ല. പക്ഷേ if the underlying market is very very promising, the market is huge, and you pick an idea in that market, you go very very obsessive with that particular idea. As an entrepreneur, if you're passionate, ഊണും ഉറക്കമൊന്നുമില്ലാതെ ഭയങ്കര aggressively execute ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, even if that idea doesn't take off, because you go so deep into that idea and that market, you will figure out insights that will lead to another idea which might take off. The underlying market is strong. That is exactly what happened with NT. The B2B സാധനം തുടങ്ങി അത് workout ആയില്ല, because when we went very very deep, we figured out the PSC problem and then the vernacular upskilling problem and then you. Right? So I would say that is one of the primary factors. You have more than the idea, you have to pick an idea in a market which is very very promising. Timing is also important. ആ മാർക്കറ്റിൽ അതിൻ്റെ അണ്ടർലൈൻ മാർക്കറ്റിൻ്റെ അറൗണ്ട് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ്സ് വരുമ്പോൾ ട്രെൻഡ് ഹോട്ട് ആണോ എന്നൊക്കെ നോക്കിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, and if you dedicate 7 to 10 years in that market, the chance of you succeeding is very high.
And according to you, what is the scalable criteria for a founder? Because you work with Singapore, you have experience operating in Singapore, and now you are into a new startup and so about the experience in the background, what's the major criteria a founder look into it for scaling up the startup?
I think just one ingredient, right? If you look at any founders, it is consistency and ability to face rejection or an issue with a smile. Because every day is firefighting, right? നമ്മൾ ഈ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാവരും ഹിസാമിനൊക്കെയാണ് കാണുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ ഇഫ് യു ഗെറ്റ് ഓഫ് ദ സ്റ്റേജ് ഇവരായിട്ട് കുറച്ച് നേരം സംസാരിക്കുമ്പോൾ മനസ്സിലാവും അത് ഒരു എളുപ്പമുള്ള ഇതല്ല. ലൈക്ക് കൺസിസ്റ്റന്റ് അണ്ടർഗോ ദാറ്റ് പ്രഷർ. ലൈക്ക് ഐ റിമെമ്പർ ഞാൻ നിങ്ങൾ OMDR ഇന്ത്യൻ എക്സിറ്റ്, അതായത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഫണ്ട് എക്സിറ്റ് ആയെന്ന് ഫസ്റ്റ് മുഖത്ത് വന്നത് ഹിസാമിനായിരുന്നു. ബിക്കോസ് വി ഹാഡ് മെറ്റ് ബിഫോർ ദാറ്റ്. ഒരു ആദ്യം റേസ് ചെയ്ത് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ഇന്ത്യൻ എക്സിറ്റ് ആയെന്ന് കേൾക്കുമ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടാവുന്ന ഒരു ഇഷ്യൂ. ആൻഡ് ദീസ് ആർ റിയൽ പ്രോബ്ലംസ്. ഈ പ്രോബ്ലം എല്ലാവർക്കും പറ്റില്ല. ആൻഡ് സെയിം തിങ് ഞാൻ സിംഗപ്പൂരിൽ നിന്ന് തിരിച്ചു വന്നപ്പോൾ ഐ തോട്ട് ഓക്കെ പൊളിറ്റീഷ്യൻസ് അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഇങ്ങനെയാണ്. പക്ഷേ വൺസ് യു ട്രൈ വിത്ത് ദം ദ കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് കോർ ക്വാളിറ്റി ദാറ്റ് ദേ ഹാവ്, ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് റിസൈഡ്. എന്ത് വന്നാലും ആ ചിരിച്ചു നിൽക്കാനുള്ള, ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് വൺ ഇൻഗ്രീഡിയൻറ്റ്. Irrespective of what your idea is, how the market is reacting, if you have that willpower to sustain, I think companies will grow.
Interval ഒരു സ്കേലബിൾ സ്റ്റേജിലെത്തിയ ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ആണ് in terms of funding and in terms of valuation. റമീസ് എന്നൊരു ഫൗണ്ടർ, what do you feel സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് സ്കേലബിൾ ആവണം, എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ് ആവണം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സ്റ്റേജിലേക്ക് പോവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ എന്താണ് ബീങ് എ ഫൗണ്ടർ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്?
ബീങ് എ ഫൗണ്ടർ ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട് പല ഏരിയാസിൽ. ബട്ട് ടു ബി സ്പെസിഫിക്, ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ കാണുന്നുള്ള ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സിന് റെലവെന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഏരിയ എന്റെ പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവിൽ തോന്നിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യം മാത്രമേ പറയാം. നോർമലി ഇപ്പൊ കണ്ടുവരുന്ന ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സിൽ പീപ്പിൾ സ്കിൽസ് ഭയങ്കര കുറവാണ്. അപ്പൊ എന്നെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഇന്റർവെല്ലിൽ സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്തതിൽ എന്റെ ഒരു കോർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഏരിയ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പീപ്പിൾ സ്കിൽസ് ആയിരുന്നു. Because as a CEO, my ultimate job was to place the right people at the right spot at the right time. അത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയത് കൊണ്ടാണ് ഇന്റർവ്യൂ സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയത്. അപ്പൊ ഇന്റർവ്യൂ ഒരിക്കലും 60 കൺട്രീസ് നമുക്ക് ക്ലയൻസ് ഉള്ളതോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 400 എംപ്ലോയീസിനെ ആക്ച്വലി ഇവരെ നെയിം ചെയ്യാൻ പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മേ ബി ഒരു 25% ആൾക്കാരായിരിക്കും എനിക്ക് മാക്സിമം നെയിം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുക. ബട്ട് സ്റ്റിൽ ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിൽ ആ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റമായിട്ട് റൺ ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്റെ സീനിയർ ലെവൽ ഓഫ് ലീഡർഷിപ്പ്, അത് രണ്ട് ടീം, എന്റെ തൊട്ട് താഴെയുള്ള ലെവലിലും അതിന്റെയും താഴെയുള്ള മാനേജീരിയൽ ലെവൽസിൽ എനിക്ക് റൈറ്റ് പീപ്പിളിനെ റൈറ്റ് ടൈമിൽ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. അപ്പൊ അഗെയിൻ അതിന് എന്താണ് വേണ്ടതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പീപ്പിൾ സ്കിൽസ് ഐ വുഡ് സേ. കാരണം ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിൽ ഫണ്ട് റേസ് ചെയ്യാത്ത സമയത്താണ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിലെ ടോപ്പ് എക്സ്പേർട്സ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പെർഫോമൻസ് മാർക്കറ്റിംഗിൽ അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഓപ്പറേഷൻസിൽ ബിസിനസ് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിലൊക്കെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ അന്ന് ടോപ്പ് എക്സ്പേർട്സിനെ എനിക്ക് എന്റെ കമ്പനിയിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അവരവരുടെ എക്സിസ്റ്റിംഗ് സാലറിന്റെ 1/4 സാലറി പാക്കേജിലൊക്കെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ കമ്പനിയിൽ വന്ന് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ വിഷനെ എനിക്ക് കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. അപ്പൊ എനിക്ക് എന്തുകൊണ്ട് കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പീപ്പിൾ സ്കിൽസ് ആണ്. പിന്നെ അഗെയിൻ ഇതിനെ വേറൊരു പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവിൽ പറയുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ശരിക്കും സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങുന്നവർ ഇപ്പം അഗെയിൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങാൻ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഭയങ്കര താല്പര്യം. അഗെയിൻ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു ബസ്വേർഡായി. ഈവൻ കോളേജസിലൊക്കെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഇനീഷ്യേറ്റീവ് എടുത്തിട്ടും അവിടുത്തെ കോളേജസ് ഇനീഷ്യേറ്റീവ് എടുത്തിട്ടും കുട്ടികളെ ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങാൻ വേണ്ടി മോട്ടിവേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നൊരു ആ ഒരു ജോബ് അവർ വളരെ സക്സസ്ഫുള്ളി ചെയ്തു എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എന്റെ പേഴ്സണൽ അഭിപ്രായം. കാരണം ഒരുപാട് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഇപ്പം ഈവൻ മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിലെ കുട്ടികൾ പോലും സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത് എനിക്ക് ഒരുപാട് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഉണ്ട് എന്റെ ഫ്രണ്ട്സ് ആയ പോലും. അപ്പം ഇവരെല്ലാവരും എന്തിന് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങുന്നു എന്നുള്ള ഇന്റൻഷൻ ഭയങ്കര റെലവെന്റ്. അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഓരോ ബിസിനസ്സിനും അതിന്റെ ഇന്റൻഷൻ ആണ് അതിന്റെ കോർ, അവരുടെ ഫിലോസഫി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ആ ഇന്റൻഷൻസ് അനുസരിച്ചായിരിക്കും നമ്മുടെ സ്കെയിലിംഗിന്റെ മെത്തേഡും ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് മെത്തേഡ് ഈവൻ ടീം ഫോർമേഷനിലൊക്കെ ആ വാല്യൂസ് റിഫ്ലക്ട് ചെയ്യും. അപ്പൊ ആ ഇന്റൻഷൻ എങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ടാവുന്നു എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിൽ ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം വേണം, ആ പ്രോബ്ലത്തിന് ഒരു സൊല്യൂഷൻ നമുക്ക് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റണം. അപ്പൊ ആ പ്രോബ്ലത്തിനോട് നമുക്കൊരു പാഷൻ വേണം. അത് സൊല്യൂഷനോട് പാഷൻ ആയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അത് എപ്പോഴും മാർക്കറ്റിൽ ഫിറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് മാറാനുള്ള പ്രോബബിലിറ്റി കുറവാണ്. ആ പ്രോബ്ലത്തിനോട് നമുക്ക് പാഷൻ വേണം. അപ്പൊ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ആ പ്രോബ്ലത്തിനോട് പാഷൻ ആവാന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ പ്രോബ്ലം ഒരിക്കലും നമ്മുടേതാവരുത്. നമ്മുടെ ഓപ്പോസിറ്റ് ഇരിക്കുന്ന മനുഷ്യന്മാരുടെ പ്രോബ്ലം നമ്മുടെ പ്രോബ്ലം ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റണം. അതിന് അഗെയിൻ എംപതി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന വാല്യൂ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എംപതി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സ്കിൽ ഭയങ്കര ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റ് ആണ്. നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിലുള്ള മനുഷ്യന്മാരെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ചുറ്റുമുള്ള മനുഷ്യന്മാരെ മനസ്സിലാക്കാനുള്ള കഴിവ്. അപ്പം ഒരു മാനേജർ ആവാൻ മേ ബി നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടുത്തെ അക്കാഡമിക്സും ഇവിടുത്തെ കോളേജസും ഒരുപാട് പേരെ അപ്സ്കിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ബട്ട് ഒരു ലീഡർ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന രീതിയിൽ അതിനൊക്കെ ഞാൻ എന്റെ കോളേജിനോട് ഭയങ്കര ഗ്രേറ്റ്ഫുൾ ആണ്. കോളേജിൽ എനിക്ക് അക്കാഡമിക്സ് ഒന്നും കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിലും ഒരുപാട് നല്ല ലീഡേഴ്സിനെ കാണാൻ, ഒരുപാട് മോശം ലീഡേഴ്സിനെ കാണാൻ, ഒരു ലീഡർ എങ്ങനെ ആവണമെന്നും എങ്ങനെ ആവരുതെന്നും ആവാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എന്റെ കലാലയം എന്നെ ഒരുപാട് ഡീപ്പ് ആക്കി വിശ്വസിക്കുന്ന ഒരാളാണ്. ആ പീപ്പിൾ സ്കിൽസ് നമ്മുടെ കമ്പനി ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനും എന്തിനാണ് ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങുന്നതിന് വരെ വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടന്റ് ആണ്. അപ്പൊ അതായിരിക്കും ഐ വുഡ് മെൻഷൻ പീപ്പിൾ സ്കിൽസ് ആസ് ദ അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ് തിങ് എവറി ഫൗണ്ടർ നീഡഡ്.
Example, how to balance between building innovative products and building a skill team. Because നമ്മൾ ആളുകൾ വർണ്ണാഭ ലാംഗ്വേജസ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പം പല സ്റ്റേറ്റ്സിലും പല തരത്തിലുള്ള എംപ്ലോയീസ് ആക്ച്വലി ഇത് എങ്ങനെയാണ് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് നമുക്ക് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യണം, ഒരു സ്കിൽ ടീമും നമുക്ക് ഒരു സൈഡിൽ വേണം. സോ ഹൗ ഡു എൻഷുർ ദാറ്റ് ഇത് രണ്ടും നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളത്?
Yeah, entry different functions and the product is a different function. We call it EPD, Engineering, Product and Design. That is headed by my co-founder and CTO Rahul. So he kind of takes care of the product side. Janam Rahulum strategy set team, and then the product has a roadmap. It kind of goes through that roadmap. We develop features. I think recruiting is a different thing. One thing that I have learned is incentives work nicely, right? So incentives എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ശമ്പളത്തിന് പുറത്ത് എന്തെങ്കിലും കിട്ടണം, right? ശമ്പളം എല്ലാവരും കൊടുക്കും. അപ്പോൾ sales team sales teams usually perform very well when you have incentives tied to them, right? At entry, we also have this thing called ESOPs. Around 1000 പേര് കമ്പനിയിലുണ്ട്. 400 പേർക്ക് entry owners ആണ്. They have equity, right? And we also call it skin in the game. Equity കിട്ടുന്ന സമയത്ത് അവർ extra motivated, extra committed, etc. And they deserve it also. നമ്മൾ just motivate ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രം കൊടുക്കില്ല. കാരണം അവർ there are obviously a lot of people inside entry who works harder than me right now, right? ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഒന്ന് സ്പീച്ച് അടിക്കണം, അവരവിടെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ and they deserve it. So നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ കമ്പനിയുടെ ഷെയർസും ഇക്വിറ്റിയും നമ്മൾ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സും കോർ ടീമും മാത്രം പിടിച്ചു വെക്കാതെ റൈറ്റ്. And when you obviously the larger thing is positive. It's a positive sum game, not a zero sum game. Zero sum game നമ്മുടെ ലോസ് അവരുടെ ഗെയിനും അവരുടെ ഗെയിനും നമ്മുടെ ലോസ് ഇറ്റ്സ് win, right? So I think that has been pivotal to entries growth. Wherever we have built team, we've given entries ownership to people who deserve it. And that has led to a culture where we call it entrepreneurship, where we have this philosophy where everyone inside entry is an owner. The ideal goal for me is to take that to 1,000 people. Entry 100% ആൾക്കാർക്കും എൻട്രിയിൽ ഇക്വിറ്റി വേണം, ഓണർഷിപ്പ് വേണം എന്നുള്ളൊരു ഗോൾ എനിക്കുണ്ട്. That kind of drives entry. അത് ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, people kind of take ownership. For example, some of the initiatives that is happening in Tamil and Telugu, I might not know, because they own it, they drive. എന്തെങ്കിലും ഫൈനാൻഷ്യൽ അപ്രൂവലോ അങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ലാർജർ അപ്രൂവൽ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് വരുള്ളൂ. Otherwise, it's on their own, and that is because of entrepreneurship, the philosophy that we believe in, where everyone inside entry is known. And I think that has helped me and my team to kind of grow very, very fast.
So, Akshay, you are in the initial stage looking for team building at a stage. If you actually look into your team, about skills, what do you really want the team?
It is about them resonating with the vision, understanding what this is, because it's a long term game. ഇത് നമ്മൾ പറയുന്ന പോലെ ഒരു ടെസ്റ്റ് മാച്ച് പോലത്തെ ഒരു സാധനമാണ്. 2020 അല്ല. ആ ടെസ്റ്റ് മാച്ചിൽ അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് യു ഷുഡ് ഹാവ്, ഇഫ് യു ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് എനി സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ഓൺടർപ്രണേഴ്സ് ഓർ എനി സക്സസ്ഫുൾ കമ്പനി, യു സീ അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് 10-15 പീപ്പിൾ വർക്കിംഗ് വിത്ത് ദം ഫോർ ഇയേഴ്സ്. അതൊരു ഭയങ്കര ഒരു കേസ് സ്റ്റഡി ആയിട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. കുറെ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ ആൾക്കാരെ എടുത്തു, അതിൽ എത്ര പേര് ആദ്യം മുതൽ കൂടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ആദ്യത്തെ ഒരു 10-15 ആൾക്കാർ റിയലി ബിലീവ് യുവർ വിഷൻ, understand that this is a problem worth solving. This is something that I'm willing to dedicate my Saturdays or Sundays or go that extra mile. Adinu, it is all about talking to your emotional എത്ര rational salary ultimately if you are not emotionally engaged for the cause, people will not stay. Early stage, but as you scale, the modus operandi differs. ഞാനിപ്പോൾ സിംഗപ്പൂർ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പിൽ we had 2,000 employees. We were a $500 million company. We had operations in 8 countries. ആ സമയത്ത് like it is about salary and stability and all that. So companies are beings. നമ്മൾ ടീനേജിൽ ഉണ്ടാവുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഒപ്റ്റിമൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സാധനമല്ല ഒപ്റ്റിമൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, നല്ല ഓൾഡ് ഏജിൽ ഒപ്റ്റിമൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പം ഐ തിങ്ക് the answer to this question depends on what is your age. Most of the times what happens is companies don't try to act their age. ഞാൻ ഏർലി സ്റ്റേജിൽ തന്നെ ഞാൻ ഒരു $1 million റേസ് ഞാൻ ഗൂഗിളിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു വെച്ചാൽ ദാറ്റ്സ് എ ബാഡ് ഡിസിഷൻ. ഞാൻ ഒരു 10-year-old company, I am a $1 billion company, and I'm trying to get a fresher to operate that company. That is also a mistake. So, at your age, find the right talent at the right time.
ഇന്റർവെല്ലിന്റെ കേസിൽ was it to find that talented pool കണ്ടെത്താൻ ഈസി ആയിരുന്നു സെറ്റ്സ് ഉള്ളവരെ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെയാണ് നിങ്ങൾ ആ ഒരു എംപ്ലോയീസ് സ്കിൽ സെറ്റ്സ്?
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ഇത്രയും കൺട്രീസിലേക്ക് സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പോലും ഇപ്പോഴും നമ്മുടെ ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ ഹെഡ് ക്വാർട്ടേഴ്സ് വരുന്നത് മലപ്പുറം ജില്ലയിലുള്ള അരീക്കോട് തന്നെയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ഓഫീസ് എന്റെ വീടിന് തൊട്ടടുത്താണ്. ഒരു 50,000 സ്ക്വയർ ഫീറ്റ് ഒരു 2 ബിൽഡിംഗ് മൊത്തത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ എടുത്തിട്ട് നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഓഫീസ് സ്പേസ് ആണ് അവിടെ വെച്ചത്. അപ്പൊ അവിടെ ഏകദേശം ഞങ്ങൾ തുടങ്ങിയ സമയത്തൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് അവിടെ വന്നിട്ട് എംപ്ലോയീസ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പോസിബിൾ അല്ലായിരുന്നു. കാരണം ഇവിടുന്ന് ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ കൊച്ചിയിലേക്കും ബാംഗ്ലൂരിലേക്കും പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന സമയം കൊച്ചിയിൽ നിന്നും ബാംഗ്ലൂരിലും അവിടെയുള്ള നേറ്റീവ്സിനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ നാട്ടിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരിക എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമായിരുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലുള്ള റിസോഴ്സസ് വെച്ചിട്ട് അഡ്ജസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത് പോകേണ്ട ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷൻ ഇനി. അപ്പോഴും നമുക്ക് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞങ്ങൾ റൂറൽ സ്പേസ് ആണ്. കാലിക്കറ്റ് ഏകദേശം ഒരു 40-45 മിനിറ്റ്സ് ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. മലപ്പുറം കോഴിക്കോട് ജില്ലയുടെ ബോർഡറിലാണ്. പക്ഷെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനിൽ ഭയങ്കര അപ്വേർഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയാണ്. എസ്പെഷ്യലി വിമൺ എംപവർമെന്റ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വിമന്റെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇപ്പൊ എന്റെ ഗ്രാൻഡ് മദർ ഒക്കെ അന്നത്തെ കാലത്ത് 7th സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് വരെ പോയിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ടും ആ എഡ്യൂക്കേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റി ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇനീഷ്യലി അവിടെ ഒരു പൂള് കണ്ടെത്താനും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവരെ മാക്സിമം യൂട്ടിലൈസ് ചെയ്യാനും നമ്മളൊരു ഇനീഷ്യേറ്റീവ് എടുത്തുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ യുവർ മോർ ലൈക്ക് ഒരു ഫ്രഷ് ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റിനെ എടുക്കും, ഒരു 6 മന്ത് നമ്മൾ തന്നെ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്യും, എന്നിട്ട് അവരെ സെയിൽസിലേക്ക് ഇടും, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കസ്റ്റമർ സപ്പോർട്ടിലേക്ക് ഇടും. ഈവൻ ഡെവലപ്പേഴ്സ് പോലും നമ്മൾ ഫ്രഷ് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ് എടുത്തിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ സീനിയർ ടീം അവർ തന്നെ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്തിട്ട് 6 മന്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് നമ്മൾ തന്നെ യൂസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് അവരെ റിട്ടൈൻ ചെയ്യാൻ ഈസി ആയിരുന്നു. കാരണം അരീക്കോട് അവർക്ക് എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന വേറെ കമ്പനികളൊന്നും ഉണ്ടാവില്ല, ഞങ്ങൾ മാത്രമേ ഉണ്ടാവുകയുള്ളൂ. അപ്പം ആ ഒരു റിട്ടൻഷൻ അവിടെ പോസിറ്റീവ് ആയിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഒരു സമയം വരെ സംവർ അറൌണ്ട് 2023 വരെയൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ ഈ രീതിയിലായിരുന്നു സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്തിരുന്നത്. പിന്നെ അഗൈൻ സീനിയർ ലീഡർഷിപ്പ് നമുക്ക് കുറച്ചും കൂടെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ട് ആൾക്കാർ വരണം. വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാലാണ് നമ്മൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ നമ്മൾ അരീക്കോട് തന്നെ ഒരു 200 എംപ്ലോയീസ് ഇപ്പോൾ ഉണ്ട്. അവരെല്ലാം അപ്സ്കിൽ ആയത് നമുക്ക് ഈ കൾച്ചറൽ എക്സ്ചേഞ്ച് നടന്നതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. പിന്നെ ഒരു സമയം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് ഒരുപാട് അപ്സ്കില്ലായി. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സിന് ബാംഗ്ലൂരും കൊച്ചിയിലൊക്കെ ഉള്ള സീനിയർ ലെവൽ ലീഡർഷിപ്പിലുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെ അട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് സാധിച്ചു. അതാണ് ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പീപ്പിൾ സ്കിൽസ്. ആ പീപ്പിൾ സ്കിൽസ് ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ സിഒഒ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു രാഹുൽ, അവൻ കണ്ണൂരായിരുന്നു. നമ്മൾ പെർഫോമൻസ് മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് അന്ന് കേരളത്തിലെ ടോപ്പ് പെർഫോമൻസ് മാർക്കറ്റർ നമുക്ക് ടീമിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറ്റി. നമുക്ക് ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ നിന്നാണ് നമ്മുടെ ചീഫ് പീപ്പിൾ ഓഫീസറെ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഇന്ന് ഏകദേശം 400 എംപ്ലോയീസ് ഉള്ളതിൽ ഏകദേശം 180 എംപ്ലോയീസ് ഫ്രം കാസർഗോഡ് മുതൽ ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം വരെയുള്ള ജില്ലക്കാരുണ്ട്. അതിന് പുറമെ ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ നിന്നും ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ തമിഴ്നാട്ടിലേക്ക് എക്സ്പാൻഡ് ചെയ്തു. തമിഴ്നാട്ടിൽ അത്യാവശ്യം ഏർലി ട്രാക്ഷൻ നന്നായിട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. മീൻസ് തമിഴ് ലാംഗ്വേജിൽ നമ്മൾ ക്ലാസ്സസ് കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നമുക്ക് ഏകദേശം 11 ടീം മെമ്പേഴ്സ് തമിഴ് സ്പീക്കിംഗ് ടീം മെമ്പേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അതിൽ 4 പേര് മലയാളികളാണ്, ബാക്കി 6 പേരെ തമിഴ്നാട് പല ഭാഗത്തു നിന്നായിട്ട് അവർ ഇന്ന് അരീക്കോട് വന്നിട്ട് താമസിച്ചിട്ട് ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അരീക്കോട് ഏകദേശം 150 പേര് ഫാമിലി ആയിട്ടും അല്ലാണ്ടും അവിടെ വന്ന് താമസിച്ചിലേക്ക് ഹോൾ എക്കോ സിസ്റ്റം നമ്മളത് ഇന്റർവെലിന്റെ ചുറ്റുമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു നാടായിട്ട് അരീക്കോടിനെ പ്ലേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ നമ്മൾ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നില്ല. ബിക്കോസ് അരീക്കോട് ഈസ് ബിയോണ്ട് ദാറ്റ്. ഫുട്ബോൾ കളിക്കുന്നവർക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അറിയുന്ന ഒരു നാടായിരിക്കും. അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് ഫുട്ബോൾ പ്ലേയേഴ്സും ഫുട്ബോളിന്റെ മെക്ക എന്നറിയപ്പെടുന്ന അരീക്കോട് അങ്ങനെ തന്നെ നിർത്താനാണ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ആഗ്രഹം. അല്ലാതെ ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ നാട് എന്നറിയപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരിക്കലും ആഗ്രഹമില്ല. ബട്ട് അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ്ലി അരീക്കോട്ടുകാർക്ക് ഒരു അഭിമാന ബ്രാൻഡായിട്ട് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു അഭിമാന സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ആയിട്ട് ഇതിനകത്ത് മാറാൻ സാധിച്ചു എന്നതിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരുപാട് സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. ബട്ട് വാട്ട് ഐ എം സേയിങ് ഈസ് അരീക്കോടിലേക്ക് ഇന്ന് ആൾക്കാർ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് അങ്ങനെ അട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. അഗെയിൻ ഓൾ ഐ ബിലീവ് ഇതെല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സിന്റെ അതുപോലെ തന്നെ കമ്പനിയുടെ വാല്യൂസ്, എംപതി, അതുപോലെ നമ്മൾ എംപ്ലോയീസിനെ എക്സ്പ്ലോർ ചെയ്യാൻ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഏരിയാസ്, ഈവൻ നമ്മുടെ സെയിൽസ് ടീമിൽ വന്നിട്ട് HR മാനേജർ ആയിട്ടുള്ളവരൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതുപോലെ അവരുടെ സ്കിൽസിനനുസരിച്ച് അവർക്ക് എക്സ്പ്ലോർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഏരിയ, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ അവർ നമ്മൾ ഏതൊക്കെ രീതിയിൽ എംപവർ ചെയ്യുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ജെൻസി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇപ്പൊ എക്സാമ്പിൾ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇൻസെന്റീവ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് വർക്ക്ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. പക്ഷെ ഇൻസെന്റീവ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മണി മാത്രമല്ല, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ അതുപോലെ അവർക്ക് അപ്സ്കിൽ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള എൻവയോൺമെന്റ്, ഇതൊക്കെ അവർ ഇൻസെന്റീവ് ആയിട്ട് കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അത്തരത്തിൽ പല ഏരിയാസും നമുക്ക് നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലേക്ക് ആൾക്കാരെ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ടു ദി ആൻസർ അതാണ്, ഒരു സ്റ്റേജിൽ നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടിലെ റിസോഴ്സസ് ആയിട്ട് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെ തന്നെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോയി പുറത്ത് ടാലൻസിനെ അട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ട്. അഗെയിൻ നമ്മുടെ വെച്ചിട്ട് തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മൾ അട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അത് ലൈക്ക് കൂടുതൽ ഡീപ്പായിട്ട് പോകുന്ന ഒരു ടോപ്പിക്കാണ്. ഞാൻ ആ കൾച്ചർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു അതിന് അങ്ങനെ തന്നെ
ഓക്കെ. സ്കിൽ പറയും നമ്മൾ പല ജനറേഷൻ ഇവരെ എങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്ത് എടുക്കുന്നത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പം അക്ഷയ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് പോലെ ഒരു ഫ്യൂച്ചറിലേക്ക് കുട്ടികളെ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തെടുക്കുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ബട്ട് ഇൻ ദ വർക്ക് പ്ലേസ് നമുക്ക് എന്തുമാത്രം അത് പ്രാക്ടിക്കൽ ആണെന്നുള്ളത്, വെൻ ഇറ്റ് കം ടു പ്രാക്ടിക്കൽ സൈഡ്, ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഇവർ സ്കൂളിൽ നിന്നും ഡയറക്ട്ലി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കോളേജിൽ നിന്നും ഡയറക്ട്ലി വരികയാണ് ഒരു വർക്ക് പ്ലേസിലേക്ക്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവരെ ടെക് എനേബിൾഡ് ആക്കണം, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഒരു പ്രാക്ടിക്കൽ ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസിലേക്ക് ഇവരെ കൊണ്ടുവരണം. ഹൗ സീസ് ദാറ്റ്?
Yeah, that is depends on the function again. Sales team ആണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ obviously അവർക്ക് sales training വരും. Growth ആണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ growth. Overall, I think, especially in Kerala, we get a lot of smart people, right? So entry the case പറയുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ especially it's very very important. Right? We are completely online first platform. We go offline ഒന്നുമില്ല. We believe that is the fastest way to scale, and that's one of the reasons that we've scaled very fast. And when it comes to tech talent, we've been lucky because of one of the top startups in Kerala. അപ്പോൾ കൊച്ചിയിൽ കുറെ മല്ലു ടാലന്റ് ഉണ്ട്. Obviously they go to Bangalore, right? അപ്പോൾ ബാംഗ്ലൂർ പോകുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് they check there are in Kochi or in Trivandrum or anywhere in Kerala, right? Well, we've been kind of placed as one of the top startups in Kerala. നമ്മൾ tech team around 55-60 ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. So even if they get 30% salary compared to Bangalore, they choose Kochi. Right? കാരണം obvious ആണ്, like better lifestyle, the can town every weekend, better food, എല്ലാം better ആണ്, right? So that will be, we've been very lucky. We get a lot of talented people to work for entry in the tech team, but across other regions, it's a very rigorous training process. ആദ്യമൊന്നും ട്രെയിനിങ് ഒന്നും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല, ബട്ട് എല്ലാം ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ എല്ലാം ചെയ്താണ് പഠിക്കുന്നത്, റൈറ്റ്? ഇപ്പോഴും കുറേ മിസ്റ്റേക്സ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഓരോ മിസ്റ്റേക്ക് പഠിച്ചിട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ അറൗണ്ട് സിസ്റ്റംസ് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യണം, പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യണം ആൻഡ് സോൾവ്. ആദ്യം സെയിൽസ് ഹയറിംഗ് ഒക്കെ ട്രെയിനിങ് ഒന്നും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. ആദ്യത്തെ മേ ബി സെയിൽസ് ടീം മാത്രം അറൗണ്ട് 350 ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ the initial 45 training process was not very strong. Right now, it's very tight. Senior leaders-നെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു, ലൈക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ അക്കാഡമിയും ബൈജൂസ് പോലത്തെ ടെക് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സിൻ്റെ ആൾക്കാരെ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു. They brought a lot of processes from there. ഞാനും രാഹുലും കുറേ റിസർച്ച് ചെയ്തു. We talked to a lot of mentors. അപ്പോൾ എല്ലാം ചെയ്താണ് പഠിച്ചത്. Mistakes were done. We solved that and created systems around that. അത് തന്നെയാണ്, വേറെ മാജിക്കൽ ഫോർമുല ഒന്നും ഇല്ല. One thing that I've learned running a startup is we have to embrace chaos, right? Perfect, right? അപ്പോൾ ആ പെർഫെക്ഷന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് പെർസ്യൂ ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരിക്കലും സമാധാനം കിട്ടില്ല. യു വോണ്ട് ബി ഏബിൾ ടു വർക്ക്, റൈറ്റ്? അപ്പോൾ ഒരിക്കലും പെർഫെക്റ്റ് ആവില്ല എന്നുള്ള ഒരു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡിങ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ യു വിൽ ഓൾവേസ് ബി ഏബിൾ ടു go forward, right? So അപ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോഴും പെർഫെക്റ്റ് അല്ല, ബട്ട് വി learn, still learning. We mistakes means more learning.
പക്ഷേ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഒരു ടെക്നോളജി നമ്മുടെ വർക്ക് പ്ലേസിനെ മാറ്റാൻ പോകുന്നത്? ഷോർട്ട് ടേം ഗോളിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെ കോച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഒരു ലോങ് ടേമിൽ വിഷൻ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് എങ്ങനെയാണ് ടെക്നോളജിയിലൂടെ നമ്മൾ കൂടുതൽ കുട്ടികളെ ഇതിനകത്ത് സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നത്? പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും അക്ഷയുടെ ഒരു ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ് എങ്ങനെയായിരിക്കും ഒരു ലോങ് ടേം ഗോൾ സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് കുട്ടികളെ?
ഫ്യൂച്ചറിൽ നമുക്ക് വളരെ, അതായത് നിയർ ഫ്യൂച്ചറിനും ലോങ് ഫ്യൂച്ചറിനും പറയാം. ഇപ്പം നിയർ ഫ്യൂച്ചറിൽ അതിന് രണ്ട് സൈഡ് ഉണ്ട്, സപ്ലൈ ആൻഡ് ഡിമാൻഡ് സൈഡ് ഉണ്ട്. സപ്ലൈ സൈഡിൽ ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ നോക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ജെൻ ആൽഫാസ്, ജെൻ സീസ്, വാട്ട് ഡു ദേ വാണ്ട്? അവർ പഴയ പോലെ 5 വർഷം MBBS അതിന് ടൈം അവർ ഒപ്റ്റിമൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന എനിക്ക് ഏറ്റവും ഷോർട്ട് ടൈമിൽ എന്താ ഔട്ട്കം കിട്ടും. സപ്ലൈ ഫ്രം ദ ഡിമാൻഡ് സൈഡ് ഇപ്പോൾ പെട്ടെന്ന് ജോലി ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഏരിയാസ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ മാർക്കറ്റ് കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു 2 വർഷം നമ്മൾ ഏറ്റവും ഗ്രോത്ത് കണ്ടിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഏരിയ. പക്ഷേ ആസ് വി സ്പീക്ക് നൗ കാലിഫോർണിയയിൽ മെറ്റേൻ്റെ ഓഫീസിൽ ദേ ആർ ഓട്ടോമേറ്റിംഗ് ദാറ്റ് പ്രോസസ്. സോ നെക്സ്റ്റ് ഇയർ ബൈ ദ ടൈം വി ടോക്ക് നമുക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ ചാറ്റ് GPT അടിക്കുന്ന പോലെ തന്നെ പെർഫോമൻസ് മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് വീക്ക് ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ബേസ്ഡ്. നമ്മൾ അതിൻ്റെ കൺസോൾ ആവശ്യമില്ല, നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. വാട്ട് വിൽ ഹാപ്പൻ ടു ഓൾ ദീസ് കിഡ്സ് ഹു ആർ ഡൂയിങ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ്? അപ്പോൾ ഇത് കുറച്ചും കൂടെ ഒരു ലോങ്ങർ ടേമിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പം AI-ക്ക് ഡിസ്റപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കുറേ സാധനങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ അപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടത് ഗുഡ് ജനറലിസ്റ്റിനെയാണ്. വേൾഡ് ഇസ് മൂവിങ് ഫ്രം സ്പെഷ്യലിസ്റ്റ് ടു ജനറലിസ്റ്റ്. ഈ ജനറലിസ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നതാണ് ദേ ഹാവ് ഗുഡ് ക്രിട്ടിക്കൽ തിങ്കിങ്, ദേ ഹാവ് ഗുഡ് കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ, ദേ ഹാവ് എംപതി. ഇവര് AI ഏജൻസ് ഓപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ്. അപ്പൊ എനിക്ക് 2 വർഷം മുമ്പ് എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് അസിസ്റ്റന്റ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഇന്ന് അതൊരു AI ഏജന്റ് ആണ്. എന്റെ ഫൈനാൻഷ്യൽ മോഡലിംഗ് ചെയ്യാൻ 3 ആൾക്കാർ അക്കൗണ്ട്സ് ടീമിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഇന്ന് അതൊരു AI. ഈ ആൾക്കാരെയൊക്കെ ഇനി മാനേജ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു AI ഏജന്റിനെ മാനേജ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരാൾ, ഹീസ് എ ഗുഡ് ടോട്ടൽ ടാലന്റ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന ടേം. സിമിലർലി എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗിൽ 2 വർഷം മുമ്പ് നോക്കിയ ഫ്രണ്ട് എൻഡ് ഉണ്ട്, ബാക്ക് എൻഡ് ഉണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ ഇപ്പൊ അതല്ല. ഇപ്പൊ സിലിക്കൺ വാലിയിൽ പോകണമെങ്കിൽ FDD, ഫോർവേഡ് ഡിപ്ലോയിഡ് ഡിസൈൻ എഞ്ചിനീയർ. FDD ഒരാളാണ് ഫ്രം ഡിസൈൻ ടു അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ് എക്സിക്യൂട്ടീവ് ഫുൾ ലൈഫ് സൈക്കിൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. 1 person പ്ലസ് മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ അപ്പം ആ സൈഡിൽ ഇപ്പം കമ്പനീസിന്റെ പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവിൽ നിന്ന് എനിക്ക് 1 ലക്ഷം എംപ്ലോയീസ് ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്നതിനേക്കാളും ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് ഒപ്റ്റിമൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് റവന്യൂ പെർ എംപ്ലോയി. ഒരു റവന്യൂവിൽ നിന്ന് ഇപ്പോൾ ആൾക്കാർ പ്രൊഡിക്റ്റ് പേരുള്ള $1 ബില്യൺ കമ്പനി വരാൻ പോകും. അപ്പൊ ഐ ഏർജ് ആർ നെക്സ്റ്റ് എന്താ പറയുക യങ്സ്റ്റേഴ്സ് ടു ഒപ്റ്റിമൈസ് ഫോർ ദീസ് തിങ്സ്. ബി ജനറലിസ്റ്റ്, ബി എ ഗുഡ് ടോട്ടൽ പ്രാക്ടീഷണർ. എന്ത് സാധനം കൊടുത്താലും അത് എന്തെങ്കിലും ടൂൾസ് വെച്ച് ഓപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന അടിപൊളി ഫുൾ പാക്കേജ് ആയിട്ട് മാറുന്നതാണ് ഫ്യൂച്ചറിലേക്കുള്ള ബെസ്റ്റ്.
ഓക്കെ, വളരെ മീൻസ് ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ആ ഒരു ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ പ്രാക്ടീസിന് എന്നുള്ളത് ഓൾറെഡി മനസ്സിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കാരണം ഒരു 1-to-1 ട്രെയിനിങ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പേഴ്സണലൈസ്ഡ് ട്രെയിനിങ് എന്ന് പറയും ടെക്നോളജി എന്നൊരു ഫാക്ടർ ഇന്റർവെല്ലിൽ മേ ബി അതായിരിക്കും ആ സ്കേലബിലിറ്റിക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ സഹായിച്ചത്. അപ്പം ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ആ ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തതിന് സ്വപ്നം കണ്ടിരുന്നു? അതായത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു കോ ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് എല്ലാവരും ഒരുമിച്ച് ഇരുന്നിട്ടാണോ അത് ആലോചിച്ചത് തീരുമാനം?
വളരെ ഈസിലി ആൻസർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. കാരണം ടു ബി ഹോണസ്റ്റ് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ടെക് സ്റ്റാക്ക് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളതോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ടെക്നോളജി വേണം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ചിന്തയോ ഒരു ആഗ്രഹവും ഞങ്ങൾക്കില്ലായിരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ മുന്നിൽ കുറച്ച് കുട്ടികളുണ്ട്. ആ കുട്ടികളുടെ പ്രോബ്ലംസ് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളത് മാത്രമായിരുന്നു ആഗ്രഹം. ഞങ്ങൾ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ടെക് സ്റ്റാക്കിനെ കുറിച്ച് ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത് ഈ പ്രോബ്ലം എങ്ങനെ മോർ എഫക്റ്റീവ്ലി സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാം എന്നുള്ളത് ചിന്തിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ടെക് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിന്റെ ഒരു നീഡ് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് വരുന്നത്. പിന്നീട് ഞങ്ങൾ സ്കെയിലിങ്ങിന് ആക്ച്വലി ഈ ടെക് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഒരുപാട് യൂസ്ഫുൾ ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഡാറ്റ റിലേറ്റഡ് നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഒരു തേർഡ് പാർട്ടി പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ഗൂഗിൾ മീറ്റ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സൂം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ടീംസ് വഴിയൊക്കെ ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നതിനെ നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിലേക്ക് മാറിയപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് കുറച്ചുകൂടി ഡാറ്റ അവൈലബിൾ ആയി. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ആ ഡാറ്റ വെച്ചിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ക്ലാസ്സസ് ഇംപ്രൂവ് ചെയ്യാനും ടീച്ചേഴ്സിന് കൂടുതൽ ഇൻസ്ട്രക്ഷൻസ് കൊടുക്കാനൊക്കെ സാധിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ടെക് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ളൊരു ആഗ്രഹം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തുടക്കമൊന്നുമില്ലായിരുന്നു. പിന്നീട് ഞങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ ജേണിയിൽ ഒരു പോയിന്റ് ഞങ്ങൾ ബിസിനസിന്റെ ഫണ്ടമെന്റൽസും പ്രോഫിറ്റ് ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ എങ്ങനെ ഹ്യൂമൻ പാർട്ട് ഒപ്റ്റിമൈസ് ചെയ്യാം, അപ്പോൾ ഹ്യൂമൻ പാർട്ട് ഒപ്റ്റിമൈസ് ചെയ്ത് റവന്യൂ പെർ എംപ്ലോയി കൂട്ടാനും വേണ്ടിയിട്ടൊക്കെയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ടെക് സ്റ്റാക്ക് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനെ കുറിച്ചും അതിന്റെ ഒരു റോഡ് മാപ്പ് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നതൊക്കെ. അപ്പൊ അത് ഓൺ ദി ഗോയിൽ മിസ്റ്റേക്സിൽ നിന്നും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ മെന്റേഴ്സിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടിയ ഗൈഡൻസ് അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ റിയൽ പ്രോബ്ലംസ് അതിന് ഏറ്റവും ബെറ്റർ സൊല്യൂഷൻ എന്താണെന്നൊക്കെയുള്ള ആ ഒരു എക്സ്പ്ലോറേഷന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് പിന്നീട് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള ടെക്കുകളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളത്.
ഓഡിയൻസ് എന്തെങ്കിലും ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ
Good evening. എൻ്റെ പേര് അനന്തകൃഷ്ണൻ. ഗ്രേറ്റ് ഹിയറിംഗ് യു ഗൈസ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ലാസ്റ്റ് ചോദിച്ച ഒരു പോയിന്റിലാണ് പ്രധാനമായിട്ടും ഒരു സംശയമുള്ളത്. റമീസിനോടാണ് ചോദ്യം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഓട്ടോമേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു പോയിന്റിനെ പറ്റി സംസാരിച്ചിരുന്നു. ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ്. ഓക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ വായിച്ചിരുന്നു റമീസിന്റെ ഒരു പോസ്റ്റിൽ നിങ്ങൾ സൂമിലും ഗൂഗിൾ മീറ്റിലും ആണ് ഇന്റർവെല്ലിന്റെ ഇനിഷ്യൽ ടൈംസിൽ ലേണിംഗ് ഫെസിലിറ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നതെന്ന് വായിച്ചിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഈ പോയിന്റിലാണ് ഇത് ഓട്ടോമേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ളൊരു തീരുമാനം വരുന്നത്. ഓട്ടോമേറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഏത് പ്രോസസ്സാണ് ഏറ്റവും ഈസി ആയിട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയത്? പ്രത്യേകിച്ചും പേഴ്സണലൈസ്ഡ് ലേണിംഗിൽ റീസ്കെഡ്യൂളിംഗ് പോലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ വരും എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഏത് പ്രോസസ്സാണ് ഏറ്റവും ഈസി ആയത് ഓട്ടോമേറ്റ് ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ? അനന്തകൃഷ്ണൻ.
എന്താ ചെയ്യുന്നത്?
സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഉണ്ട്.
എന്താ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ്?
പേഴ്സണലൈസ്ഡ് ലേണിംഗ് ആണ്.
തോന്നി. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞുതരാം എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാനത് ചെയ്തതെന്നുള്ളത്.
ഡൊമൈൻ ഫിനിഷാണ്, ആർട്ടാണ്.
ഓക്കെ. അപ്പം ബേസിക്കലി എന്തായാലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് റെലവെന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യം തന്നെയാണ്. ഒരു പോയിന്റ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നീട് നമുക്ക് ആ ക്ലാസിന്റെ അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ്ലി ആ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ നടക്കുന്ന കോൺവേഴ്സേഷൻസ് ആണ് ആ ഇമ്പാക്ട് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഓരോ കുട്ടികളും വരുമ്പം അവർക്ക് ഒരു സ്കില്ല് പഠിക്കണം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എക്സാമിൽ ഒരു 10% ഇൻക്രീസ് ഇൻ മാർക്സ് വേണം. ഇതാണ് അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ്ലി അവരുടെ ഇമ്പാക്ട് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഈ ഇമ്പാക്ട് കിട്ടാൻ ആ ടീച്ചറും ആ കുട്ടിയും തമ്മിലുള്ള കോൺവേഴ്സേഷൻ അറ്റ് ഹൈയസ്റ്റ് പോയിന്റിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഹൈലി ആ ഇമ്പാക്ട് ജനറേറ്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കണം ഈച്ച് ആൻഡ് എവറി മൊമെന്റ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ എൻഗേജ്മെന്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ പോയിന്റ് ഭയങ്കര റെലവെന്റ് ആണ്. അതായത് ആ ക്ലാസ്സിലെ എൻഗേജ്മെന്റ് എന്താണോ അതാണ് ആ കുട്ടീനെ റിട്ടൻഷനിലേക്ക് ആ പാരന്റിനെയും കുട്ടിയൊക്കെ അത് ആ കോഴ്സ് റീറ്റെയിൻ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പൊ ആ എൻഗേജ്മെന്റ് ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഈ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം ആയിരിക്കണം. കാരണം നമുക്ക് ഗൂഗിൾ മീറ്റ് ഒരു പുതിയ ഫീച്ചർ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറ്റില്ല, നമുക്ക് പുതിയ ഫീച്ചർ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ ദിവസം നമുക്ക് പിന്നീട് എടുത്തിട്ട് നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു AI മോഡലിനെ ചെയ്യാൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ തന്നെ ക്വാളിറ്റി ഓഡിറ്റിംഗ് ടീമിൽ ഓഡിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഇതിന്റെ റെക്കോർഡിങ്സ് നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ വേണം. അപ്പൊ റെക്കോർഡിങ്സ് നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിൽ വേണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഗൂഗിൾ മീറ്റിൽ അത് പോസിബിൾ അല്ല, സൂമിൽ ഒരു പക്ഷേ പോസിബിൾ ആയിരിക്കും. മീൻസ് ഗൂഗിൾ മീറ്റിന്റെ APIs ഒന്നും ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു ആ സമയത്ത്. ഇപ്പൊ ഉണ്ടോന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല, ഞാനൊരു ടെക് പേഴ്സൺ അല്ല. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനത്തെ കുറെ പ്രോബ്ലംസ് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാനും വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ടെക് സ്റ്റാക്ക് സ്വന്തം ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അപ്പം ആ സമയത്ത് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഒരു ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട്, ദിസ് ഈസ് ഹാപ്പനിങ് ഇൻ 2023. അപ്പൊ അപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഓരോ രാജ്യങ്ങളിലും ഓരോ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോംസ് വളരെ കോമൺ ആയിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പൊ ഇവിടെ കൂടുതൽ ഗൂഗിൾ മീറ്റ് ആണ് ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഉപയോഗിക്കുക. ഇപ്പം സൗദി പോലുള്ള രാജ്യങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ അവർ ടീംസ് ആണ് കൂടുതൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്. UAE, ഖത്തർ അവിടെയൊക്കെ സൂം ആണ് കൂടുതൽ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പം അവർ സ്കൂളിൽ അവർ ഫെമിലിയർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു UX ഒക്കെ കുട്ടികൾ അതിൽ കുറച്ചും കൂടെ കംഫർട്ടബിൾ ആയിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ നമ്മുടെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ ട്രാൻസ്ഫോർമേഷൻ ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടാണ് എന്നുള്ളതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഈ പ്രോസസ്സ് ഡിലേ ആയത്. ബട്ട് അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ്ലി നമ്മൾ അത് ചെയ്തേ പറ്റൂ. ഈ ബിസിനസ് സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്യണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, നമുക്ക് ഡാറ്റ അവൈലബിൾ ആവണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇത് ചെയ്തേ പറ്റൂ എന്നുള്ളതുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ പിന്നെ കസ്റ്റമേഴ്സിനെ കമ്പൽ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ട്രാൻസിഷൻ പോസിബിൾ ആയത്. അപ്പോൾ അഗെയിൻ ഡാറ്റയാണ് ഒരു റീസൺ. പിന്നെ കുട്ടികളുടെ എൻഗേജ്മെന്റ് ട്രാക്ക് ചെയ്യാനും അത് ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്യാനും പിന്നെ എൻഗേജ്മെന്റ് ടൂൾസ് ഗെയിമിഫിക്കേഷൻ ഒക്കെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ഓൺ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിലേക്ക് മാറിയത്.
ഒരു ചെറിയ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ, ഇത് മേ ബി വളരെ ബേസിക് ആവും, പക്ഷെ വളരെ ക്യൂരിയോസിറ്റി കൊണ്ട് ചോദിക്കാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മളൊരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങുമ്പോൾ മിക്കവാറും പല ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ്സും വരുമല്ലോ. അപ്പൊ തുടക്കത്തിലൊക്കെ നമ്മളെല്ലാം ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കും, പല ഇപ്പോൾ സെയിൽസ് ആവട്ടെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മാർക്കറ്റിംഗ് ആവട്ടെ നമ്മൾ നോക്കും. പക്ഷെ നമുക്കറിയാം ഇത് ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്താൽ നടക്കൂല എന്നറിയാം. അപ്പോൾ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ആളുകളെ വേണ്ടി വരും. അപ്പോൾ ആളുകളെ ഹയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ അവർക്ക് സാലറി കൊടുക്കണം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ പേയ്മെന്റ് കൊടുക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ, നമ്മൾ ഫണ്ട് റൈസിങ് എന്നുള്ളൊരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ അപ്പോൾ വരുമല്ലോ. അപ്പോൾ ഫണ്ട് റൈസിങ് ആയിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ അതിലേക്ക് എങ്ങനെ എത്തുക? അത് പലതും തുടങ്ങി ഒന്നും എവിടെ എത്തുന്നില്ല. അപ്പൊ അതിനെ കുറിച്ചൊന്ന് ആർക്ക് വേണമെങ്കിലും എടുക്കാം.
എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്ന ഫണ്ട് റൈസിങ് ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ആയിട്ട് തന്നെ പോവാം. കാരണം ഫണ്ട് റൈസിങ് ആണല്ലോ അവർ ചോദിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പം അത് എൻട്രിയുടെ കേസിൽ
ഞങ്ങളെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഫണ്ട് റൈസ് ചെയ്തത് നിസാമുക്കിനാണ്.
150 CR അല്ലേ? അതെ, ഫണ്ട്
150 കോടി റൈസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ അതിന്റെ 10% പോലെ റൈസ് ചെയ്തു.
അപ്പം സോ എനിക്കൊന്ന് ഡയറക്ട്ലി ഹിസാം തന്നെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ആൻസർ ചെയ്യാം.
അപ്പോൾ ചോദ്യം ഒന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ടീം ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഫണ്ട് റൈസും സൈഡ് ബൈ സൈഡ് എങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാന്നുള്ളതാണോ ചോദ്യം?
ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ അടുത്തൊരു ക്ലിയർ ആയിട്ടൊരു ടീം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലുള്ളല്ലോ ഫണ്ട് റൈസേഴ്സ് നമ്മളെ അപ്രോച്ച് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അവര് കേൾക്കുള്ളല്ലോ. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ അടുത്തൊരു വിഷൻ വേണം ക്ലിയർ ആയിട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഫണ്ട് റൈസിംഗ് എന്നുള്ള ഒരു സ്റ്റേജിക്ക് ഇതുവരെ പോയിട്ടില്ല. അതിന് എന്തൊക്കെയോ ഒരു ഫിയർ ആണ്. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ആളുകളെ പല രീതിയിൽ വെച്ച് നോക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പം ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, ഞാനൊരു സ്പോക്കൺ അറബിക് കോഴ്സ് നടത്തിയിരുന്നു. അപ്പൊ അതിൽ നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം കുറച്ച് ആളുകളെ ഹയർ ചെയ്തു. എന്നിട്ട് അവർക്ക് കമ്മീഷൻ ബേസിൽ നിങ്ങളൊരാളെ നമ്മുടെ ക്രൈറ്റീരിയ ഒക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് മനസ്സിലാക്കി കൊടുത്ത് നമ്മളെ കോഴ്സ് എന്താ പ്രൊവൈഡ് ചെയ്യണമെന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് മനസ്സിലാക്കി കൊടുത്തിട്ട് അതിലൊരാളെ കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവർക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഇത്ര ശതമാനം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തരാം എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിലൊക്കെ നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അല്ലാതെ നമുക്ക് വേറൊരു ഫണ്ട് ഇല്ല. ഈ കിട്ടുന്ന കസ്റ്റമറുടെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മളെ കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് അവരിൽ നിന്നുള്ള ഒരു ചെറിയ പേയ്മെന്റിന്റെ ഒരു പെർസെന്റേജ് അവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കുക. അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ഐഡിയകളൊക്കെ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്ത് നോക്കിയിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ
പോയിന്റ് കിട്ടി. അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യം ബിഫോർ വി ആക്ച്വലി ഗോ ടു ദ ഫണ്ട് റൈസിംഗ് ടോപ്പിക്, എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്ന എല്ലാ ബിസിനസ്സും ഹാസ് ടു ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ഇഫ് യു വാണ്ട് ടു ഫണ്ട് റൈസ്, റൈറ്റ്? I think there are two types of businesses, which is number one is fund raise ചെയ്യാതെ തന്നെ ഗ്രോ ചെയ്തിട്ട് നല്ല റവന്യൂവിൽ എത്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ബിസിനസ്സസ്. രണ്ടാമത്തത് ഗ്രോത്ത് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ബിസിനസ് വേർ യു നീഡ് ഫണ്ട്സ്, റൈറ്റ്? അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ കേസിൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ അത് അറിയില്ല, യു ഹാവ് ടു ഗോ ഡീപ്പർ, യു മേ ബി ഹാവ് ടു ടോക്ക് ടു മോർ പീപ്പിൾ. ചിലപ്പോൾ നമ്പർ 1 ആയിരിക്കാം, യു ഡോണ്ട് ഹാവ് ടു റേസ് മണി, റൈറ്റ്? അപ്പോൾ ഒരു നല്ലൊരു കേസ്, ഗുഡ് ബെസ്റ്റ് കേസ് സിനാരിയോ പറയുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, ഇപ്പോൾ സ്പോക്കൺ അറബിക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു, റൈറ്റ്? സ്പോക്കൺ അറബിക് from Kerala tell you that you can do maybe 1 CR monthly revenue കേരളത്തിൽ മാത്രം, right? That is possible. Like ഇപ്പോൾ വേറെ കുറേ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സും സ്പോക്കൺ ഇംഗ്ലീഷിലും ജർമ്മനിലും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലാംഗ്വേജ് ലേണിംഗ് അറൗണ്ട് ഒക്കെ ചെറുതും വലുതുമായ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സ് ഒക്കെ ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവൻ നമ്പേഴ്സ് ഒക്കെ എനിക്കറിയാം. യു ക്യാൻ ഡു 1 crore rupees in revenue from Kerala, monthly revenue. That's what I'm talking about, right? ആ 1 crore ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് പ്രോഫിറ്റ് മാർജിൻ 25-30% ആണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ that's around 30 lakh rupees in monthly profits, right? Yearly around 3.5 to 4 CR. അപ്പോൾ that is a very good business, right? അപ്പോൾ അത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ചിലപ്പോൾ സാലറി ആയിട്ട് 10-15 ലക്ഷം വീട്ടിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ പറ്റും എല്ലാ മാസവും, right? So that is type number 1. Type number 2 is you have the potential to maybe touch 100 crore rupees in monthly revenue. That's a venture fundable business. അതിന് ഫണ്ട് റൈസ് ആവശ്യമാണ്, റൈറ്റ്? അത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല എന്നല്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ജെറോഡാൻ്റെ കേസൊക്കെ എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവർ ബൂട്ട് സ്റ്റാപ്പ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ 1000 കോടി 2 ലാഭം മാത്രമുണ്ട്, റൈറ്റ്? ദാറ്റ്സ് വെരി റയർ. ബട്ട് when you're thinking about fundraising, you have to kind of figure out what kind of business are you building, right? Is it a fund? Is it a business that needs funds to grow fast, or is it a bootstrapped business where you don't need to raise funds? സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് ഹസിൽ ചെയ്തിട്ട് ആ പ്രോബ്ലമിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് ഡീപ്പ് പോയിട്ട് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് റവന്യൂ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിട്ട് you and your team can raise good growth and good impact on this side. അപ്പോൾ ആദ്യം മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടതാണ്, ലൈക്ക് ഡു യു വാണ്ട് ടു, ആർ യു ബിൽഡിംഗ് എ ബിസിനസ് ദാറ്റ് നീഡ്സ് ഫണ്ട് ഓർ നോട്ട്? അപ്പോൾ അതിനുശേഷമാണ് ഫണ്ട് റൈസിന്റെ കാര്യം വരുന്നത്. ആൻഡ് വൺസ് യു ഫിഗർ ഔട്ട് ഓക്കെ ദിസ് ഇസ് എ ഫണ്ട് റൈസ് കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ബിസിനസ്, യു അഗൈൻ അതൊരു വലിയ ഒരു ടോപ്പിക്കാണ്. മേ ബി ഒരു ആൻസർ കൊണ്ടൊന്നും എനിക്ക് പറയാൻ പറ്റും തോന്നുന്നില്ല. ഇറ്റ്സ് എ ടോട്ടലി ഡിഫറെന്റ് ടോപ്പിക് ആൻഡ് ഇറ്റ്സ് വെരി വെരി ഡീറ്റെയിൽ ഡിസ്കഷൻ.
ഓക്കെ ഞാൻ ആ ഫണ്ട് റൈസിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിൽ റമീസിനെ കൊണ്ടൊന്ന് കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാണ്. കാരണം നമുക്കൊരു സ്റ്റേജിൽ അറിയാൻ കഴിയും നമ്മളൊരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഫണ്ടിങ്ങിലേക്ക് പോകണം എന്നുള്ളത്. പക്ഷേ റമീസിന്റെ കേസിലാണെങ്കിൽ ഇനിഷ്യൽ ഡേയ്സിൽ ഫണ്ടിങ്ങിന് വേണ്ടി ശ്രമിച്ചപ്പം പലപ്പോഴും അത് ഫെയിൽ ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ബട്ട് ഒരു സ്റ്റേജിൽ ഈസി ആയി മാറി ഒരു ഫണ്ടിങ്. നേരത്തെ നമ്മൾ എനിക്കൊന്ന് ഞാനായിട്ടുള്ള ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിൽ തന്നെ റമീസ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട് അതൊരു റിവേഴ്സ് ഇതിലേക്ക് വന്നു എന്നുള്ളത്. അപ്പം ആക്ച്വലി എന്താണ് ഫണ്ട് റേസ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എവിടെയാണ് ഫണ്ട് റേസിന്റെ ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി റമീസിനെ തേടി ഇങ്ങോട്ട് വരുന്നത്?
ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇന്റർവ്യൂവിൽ ഒരിക്കലും നമ്മൾ ബിസിനസ് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിച്ചിട്ട് ചെയ്തൊരു ബിസിനസ് അല്ല. ബട്ട് സ്റ്റിൽ ഒരു പോയിന്റ് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് നാട്ടിൽ നിന്നൊന്നും ഫണ്ട് റേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റാണ്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ കേരളത്തിൽ പല ഭാഗത്തുള്ള ഏഞ്ചൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റേഴ്സിനെ എടുത്ത് പിച്ച് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ആ സമയത്ത് അവർ ഫണ്ട് തന്നാൽ ബിസിനസ് ചെയ്യും, അവർ ഫണ്ട് തന്നാൽ സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്യും എന്നുള്ളത് ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരിക്കലും തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അവർ ഫണ്ട് തന്നിട്ടില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇത് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ചെയ്തേ പറ്റൂ. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ പുതിയ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനെ കുറിച്ച്, പുതിയ മാർക്കറ്റ് ടാപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിനെ കുറിച്ചായിരുന്നു ഫസ്റ്റ് പ്രയോറിറ്റി കൊടുത്തിരുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇന്റർവ്യൂ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിൽ മാത്രം ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു സമയം എത്തിയപ്പം പ്രോഫിറ്റബിലിറ്റിയും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ റവന്യൂയും ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ട് ഇൻക്രീസ് ആയി. ആ സമയം ഇത് ഒരു പൊട്ടൻഷ്യൽ ബിസിനസ് ആണെന്നുള്ളതും ഇതിന് സ്കെയിലബിലിറ്റി ഉണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളത് ഞാൻ പ്രീവിയസ്ലി പിച്ച് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ഇൻവെസ്റ്റേഴ്സിന് തോന്നിയപ്പോൾ അവർ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് റീച്ച് ഔട്ട് ചെയ്ത് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ താല്പര്യം ഉണ്ടെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് അങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ആക്ച്വലി ഫസ്റ്റ് ഫണ്ട് റേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. സോ വി വർ ആക്ച്വലി ഫുള്ളി ഫോക്കസിങ് ഓൺ ബിൽഡിംഗ് ഇന്റർവെൽ. അതായിരുന്നു നമ്മുടെ പ്രിമറി ഫോക്കസ്. അപ്പം ഫണ്ട് കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ബിസിനസ് ചെയ്യാം, ഫണ്ട് വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്യാം എന്ന് തീരുമാനിക്കുന്നതിൽ ലോജിക്കില്ല. നമ്മുടെ പ്രൊഡക്റ്റിന് മാർക്കറ്റ് ഫിറ്റ് ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് തോന്നിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ മൊമെന്റ് എത്തുമ്പോഴേക്കും നമുക്ക് ഇനീഷ്യലി ഒരു ട്രാക്ഷൻ ബിൽഡ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. അതിൽ നിന്ന് നമുക്ക് സ്ലോലി ഗ്രോ ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പം ഫണ്ട് കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് ഹയസ്റ്റ് ഫേസിൽ സ്കെയിൽ ചെയ്യാം. അത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ. അപ്പൊ ഇന്റർവെല്ലിൽ ഒരു പക്ഷേ ഫണ്ട് വന്നിട്ടില്ലായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ന് മേ ബി ഒരു 10-20 കൺട്രീസിൽ മാത്രമുള്ള ഒരു സർവീസ് കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു കമ്പനി ആയിരുന്നു. അന്ന് ഫണ്ട് വന്നതുകൊണ്ട് 60 കൺട്രീസ് ആയി. ഇത് രണ്ടും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ബിസിനസ് ആണ്. ഈ ഹയസ്റ്റ് ഫേസിൽ ഗ്രോ ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് നിർബന്ധമൊന്നുമില്ല.
അക്ഷയുടെ കേസിലാണെങ്കിൽ പുതിയൊരു സംരംഭം ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഒരു ഫണ്ടിങ്ങോട് കൂടെ തന്നെ അത് അനൗൺസ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഞങ്ങൾ കേൾക്കാനായിട്ട് ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ്. ബട്ട് യു ആർ എ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് കൺസൾട്ടന്റ്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ആ ഒരു ഫണ്ടിങ് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആണെങ്കിലും മാനേജ്മെന്റ് റിലേറ്റഡ് ആണെങ്കിലും ഒരുപാട് കമ്പനീസിന്, മേജർ കമ്പനീസുമായിട്ടെല്ലാം കാണുകയും സംസാരിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരാളാണ്. സോ ഒരു ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവിൽ എന്താണ് വാട്ട് ദേ റിയലി ലുക്ക് ഇൻ ടു ദി സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സ്? അത് ഒരുപാട് ഫാക്ടേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടാവാം. ഫൗണ്ടേഴ്സ് ആവാം, ഐഡിയ ആവാം, പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആവാം, സർവീസ് ആവാം, വാട്ട് എവർ. എന്താണ് ഒരു ഫസ്റ്റ് പ്രിഫറൻസ് അവർ എന്തിനാണ് ഒരു ഫണ്ടിങ്ങിന് കൊടുക്കുമ്പം എന്തിനാണ് അവർ മാർക്ക് ഇടുന്നത് ആക്ച്വലി?
സി ഫണ്ട് റേസിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ സൈക്കിൾ ചവിട്ടാൻ പഠിക്കുന്ന പോലത്തെ ഒരു സ്കില്ലാണ്. അത് അറിയില്ല അത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ. സോ ഇൻ മൈ പ്രീവിയസ് വെഞ്ചർ സിംഗപ്പൂർ ആയിരുന്നപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളൊരു $70 million ഐ തിങ്ക് അബൌട്ട് 500 crores റേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇതിന് ഇപ്പൊ ചോദിച്ച ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഏറ്റവും ഈസി, ഇൻവെസ്റ്റേഴ്സിന്റെ ലെൻസിൽ നിന്ന് അവർ നോക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഫ്രെയിം വർക്ക് ഡെൽറ്റ 4 എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു ഫ്രെയിം വർക്കാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് അറിയുന്ന ഒരു കമ്പനി എടുക്കാം. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ടേക്ക് ഊബർ ആസ് എ കമ്പനി. ഊബർ ഉള്ളപ്പം എന്താണ് അതായത് ഊബറിന് മുമ്പ് എന്തായിരുന്നു? നമ്മൾ വഴിയിൽ ഇറങ്ങണം, കൈ കാണിക്കണം, ഒരു വണ്ടീനെ പിടിക്കണം, അവരോട് അറിയാത്തൊരു സിറ്റിയിലാണെങ്കിൽ നെഗോഷിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. ഇപ്പോൾ ബോംബെയിൽ പോയി ഇറങ്ങാം, നമുക്ക് അറിയില്ല, നെഗോഷിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. നൗ യു ഹാവ് ഊബർ, ഫോണിൽ കുത്തി ഇത് വരുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾ ചുറ്റിനിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു 10 ആൾക്കാരോട് 2 സ്കോർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറയാം ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് 10. ആൻഡ് ഇഫ് ദ ഡെൽറ്റ ഓഫ് ദ സ്കോർ ഇസ് മോർ ദാൻ 4, then you have something that is investable and interesting. Same thing with Swiggy. ഇപ്പോൾ സ്വിഗ്ഗി ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾ ഫോണിൽ കുത്തുന്നു, വീട്ടിൽ വരുന്നു. ഇതിനു മുമ്പ് എന്തായിരുന്നു ലൈഫ്? യു ഹാവ് ടു ഗോ ടു എ റെസ്റ്റോറൻറ്റ്, അവിടെ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം, ഹോട്ടൽ അവർ പാർസൽ തരണം, വാങ്ങണം, വരണം. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു ഫ്രെയിം വർക്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഐഡിയനെ ഒന്ന് ഇട്ട് നോക്കുക, എന്നിട്ട് സീ ഇഫ് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് മേക്കിംഗ് സെൻസ്. അവിടെയാണ് റാപ്പിഡ് ഗ്രോത്ത്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പം ഹിസാം പറഞ്ഞ പോലത്തെ ആ ഒരു ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റേഴ്സിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ദേ ആർ ലുക്കിംഗ് അറ്റ് അബൌട്ട് 32% പ്ലസ് IRR. അതാണ് അതിന്റെ മാത്തമാറ്റിക്കൽ ഫോർമുല. 32% മുകളിൽ വരണമെങ്കിൽ ഇറ്റ് ഹാസ് ടു ബി എ ബിസിനസ് ദാറ്റ് പ്രോബബ്ലി ട്രിപ്പിൾസ് ഇൻ സൈസ് എവറി 2 years. അതാണ് അതിന്റെ ഒരു ബേസ് റൂൾ. അപ്പൊ ആ ഒരു രീതിയിലുള്ള ബിസിനസ് ആണോ എന്ന് നോക്കുക. ആണെങ്കിൽ ഒബ്വിയസ്ലി ആൻഡ് ദ ഗുഡ് ന്യൂസ് ഇസ് ദാറ്റ് ഇന്ത്യ ഇസ് എ ഹോട്ട് ബെഡ്. ഇന്ന് ലോകത്തിൽ 3 കൺട്രീസ് ആണ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിന് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ളത്: ഇന്ത്യ, ഇന്തോനേഷ്യ, മെക്സിക്കോ. These are the only 3 countries where you get this kind of growth. അപ്പോൾ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് വളരെ വില്ലിംഗ് ആണ്, ഫണ്ട് അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. നല്ല ഐഡിയാസ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ യു വിൽ ഈസിലി ഗെറ്റ് ഫണ്ട്.
ഇപ്പം ഹിഷാം ആണെങ്കിലും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ റമീസ് ആണെങ്കിലും, ഒരാൾ കാസർഗോഡ്, ഒരാൾ മലപ്പുറം, ആൻഡ് അക്ഷയ് ഫ്രം കൊച്ചി അല്ലേ. എന്താണ് ഒരു കേരള സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റം 3 പേർക്കും വളരെ ഊർജ്ജം എവിടെയാണ്? കാരണം വന്നു കേരളത്തിലാണ് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങുന്നത്. ദാറ്റ് മീൻസ് കുറെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പോസിറ്റീവായിട്ട് കേരളത്തിലുണ്ട്. എന്താണ് കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഇക്കോസിസ്റ്റത്തിന്റെ ശക്തി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ
I think it's the people, right? So maybe 6, 7 years back when we were starting entry, the scenario was totally different. So, ആൾക്കാരെ quality of ideas, the energy, എല്ലാ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് മിഷൻ എല്ലാം എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഒരു 5 to 10x ഇമ്പ്രൂവ് ആയിട്ടുണ്ട്, റൈറ്റ്? ഇപ്പോൾ ഈവൻ ആ സമയത്തൊക്കെ ഏഞ്ചൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് had to get out. I would say entry receive the money in the 19% is outside Kerala. നമ്മൾ ആദ്യം കാസർഗോഡ് നിന്ന് റിലേറ്റീവ്സ് നിന്ന് റേസ് ചെയ്തു, പിന്നെ മൊത്തം എല്ലാം മണി വാസ് റേസ്ഡ് ഔട്ട്സൈഡ് ഓഫ് കേരള. ഇപ്പോൾ കേരളത്തിൽ കുറേ HNIs, ഏഞ്ചൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റേഴ്സ്, ഐ എം ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിംഗ്, കുറേ ആൾക്കാർ പൊങ്ങി വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഐ വുഡ് സേ ആദ്യത്തെ ഇനീഷ്യൽ സീഡ് റൗണ്ട് ഈവൻ ആസ് ഹൈ ആസ് 2 to 3 crore rupees കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് റേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു അവസ്ഥയായിട്ടുണ്ട്. I think that is because the ecosystem is developing very, very fast. And I believe maybe by 2030, the next 5 to 6 years, we see a lot of breakout startups. 100 million valuation ഉള്ള at least 10 companies എങ്കിലും കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് പോകുമെന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. So we already have some, at least 10 companies that has 100 million plus valuation will come out of Kerala, maybe even a $1 billion valuation company വരാനുള്ള സാധ്യതയുണ്ട്. And if you look at the social indicators inside Kerala, Kerala is one of the most developed state, not only India, one of the top developed regions in the world. Right? നമ്മുടെ ഏത് social indicator എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ US ആയിട്ട് കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സംഭവമാണ്. Relative to that, കേരളത്തിലെ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സ് അത്ര ഗ്രോ ചെയ്തു. ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ബാംഗ്ലൂർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മുംബൈ, ഡൽഹി ഒക്കെ നോക്കി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒബ്വിയസ്ലി അവിടെ മച്ച് ബിഗർ ആണ്. ബട്ട് ദാറ്റ് പൊട്ടൻഷ്യൽ ഇൻ ദ നെക്സ്റ്റ് 5 to 10 years will realize the vendor value. That's one of the reasons that I am investing in Kerala. Like I've invested in 7 startups so far. ചെറിയ checks ആണ്, but I want to give back and I see that potential in Kerala.
എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് രമേശിന്റെ ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റോടുകൂടി നമുക്ക് കൺക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യാം. കേരള സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് സിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ
നമുക്ക് പറഞ്ഞത് തന്നെയാണ്, പക്ഷെ അതിന്റെ കുറച്ചും കൂടി മലബാറിഫൈഡ് വേർഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ശരിക്കും ഇന്റർവെൽ ഈ നിലയിൽ എത്തിയതിൽ എന്റെ നാട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ അരീക്കോടിനും ഈവൻ മലപ്പുറം ജില്ലക്കും കേരളത്തിനൊക്കെ അതിൻ്റെതായിട്ടുള്ള സ്പേസ്. ഈവൻ നിർമ്മല സീതാരാമന്റെ സിനാരിയോ പോലും സംഭവിച്ചത് നമ്മളൊരു കേരളയിലെ ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ആയതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. ഞാൻ ചെറിയൊരു ഇൻസിഡന്റ് പറഞ്ഞ് അവസാനിക്കാം. ഞങ്ങൾ ഫസ്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് 2.5 വയസ്സ് മുതൽ 4 വയസ്സുള്ള കുട്ടികൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഒരു കാറ്റഗറി ഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്ത സമയത്ത് അവിടെ ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ആദ്യത്തെ അഡ്മിഷൻ. ആ സമയത്ത് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഞങ്ങൾ അതുവരെ ഒരു ബുക്സ് കൊടുക്കുന്നില്ല. ഇത് കരിക്കുലം ഇല്ലാത്തൊരു ഏജ് കാറ്റഗറി ആയതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ നമ്മൾ സ്വന്തം ബുക്സ് കൊടുക്കേണ്ടി വന്നു. അങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ 2-3 ദിവസം കൊണ്ട് ബുക്സ് ഒക്കെ പ്രിപ്പയർ ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ പാരന്റ് ഇതിന്റെ തൊട്ട് മുന്നേ ഞങ്ങളോട് പറഞ്ഞു, നിങ്ങൾ 3 ഡേയ്സിലേക്ക് ബുക്ക് തരണം. അപ്പോൾ ഓൾറെഡി 3 ഡേയ്സ് കഴിഞ്ഞല്ലോ എന്ന്. അന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ ആ ബുക്ക് ആക്ച്വലി ഡെലിവർ ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ഞങ്ങൾ ബുക്ക് പ്രിന്റ് എടുത്ത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ കയ്യിൽ കിട്ടിയിട്ട് 8 മണിക്കൂറിനെ കൊണ്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ആ പാരന്റിന് അവിടെ ഡെലിവർ ചെയ്തത്. അതെന്തുകൊണ്ടാണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാൻ അരീക്കോടാണ്, എൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ തൊട്ടടുത്താണ് കാലിക്കറ്റ് എയർപോർട്ട് കൊണ്ടോട്ടി. കാലിക്കറ്റ് എയർപോർട്ടിൽ അബുദാബിന്റെ ഫ്ലൈറ്റ് ടൈമിന് നോക്കി അവിടെ ആ സമയത്ത് അവിടെ പോയി നിന്നു. ആദ്യം വന്ന ചേട്ടനോട് തന്നെ ഇതൊന്ന് ഇന്ന അഡ്രസ്സിൽ കൊടുക്കുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ആ ചേട്ടൻ ഒരു മടിയോ എന്താന്ന് പോലും ചോദിച്ചില്ല. ഓപ്പൺ പാക്കറ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു, തുറന്നു നോക്കി ബുക്കാണ് മനസ്സിലാക്കി ഹാൻഡ് ബാഗിൽ ഇട്ടു. അങ്ങനെ എയർപോർട്ടിൽ ഇറങ്ങിയിട്ട് നേരെ ആ പാരന്റിന് പോയിട്ട് ആ സാധനം ഡെലിവർ ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് പിന്നെ അങ്ങനെ പോയത്. അപ്പം ലോകത്ത് ഒരു രാജ്യത്തിലുള്ളവർക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു സിറ്റിയിലുള്ള ആൾക്കും ഇതുപോലെ ഒരു ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ കൊറിയർ 8 മണിക്കൂർ കൊണ്ട് ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ടെക്നോളജി വെച്ചിട്ട് എത്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പൊ അത് പറ്റിയത് ഞാനൊരു മലയാളി ആയതുകൊണ്ടാണ്, അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് ഞാനൊരു മലബാറി ആയതുകൊണ്ടാണ് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് സത്യം. ഇത് ശരിക്കും ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഇന്റർണൽ ജേണിയിൽ എല്ലാം ഉണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഏർലി എംപ്ലോയീസ് എല്ലാം 2000 രൂപക്ക് 2500 രൂപക്ക് വർക്ക് ചെയ്തതാണ്. ഇത് കേരളത്തിൽ മാത്രമേ പോസിബിൾ ആവുള്ളൂ എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ വിശ്വസിക്കുന്നത്. കാരണം ഒരു പരിചയമില്ലാത്ത ഒരാളുടെ കമ്പനിയിൽ പോയിട്ട് 2500 രൂപക്ക് ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാം. അതുപോലെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റർ, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ നേരത്തെ, ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് സീക്ക് ചെയ്ത സമയത്താണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്മെന്റ് റേസ് ചെയ്തത്. ഒരുപാട് കേരളത്തിൽ ഒരുപാട് ഏഞ്ചൽ നെറ്റ്വർക്കുകൾ 2 crore ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാം, ഞങ്ങൾ 10 ആൾ കൂടിയിട്ട് 2 crore ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാം എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. അവരാരെടുത്തും ഞങ്ങൾ ഫണ്ട് എടുക്കാതെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷണൽ ഫണ്ടിങ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഏഞ്ചൽ ഫണ്ടിങ് ഞങ്ങൾ എടുക്കുന്നത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ നാട്ടിൽ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഓഫീസിൽ തൊട്ടടുത്തുള്ള ഒരു ചേട്ടൻ്റെ അടുത്താണ്. ആ ചേട്ടൻ 2 crore ഞങ്ങളുടെ കമ്പനിയിൽ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തു. അവർക്ക് ഞങ്ങൾ കുറച്ച് ഹയർ വാല്യൂഷനിൽ ഫണ്ട് കൊടുത്തു. അപ്പൊ അതുപോലെ ഞങ്ങളെ ക്യാപിറ്റൽ തന്നിട്ടും സപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ നാട്ടിലുള്ളവരെയാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇതുപോലൊരു ഭയങ്കര ആ കണക്ഷൻ ഉള്ള ഒരു എക്കോസിസ്റ്റം ഉള്ളത് കേരളത്തിലാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് 0 to 1 സ്റ്റേജ് ഭയങ്കര ഈസിയാണ്. ഒരാൾ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് തുടങ്ങാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അയാൾ ആ 0 to 1 സ്റ്റേജ് കവർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള എല്ലാ എക്കോസിസ്റ്റവും ഇന്നിവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. അതിനുശേഷം എന്ത് എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മൾ മേ ബി ഒരു ഡിഫറെന്റ് സ്റ്റേജിൽ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യമാണ്. ആ 0 to 1 ഈസി ആണ് എന്നുള്ളത് തന്നെയാണ് കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഒരു അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് ആയിട്ട് ഞാൻ പറയാം. ആൻഡ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഹാസ് ആൾസോ ഡൺ എ വണ്ടർഫുൾ ജോബ് ടു മേക്ക് ഇറ്റ് ഈസിയർ ഫോർ ദി യൂത്ത്.
പറ്റുമെങ്കിൽ ആകാം എന്നുള്ള കാര്യം യാതൊരു സംശയവുമില്ല. ദി ഹോൾ വേൾഡ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡിസ്ട്രിപ്ഷൻ, കേരളവും ഇന്ത്യയും അതോടൊപ്പമുണ്ട്. അതാണ് ഗ്ലോബലി അക്സെപ്റ്റഡ് ആവുന്നത്. സോ ഒട്ടും ലേറ്റ് അല്ല. എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒരു അടുത്ത സംരംഭകരായിട്ട് കാണാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവരെയും നമുക്ക് വേറൊരു വേദിയിൽ ഇതുപോലൊരു ചർച്ചയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഓരോരുത്തരെയും ഇവിടെ ഞങ്ങൾ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു KDIS, താങ്ക് യു വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം ഫോർ ദിസ് ഗ്രേറ്റ് ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്. 2 ദിവസം കേരളം മുഴുവൻ സ്കില്ലിംഗ്, അപ്സ്കില്ലിംഗ്, റീസ്കില്ലിംഗ് മാത്രം സംസാരിക്കുന്നു എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഒരു ബോധം എന്താണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ ഈ ഒരു ഇവന്റ് മാത്രം മതി. താങ്ക് യു ഓൾ ആൻഡ് താങ്ക് യു പാനലിസ്റ്റ്. താങ്ക് യു താങ്ക് യു ശ്യാം ആൻഡ് ശ്രീ. Thank you.
Thank you. It was indeed very interesting to hear journeys. I request the panelists to please wait on stage as we have the memento presentation. I request the session moderator, Ms. Nisha Krishnan, to hand over the mementos to the panelists.
Sorry to interrupt. Now the presentations to the panelists will be given by Dr. Saran. He is our strategic advisor for Vijnana Kerala campaign. I kindly invite Dr. Saran to the stage to hand over the hampers to our panelists.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up the sessions for today at the Skill Kerala Global Summit 2025, we take with us a wealth of ideas, powerful insights, and inspiring conversations. From exploring the global skill gap to rethinking the gig economy, from the value of skills over degrees to the journey of young entrepreneurs, we have witnessed how the future of work is being defined before our eyes. Until then, I wish you a wonderful evening and thank you and see you tomorrow. And I request all the audience to kindly go to the venue one as we'll be having an open session over there. Thank you.